hesitate to offer human sacrifices, to risk every danger, to take upon oneself whatever is bad and worst, the great passion. 27. Causes of nihilism. 1. The higher species is lacking, i.e., those whose inexhaustible fertility and power keep up the faith in man. 2. The lower species unlearns modesty and blows up its needs into cosmic and metaphysical values. In this way the whole of existence is vulgarized, in so far as the mass is dominant it bullies the exceptions, so they lose their faith in themselves and become nihilists. All attempts to think up higher types failed. The resistance to higher types as a result. Decline and insecurity of all higher types. The fight against the genius. Pity for the lowly and suffering as a measure for the height of a soul. The philosopher is lacking who interprets the deed and does not merely transpose it. 28. Main proposition. How complete nihilism is the necessary consequence of the ideals entertained hitherto. Incomplete nihilism, its forms, we live in the midst of it. Attempts to escape nihilism without revaluating our values so far, they produce the opposite, make the problem more acute. 29. The ways of self-narcotization deep down, not knowing whither. Emptiness. Attempt to get over it by intoxication. Intoxication as music, intoxication as cruelty in the tragic enjoyment of the destruction of the noblest, intoxication as blind enthusiasm for single human beings or ages. Attempt to work blindly as an instrument of science, opening one's eyes to the many small enjoyments, example also in the quest of knowledge, resignation to generalizing about oneself, a pathos, mysticism, the voluptuous enjoyment of eternal emptiness, art for its own sake and pure. Knowledge as narcotic states of disgust with oneself, some kind or other of continual work, or of some stupid little fanaticism, a medley of all means, sickness owing to general immoderation. 1. Weakness of the will as a result. 2. Extreme pride and the humiliation of petty weakness felt in contrast. 30. The time has come when we have to pay for having been Christians for 2,000 years, we are losing the center of gravity by virtue of which we lived, we are lost for a while. Abruptly we plunge into the opposite valuations, with all the energy that such an extreme overvaluation of man has generated in man. Now everything is false through and through, mere words, chaotic, weak, or extravagant. A1 attempts a kind of this worldly solution, but in the same sense that of the eventual triumph of truth, love, and justice. B1 also tries to hold on to the moral ideal. C1 tries to hold on even to the beyond, even if only as some anti-logical X, but one immediately interprets it in such a way that some sort of old-fashioned metaphysical comfort can be derived from it. D1 tries to find in events an old-fashioned divine governance and order of things that rewards, punishes, educates, and betters. E1 still believes in good and evil and experiences the triumph of the good and the annihilation of evil as a task. F. Contempt for what is natural, for desire, for the ego, attempt to understand even the highest spirituality and art as the consequence of depersonalization and as disinterestment. G. The Church is still permitted to obtrude into all important experiences and main points of individual life to hallow them and give them a higher meaning. We still have the Christian state, Christian marriage. 31. There have been more thoughtful and thought-addicted ages than ours, ages, example like that in which the Buddha appeared, when after centuries of quarrels among sects the people themselves were as deeply lost in the ravines of philosophic doctrines as European nations were at times in the subtleties of religious dogmas. Surely, one should not let literature and the press seduce us to think well of the spirit of our time. The existence of millions of spiritists and a Christianity that goes in for gymnastics of that gruesome ugliness that characterizes all English inventions are more instructive. European pessimism is still in its early stages, bears witness against itself, it still lacks that tremendous, yearning rigidity of expression in which the nothing is reflected, once found in India. It is still far too contrived and too little organic, too much a pessimism of scholars and poets, I mean, much of it is excogitated and invented, is created and not a cause. 32. Critique of pessimism to date. Resistance to eudaimonistic considerations as the last reduction to the question, what does it mean? The reduction of growing gloom. Our pessimism, the world does not have the value we thought it had. Our faith itself has so increased our desire for knowledge that today we have to say this. Initial result, it seems worth less, that is how it is experienced initially. It is only in the sense that we are pessimists, i.e., in our determination to admit this revaluation to ourselves without any reservation, and to stop telling ourselves tales lies the old way. That is precisely how we find the pathos that impels us to seek new values. In sum, the world might be far more valuable than we used to believe. We must see through the naivete of our ideals, and while we thought that we accorded it the highest interpretation, we may not even have given our human existence a moderately fair value. What has been deified? The value instincts in the community. What has been slandered? That which set apart the higher men from the lower, the desires that create clefts. 33. Causes of the advent of pessimism. 1. That the most powerful desires of life that have the most future have hitherto been slandered, so a curse weighs on life. 2. That the growing courage and integrity and the bolder mistrust that now characterize man comprehend that these instincts are inseparable from life, and one therefore turns against life. 3. That only the most mediocre, who have no feeling at all for this conflict, flourish while the higher kind miscarries and, as a product of degeneration, invites antipathy. That the mediocre on the other hand, when they pose as the goal and meaning, arouse indignation. Modern pessimism is an expression of the uselessness of the modern world, not of the world of existence. 35. The predominance of suffering over pleasure or the opposite, these two doctrines are already signposts to nihilism. For in both of these cases no ultimate meaning is posited except the appearance of pleasure or displeasure. But that is how a kind of man speaks that no longer dares to posit a will, a purpose, a meaning. For any healthier kind of man the value of life is certainly not measured by the standard of these trifles. And suffering might predominate, and in spite of that a powerful will might exist, a yes to life, a need for thus predominance. Life is not worthwhile, resignation, why the tears, a weakly and sentimental way of thinking. Un monstre guy vot mutu un sentimental ennuyeux. 36. The philosophical nihilist is convinced that all that happens is meaningless and in vain, and that there ought not to be anything meaningless and in vain. But whence this, there ought not to be? From where does one get this meaning, this standard? At bottom, the nihilist thinks that the sight of such a bleak, useless existence makes a philosopher feel dissatisfied, bleak, desperate. Such an insight goes against our finer sensibility as philosophers. It amounts to the absurd valuation. To have any right to be, the character of existence would have to give the philosopher pleasure. Now it is easy to see that pleasure and displeasure can only be means in the course of events. The question remains whether we are at all able to see the meaning, the aim, whether the question of meaninglessness or its opposite is not insoluble for us. 37. The development of pessimism into nihilism. Denaturalization of values. Scholasticism of values. Detached and idealistic, values, instead of dominating and guiding action, turn against action and condemn it. Opposites replace natural degrees and ranks. Hatred against the order of rank. Opposites suit a plebeian age because easier to comprehend. The repudiated world versus an artificially built true, valuable one. Finally, one discovers of what material one has built the true world, and now all one has left is the repudiated world, and one adds this supreme disappointment to the reasons why it deserves to be repudiated. At this point nihilism is reached, all one has left are the values that pass judgment, nothing else. Here the problem of strength and weakness originates. 1. The weak perish of it. 2. Those who are stronger destroy what does not perish. 3. Those who are strongest overcome the values that pass judgment. In sum, this constitutes the tragic age. 38. Recently much mischief has been done with an accidental and in every way unsuitable word. Everywhere pessimism is discussed, and the question is debated whether pessimism or optimism is right, as if there must be answers to that. One fails to see, although it could hardly be more obvious, that pessimism is not a problem but a symptom, that the name should be replaced by nihilism, that the question whether not to be is better than to be is itself a disease, a sign of decline, an idiosyncrasy. The nihilistic movement is merely the expression of physiological decadence. 39. To be comprehended, that every kind of decay and sickness has continually helped to form overall value judgments, that decadence has actually gained predominance in the value judgments that have become accepted, that we not only have to fight against the consequences of all present misery of degeneration, but that all previous decadence is still residual, i.e., survives. Such a total aberration of mankind from its basic instincts, such a total decadence of value judgments, that is the question mark par excellence, the real riddle that the animal man poses for the philosopher. 40. The concept of decadence, waste, decay, elimination need not be condemned, they are necessary consequences of life, of the growth of life. The phenomenon of decadence is as necessary as any increase and advance of life, one is in no position to abolish it. Reason demands, on the contrary, that we do justice to it. It is a disgrace for all socialist systematizers that they suppose there could be circumstances, social combinations in which vice, disease, prostitution, distress would no longer grow, but that means condemning life. A society is not free to remain young. And even at the height of its strength it has to form refuse and waste materials. The more energetically and boldly it advances, the richer it will be in failures and deformities, the closer to decline. Age is not abolished by means of institutions. Neither is disease. Nor vice. 41. Basic insight regarding the nature of decadence, its supposed causes are its consequences. This changes the whole perspective of moral problems. The whole moral struggle against vice, luxury, crime, even disease, appears a naivete and superfluous. There is no improvement. Decadence itself is nothing to be fought, it is absolutely necessary and belongs to every age and every people. What should be fought vigorously is the contagion of the healthy parts of the organism. Is this being done? The opposite is done. Precisely that is attempted in the name of humanity. How are the supreme values held so far, related to this basic biological question? Philosophy, religion, morality, art, etc. 42. First principle. The supposed causes of degeneration are its consequences. But the supposed remedies of degeneration are also mere palliatives against some of its effects, the cured are merely one type of the degenerates. Consequences of decadence, vice, the addiction to vice, sickness, crime, criminality, celibacy, sterility, hystericism, weakness of the will, alcoholism, pessimism, anarchism, libertinism. The slanderers, underminers, doubters, destroyers. 43. On the concept of decadence. 1. Skepticism is a consequence of decadence, as is libertinism of the spirit. 2. The corruption of morals is a consequence of decadence. 3. Attempted cures, psychological and moral, do not change the course of decadence, do not arrest it, or physiologically not. Insight into the great nullity of these presumptuous reactions, they are forms of narcotization against certain terrible consequences, they do not eliminate the morbid element, often they are heroic attempts to annul the man of decadence and to realize the minimum of his harmfulness. For nihilism is no cause but merely the logical result of decadence. 5. The good and bad man are merely two types of decadence, in all basic phenomena they agree. 6. The social question is a consequence of decadence. 7. Sicknesses, especially those affecting nerves and head, are signs that the defensive strength of the strong natures is lacking. Precisely this is suggested by irritability, so pleasure and displeasure become foreground problems. 44. Most general types of decadence. 1. Believing one chooses remedies, one chooses in fact that which hastens exhaustion. Christianity is an example, progress is another instance. 2. One loses one's power of resistance against stimuli and comes to be at the mercy of accidents. One coarsens and enlarges one's experiences tremendously. Depersonalization, disintegration of the will. Example, one whole type of morality, the altruistic one, which talks much of pity and is distinguished by the weakness of the personality, so that it is sounded, too, and like an overstimulated string vibrates continually, and extreme irritability. 3. One confuses cause and effect. One fails to understand decadence as a physiological condition and mistakes its consequences for the real cause of the indisposition. Example, all of religious morality. 4. One longs for a condition in which one no longer suffers. Life is actually experienced as the ground of ills. One esteems unconscious states, without feeling, as incomparably more valuable than conscious ones. From this a method. 45. On the hygiene of the weak. Everything done in weakness fails. Moral, do nothing. Only there is the hitch that precisely the strength to suspend activity, not to react, is sickest of all under the influence of weakness. One never reacts more quickly and blindly than when one should not react at all. A strong nature manifests itself by waiting and postponing any reaction. It is as much characterized by a certain adiaphoria as weakness is by an involuntary countermovement and the suddenness and inevitability of action. The will is weak, and the prescription to avoid stupidities would be to have a strong will and to do nothing contradictionary, a kind of self-destruction. The instinct of preservation is compromised, the weak harm themselves, that is the type of decadence. In fact, we find a tremendous amount of reflection about practices that would lead to impassibility. The instinct is on the right track insofar as doing nothing is more expedient than doing something. All the practices of the orders, the solitary philosophers, the fakirs are inspired by the right value standard that a certain kind of man cannot benefit himself more than by preventing himself as much as possible from acting. Means of relief, absolute obedience, machine-like activity, avoidance of people and things that would demand instant decisions and actions. 46. Weakness of the will, that is a metaphor that can prove misleading. For there is no will, and consequently neither a strong nor a weak will. The multitude and disgregation of impulses and the lack of any systematic order among them result in a weak will. Their coordination under a single predominant impulse results in a strong will. In the first case it is the oscillation and the lack of gravity, in the latter, the precision and clarity of the direction. 47. What is inherited is not the sickness but sickliness, the lack of strength to resist the danger of infections, etc., the broken resistance, morally speaking, resignation and meekness in face of the enemy. I have asked myself if all the supreme values of previous philosophy, morality, and religion could not be compared to the values of the weakened, the mentally ill, and neurasthenics. In a milder form, they represent the same ills. It is the value of all morbid states that they show us under a magnifying glass certain states that are normal but not easily visible when normal. Health and sickness are not essentially different, as the ancient physicians and some practitioners even today suppose. One must not make of them distinct principles or entities that fight over the living organism and turn it into their arena. That is silly nonsense and chatter that is no good any longer. In fact, there are only differences in degree between these two kinds of existence: the exaggeration, the disproportion, the non-harmony of the normal phenomena constitute the pathological state. Just as evil can be considered as exaggeration, disharmony, disproportion, the good may be a protective diet against the danger of exaggeration, disharmony, and disproportion. Hereditary weakness as the dominant feeling, cause of the supreme values. N.B. One wants weakness. Why? Usually because one is necessarily weak. Weakness as a task, weakening the desires, the feelings of pleasure and displeasure, the will to power, to a sense of pride, to want to have and have more, weakening as meekness, weakening as faith, weakening as aversion and shame in the face of everything natural, as negation of life, as sickness and habitual weakness, weakening as the renunciation of revenge, of resistance, of enmity and wrath. The error in treatment: one does not want to fight weakness with a system fortifiant, but rather with a kind of justification and moralization, i.e., with an interpretation. Two totally different states confounded, example the calm of strength, which is essentially forbearance from reaction, and the calm of exhaustion. Rigidity to the point of anesthesia. All philosophic ascetic procedures aim at the second, but really intend the former, for they attribute predicates to the attained state as if a divine state had been attained. 48. The most dangerous misunderstanding. One concept apparently permits no confusion or ambiguity, that of exhaustion. Exhaustion can be acquired or inherited. In any case it changes the aspect of things, the value of things. As opposed to those who, from the fullness they represent and feel, involuntarily give to things and see them fuller, more powerful, and pregnant with future, who at least are able to bestow something. The exhausted diminish and botch all they see, they impoverish the value, they are harmful. About this no mistake seems possible, yet history contains the gruesome fact that the exhausted have always been mistaken for the fullest, and the fullest for the most harmful. Those poor in life, the weak, impoverish life; those rich in life, the strong, enrich it. The first are parasites of life, the second give presents to it. How is it possible to confound these two? When the exhausted appeared with the gesture of the highest activity and energy, they were mistaken for the rich. They excited fear. The cult of the fool is always the cult of those rich in life, the powerful. The fanatic, the possessed, the religious epileptic, all eccentrics have been experienced as the highest types of power, as divine. This kind of strength that excites fear was considered preeminently divine. Here was the origin of authority. Here one interpreted, heard, sought wisdom. This led to the development, almost everywhere, of a will to deify, i.e., a will to the typical degeneration of spirit, body, and nerves, an attempt to find the way to this higher level of being. To make oneself sick, mad, to provoke the symptoms of derangement and ruin that was taken for becoming stronger, more superhuman, more terrible, wiser. One thought that in this way one became so rich in power that one could give from one's fullness. Wherever one adored, one sought one who could give. Here the experience of intoxication proved misleading. This increases the feeling of power in the highest degree. Therefore, naively judged, power itself. On the highest rung of power one placed the most intoxicated, the ecstatic. 49. Acquired, not inherited, exhaustion, inadequate nourishment, often from ignorance about nourishment, example among scholars. Erotic precociousness, the curse in particular of French youth, above all in Paris, who emerge into the world from their lycées botched and soiled and never free themselves again from the chain of contemptible inclinations, ironical and disdainful toward themselves, galley slaves with all refinements. Alcoholism, not the instinct but the habit, the stupid imitation, the cowardly or vain assimilation to a dominant regime. What a blessing a Jew is among Germans! How much dullness, how blonde the head, how blue the eye, the lack of esprit in face, word, posture, the lazy stretching oneself, the German need for a good rest not prompted by overwork but by the disgusting stimulation and overstimulation through alcoholica. 50. Theory of exhaustion. Vice, the mentally ill, the criminals, the anarchists. These are not the oppressed classes but the scum of previous society of all classes. Realizing that all our classes are permeated by these elements, we understand that modern society is no society, no body, but a sick conglomerate of chandalas, a society that no longer has the strength to excrete. To what extent sickliness, owing to the symbiosis of centuries, goes much deeper. Modern virtue equals modern spirituality, equals as forms of sickness. Our science equals. 51. The state of corruption. To understand how all forms of corruption belong together, without forgetting the Christian corruption as well as the socialist communist corruption, also the beyond corruption, as if outside the actual world, that of becoming, there were another world of being. Here no terms are permissible, here one has to eradicate, annihilate, wage war. Everywhere the Christian nihilistic value standard still has to be pulled up and fought under every mask, Example in present-day sociology, in present-day music, in present-day pessimism. Either the one is true or the other. True here means elevating the type of man. The priest, the shepherd of souls, as objectionable forms of existence. All of education to date, helpless, untenable, without center of gravity, stained by the contradiction of values. 52. Nature is not immoral when it has no pity for the degenerate. On the contrary, the growth of physiological and moral ills among mankind is the consequence of a pathological and unnatural morality. The sensibility of the majority of men is pathological and unnatural. Why is it that mankind is corrupt morally and physiologically? The body perishes when an organ is altered. The right of altruism cannot be derived from physiology, nor can the right to help and to an equality of lots. These are prizes for the degenerate and underprivileged. There is no solidarity in a society in which there are sterile, unproductive, and destructive elements which, incidentally, will have descendants even more degenerate than they are themselves. 53. Even the ideals of science can be deeply, yet completely unconsciously influenced by decadence. Our entire sociology is proof of that. The objection to it is that from experience it knows only the form of the decay of society, and inevitably it takes its own instincts of decay for the norms of sociological judgment. In these norms the life that is declining in present-day Europe formulates its social ideals. One cannot tell them from the ideals of old races that have outlived themselves. The herd instinct, then a power that has now become sovereign, is something totally different from the instinct of an aristocratic society, and the value of the units determines the significance of the sum. Our entire sociology simply does not know any other instinct than that of the herd, i.e., that of the sum of zeros, where every zero has equal rights, where it is virtuous to be zero. The valuation that is today applied to the different forms of society is entirely identical with that which assigns a higher value to peace than to war, but this judgment is anti-biological, is itself a fruit of the decadence of life. Life is a consequence of war, society itself a means to war. As a biologist, Mr. Herbert Spencer is a decadent, as a moralist, too. 54. It is my good fortune that after whole millennia of error and confusion I have rediscovered the way that leads to a yes and a no. I teach the no to all that makes weak, that exhausts. I teach the yes to all that strengthens, that stores up strength, that justifies the feeling of strength. So far one has taught neither the one nor the other. Virtue has been taught, mortification of the self, pity, even the negation of life. All these are the values of the exhausted. Prolonged reflection on the physiology of exhaustion forced me to ask to what extent the judgments of the exhausted had penetrated the world of values. My result was as surprising as possible, even for me who was at home in many a strange world. I found that all of the supreme value judgments, all that have come to dominate mankind, at least that part that has become tame, can be derived from the judgments of the exhausted. Under the holiest names I pulled up destructive tendencies. One has called God what weakens, teaches weakness, infects with weakness. I found that the good man is one of the forms in which decadence affirms itself. That virtue of which Schopenhauer still taught that it is the supreme, the only virtue, and the basis of all virtues, precisely pity, I recognized as more dangerous than any vice. To cross as a matter of principle selection in the species and its purification of refuse that has so far been called virtue par excellence. One should respect fatality that says to the weak, perish. One has called it God that one resisted fatality, that one corrupted mankind and made it rot. One should not use the name of God in vain. The race is corrupted not by its vices but by its ignorance. It is corrupted because it did not recognize exhaustion as exhaustion. Mistakes about physiological states are the source of all ills. Virtue is our greatest misunderstanding. Problem: how did the exhausted come to make the laws about values? Put differently, how did those come to power who are the last? How did the instinct of the human animal come to stand on its head? 55-31. Extreme positions are not succeeded by moderate ones but by extreme positions of the opposite kind. Thus the belief in the absolute immorality of nature, in aim and meaninglessness, is the psychologically necessary affect once the belief in God and an essentially moral order becomes untenable. Nihilism appears at that point, not that the displeasure at existence has become greater than before, but because one has come to mistrust any meaning in suffering, indeed in existence. One interpretation has collapsed, but because it was considered the interpretation, it now seems as if there were no meaning at all in existence, as if everything were in vain. That this in vain constitutes the character of present-day nihilism remains to be shown. The mistrust of our previous valuations grows until it becomes the question, are not all values lures that draw out the comedy without bringing it closer to a solution? Duration in vain, without end or aim, is the most paralyzing idea, particularly when one understands that one is being fooled and yet lacks the power not to be fooled. Let us think this thought in its most terrible form: existence as it is, without meaning or aim, yet recurring inevitably without any finale of nothingness, the eternal recurrence. This is the most extreme form of nihilism, the nothing, eternally. The European form of Buddhism, the energy of knowledge and strength, compels this belief. It is the most scientific of all possible hypotheses. We deny end goals. If existence had one, it would have to have been reached. So one understands that an antithesis to pantheism is attempted here, for everything perfect, divine, eternal also compels a faith in the eternal recurrence. Question: does morality make impossible? Is pantheistic affirmation of all things, 2. At bottom, it is only the moral God that has been overcome. Does it make sense to conceive a God beyond good and evil? Would a pantheism in this sense be possible? Can we remove the idea of a goal from the process and then affirm the process in spite of this? This would be the case if something were attained at every moment within this process and always the same. Spinoza reached such an affirmative position in so far as every moment has a logical necessity, and with his basic instinct, which was logical, he felt a sense of triumph that the world should be constituted that way. But his case is only a single case. Every basic character trait that is encountered at the bottom of every event, that finds expression in every event, would have to lead every individual who experienced it as his own basic character trait to welcome every moment of universal existence with a sense of triumph. The crucial point would be that one experienced this basic character trait in oneself as good, valuable with pleasure. It was morality that protected life against despair and the leap into nothing among men and classes who were violated and oppressed by men, for it is the experience of being powerless against men, not against nature, that generates the most desperate embitterment against existence. Morality treated the violent despots, the doers of violence, the masters in general, as the enemies against whom the common man must be protected, which means first of all encouraged and strengthened. Morality consequently taught men to hate and despise most profoundly what is the basic character trait of those who rule, their will to power. To abolish, deny, and dissolve this morality, that would mean looking at the best hated drive with an opposite feeling and valuation. If the suffering and oppressed lost the faith that they have the right to despise the will to power, they would enter the phase of hopeless despair. This would be the case if this trait were essential to life, and it could be shown that even in this will to morality this very will to power were hidden, and even this hatred and contempt were still a will to power. The oppressed would come to see that they were on the same plane with the oppressors, without prerogative, without higher rank. Rather the opposite. There is nothing to life that has value, except the degree of power, assuming that life itself is the will to power. Morality guarded the underprivileged against nihilism by assigning to each an infinite value, a metaphysical value, and by placing each in an order that did not agree with the worldly order of rank and power. It taught resignation, meekness, etc. Supposing that the faith in this morality would perish, then the underprivileged would no longer have their comfort and they would perish. This perishing takes the form of self-destruction, the instinctive selection of that which must destroy. Symptoms of this self-destruction of the underprivileged: self-vivisection, poisoning, intoxication, romanticism, above all the instinctive need for actions that turn the powerful into mortal enemies, the will to destruction as the will of a still deeper instinct, the instinct of self-destruction, the will for nothingness. Nihilism as a symptom that the underprivileged have no comfort left, that they destroy in order to be destroyed, that without morality they no longer have any reason to resign themselves, that they place themselves on the plane of the opposite principle and also want power by compelling the powerful to become their hangman. This is the European form of Buddhism saying no after all existence has lost its meaning. It is not that distress has grown, on the contrary. God, morality, resignation, were remedies on terribly low rungs of misery. Active nihilism appears in relatively much more favorable conditions. The feeling that morality has been overcome presupposes a fair degree of spiritual culture, and this in turn that one is relatively well off. A certain spiritual weariness that, owing to the long fight of philosophical opinions, has reached the most hopeless skepticism regarding all philosophy, is another sign of the by no means low position of these nihilists. Consider the situation in which the Buddha appeared. The doctrine of the eternal recurrence would have scholarly presuppositions. Asterisk. What does underprivileged mean? Above all, physiologically, no longer politically. The unhealthiest kind of man in Europe furnishes the soil for this nihilism. They will experience the belief in the eternal recurrence as a curse, struck by which one no longer shrinks from any action, not to be extinguished passively but to extinguish everything that is so aim and meaningless, although this is a mere convulsion, a blind rage at the insight that everything has been for eternities. Even this moment of nihilism and lust for destruction, it is the value of such a crisis that it purifies, that it pushes together related elements to perish of each other, that it assigns common tasks to men who have opposite ways of thinking, and it also brings to light the weaker and less secure among them, and thus promotes an order of rank according to strength. From the point of view of health, those who command are recognized as those who command, those who obey as those who obey. Of course, outside every existing social order. Asterisk. Who will prove to be the strongest in the course of this? The most moderate, those who do not require any extreme articles of faith, those who not only concede but love a fair amount of accidents and nonsense, those who can think of man with a considerable reduction of his value without becoming small and weak on that account, those richest in health who are equal to most misfortunes and therefore not so afraid of misfortunes, human beings who are sure of their power and represent the attained strength of humanity with conscious pride. Asterisk. How would such a human being even think of the eternal recurrence? 56. Periods of European nihilism. The period of unclarity, of all kinds of tentative men who would conserve the old without letting go of the new. The period of clarity, one understands that the old and the new are basically opposite, the old values born of declining and the new ones of ascending life, that all the old ideals are hostile to life. We understand the old and are far from strong enough for something new. The period of the three great affects, contempt, pity, destruction. The period of catastrophe, the advent of a doctrine that sifts men, driving the weak to decisions, and the strong as well. 2. History of European nihilism. 57. My friends, it was hard for us when we were young, we suffered youth itself like a serious sickness. That is due to the time into which we have been thrown, a time of extensive inner decay and disintegration, a time that with all its weaknesses, and even with its best strength, opposes the spirit of youth. Disintegration characterizes this time, and thus uncertainty. Nothing stands firmly on its feet or on a hard faith in itself. One lives for tomorrow, as the day after tomorrow is dubious. Everything on our way is slippery and dangerous, and the ice that still supports us has become thin. All of us feel the warm, uncanny breath of the thawing wind. Where we still walk, soon no one will be able to walk. 58. If this is not an age of decay and declining vitality, it is at least one of headlong and arbitrary experimentation, and it is probable that a superabundance of bungled experiments should create an overall impression as of decay and perhaps even decay itself. 59. Toward a history of the modern eclipse. The state nomads, without home. The decline of the family. The good man as a symptom of exhaustion. Justice as will to power. Lasciviousness and neurosis. Black music, with a refreshing music. The anarchist. Contempt for man, nausea. Deepest difference, whether hunger or overabundance becomes creative. The former generates the ideals of romanticism. Nordic unnaturalness. The need for alcoholica, the distress of the workers. Philosophical nihilism. 60. The slow emergence and rise of the middle and lower classes, of which one finds many preludes before the French Revolution, and it would have taken place without the Revolution. 2. On the whole, then, the predominance of the herd over all shepherds and bellwethers involves 1. Eclipse of the spirit. 2. Moral hypocrisy. 3. A really great amount of shared suffering and joy. 61. Our time, with its aspiration to remedy and prevent accidental distresses and to wage preventive war against disagreeable possibilities, is a time of the poor. Our rich are poorest of all. The true purpose of all riches is forgotten. 62. Critique of modern man. A. The good man corrupted and seduced by bad institutions, reason as authority, history as overcoming of errors, the future as progress, the Christian state, the Christian sex impulse, the kingdom of justice, freedom. The romantic pose of modern man. The noble man, noble indignation, consecration through passion, siding with the oppressed and underprivileged, motto of the historians and novelists, the Stoics of duty, selflessness as art and knowledge, altruism as the most mendacious form of egoism, most sentimental egoism. All this is 18th century. What, on the other hand, has not been inherited from it, insouciance, cheerfulness, elegance, brightness of the spirit. The tempo of the spirit has changed, the enjoyment of refinement and clarity of the spirit has given place to the enjoyment of color, harmony, mass, reality, etc. Sensualism in matters of the spirit. In short, it is the 18th century of Rousseau. 63. On the whole, a tremendous quantum of humaneness has been attained in present-day mankind. That this is not felt generally is itself a proof. We have become so sensitive concerning small states of distress that we unjustly ignore what has been attained. Here one must make allowance for the existence of much decadence, and seen with such eyes our world has to look wretched and miserable. But such eyes have at all times seen the same things. 1. A certain over-irritation even of the moral feelings. 2. The quantum of embitterment and eclipse that pessimism carries into judgments. These two together account for the predominance of the opposite notion, that our morality is in a bad way. The fact of credit, of worldwide trade, of the means of transportation. Here a tremendous mild trust in man finds expression. Another contributing factor is 3. The emancipation of science from moral and religious purposes, a very good sign that, however, is usually misunderstood. In my own way I attempt a justification of history. 64. The second Buddhism. The nihilistic catastrophe that finishes Indian culture. Early signs of it, the immense increase of pity. Spiritual weariness. The reduction of problems to questions of pleasure and displeasure. The war glory that provokes a counterstroke. Just as national demarcation provokes a counter-movement, the most cordial fraternity. The impossibility for religion to go on working with dogmas and fables. 65. What is attacked deep down today is the instinct and the will of tradition. All institutions that owe their origins to this instinct violate the taste of the modern spirit. At bottom, nothing is thought and done without the purpose of eradicating the sense for tradition. One considers tradition a fatality, one studies it, recognizes it, but one does not want it. The tensing of a will over long temporal distances, the selection of the states and valuations that allow one to dispose of future centuries. Precisely this is anti-modern in the highest degree. Which goes to show that it is the disorganizing principles that give our age its character. 66. Be simple. 4. Us complicated and elusive triers of the reins. A demand that is a simple stupidity. Be natural. But how if one happens to be unnatural? 67. The former means for obtaining homogeneous, enduring characters for long generations, unalienable landed property, honoring the old. Now the breaking up of landed property belongs to the opposite tendency: newspapers, railway, telegraph. Centralization of a tremendous number of different interests in a single soul, which for that reason must be very strong and protean. 68. Why everything turns into histrionics. Modern man lacks the sure instinct. The inability to achieve anything perfect is merely a consequence of this. As an individual one can never make up for lost schooling. That which creates a morality, a code of laws, the profound instinct that only automatism makes possible perfection in life and creation. But now we have reached the opposite point. Indeed, we wanted to reach it, the most extreme consciousness, man's ability to see through himself and history. With this we are practically as far as possible from perfection in being, doing, and willing. Our desire, even our will for knowledge, is a symptom of a tremendous decadence. We strive for the opposite of that which strong races, strong natures want. Understanding is an ending. That science is possible in the sense that is cultivated today is proof that all elementary instincts, life's instincts of self-defense and protection, no longer function. We no longer collect, we squander the capital of our ancestors, even in the way in which we seek knowledge. 69 Nihilistic traits. A. In the natural sciences, causalism, mechanism, lawfulness and entract, a residue. B. Ditto in politics, one lacks the faith in one's right, innocence, mendaciousness, rules and serving the moment. C. Ditto in economics, the abolition of slavery. The lack of a redeeming class, one that justifies advent of anarchism. Education. D. Ditto in history, fatalism, Darwinism, the final attempts to read reason and divinity into it fail. Sentimentality in face of the past, one could not endure a biography. E. Ditto in art, romanticism and its counterstroke. The latter, moral as a sense of greater truthfulness, but pessimistic. Pure artists. 70. Against the doctrine of the influence of the milieu and external causes, the force within is infinitely superior. Much that looks like external influence is merely its adaptation from within. The very same milieus can be interpreted and exploited in opposite ways. There are no facts. A genius is not explained in terms of such conditions of his origin. 71. Modernity in the perspective of the metaphor of nourishment and digestion. Sensibility immensely more irritable, the abundance of disparate impressions greater than ever, cosmopolitanism in foods, literatures, newspapers, forms, tastes, even landscapes. The tempo of this influx prestissimo, the impressions erase each other, one instinctively resists taking in anything, taking anything deeply, to digest anything. A weakening of the power to digest results from this. A kind of adaptation to this flood of impressions takes place. Men unlearn spontaneous action, they merely react to stimuli from outside. They spend their strength partly in assimilating things, partly in defense, partly in opposition. Profound weakening of spontaneity. The historian, critic, analyst, the interpreter, the observer, the collector, the reader, all of them reactive talents, all science. Artificial change of one's nature into a mirror, interested but, as it were, merely epidermically interested, a coolness on principle, a balance, a fixed low temperature closely underneath the thin surface on which warmth, movement, tempest, and the play of waves are encountered. Opposition of external mobility and a certain deep heaviness and weariness. 72. Where does our modern world belong to exhaustion or ascent? Its manifoldness and unrest conditioned by the attainment of the highest level of consciousness. 73. Overwork, curiosity and sympathy are modern vices. 74. Toward a characterization of modernity. Overabundant. Development of intermediary forms, atrophy of types, traditions break off, schools, the overlordship of the instincts after the willpower, the willing of end and means, has been weakened. 75. An able craftsman or scholar cuts a fine figure when he takes pride in his art and looks on life content and satisfied. but nothing looks more wretched than when a shoemaker or schoolmaster gives us to understand with a suffering mien that he was really born for something better. There is nothing better than what is good, and good is having some ability and using that to create, Tüchtigkeit or virtue in the Italian Renaissance sense. Today, in our time when the state has an absurdly fat stomach, there are in all fields and departments, in addition to the real workers, also representatives, example besides the scholars also scribblers, besides the suffering classes also garrulous, boastful Peter-do-wells who represent the suffering, not to speak of the professional politicians who are well off while representing distress with powerful lungs before a parliament. Our modern life is extremely expensive owing to the large number of intermediaries, in an ancient city, on the other hand, and, echoing that, also in many cities in Spain and Italy, one appeared oneself and would have given a hoot to such modern representatives and intermediaries or a kick. 76. The predominance of dealers and intermediaries in spiritual matters. 2. The scribbler, the representative, the historian, the exotician and cosmopolitan, the intermediaries between science and philosophy, the semi-theologians. 77. Nothing to date has nauseated me more than the parasites of the spirit. In our unhealthy Europe one already finds them everywhere, and they have the best conscience in the world. Perhaps a little dim, a little air pessimist, but in the main voraclous, dirty, dirtying, creeping in, nestling, thievish, scurvy, and as innocent as all little sinners and microbes. They live off the fact that other people have spirit and squander it. They know that it is of the very essence of the rich spirit to squander itself carelessly, without petty caution, from day to day, for the spirit is a bad householder and pays no heed to how everybody lives and feeds on it. 78. Histrionics. The colorfulness of modern man and its charm. Essentially concealment and satiety. The scribbler. The politician. Histrionics in the arts. Lack of probity in prior training and schooling. The romantics. The novelists. The lyric poets. Being scientific. Virtuosos. Popular ideals overcome, but not yet in the eyes of the people, the saint, the sage, the prophet. 79. The modern spirit's lack of discipline, dressed up in all sorts of moral fashions. The showy words are, tolerance, la largeur de sympathy, objectivity, freedom versus rules, truth versus forgery and lies, being scientific, passion meaning disorder and immoderation, depth meaning confusion, the profuse chaos of symbols. 80. Toward a critique of the big words, I am full of suspicion and malice against what they call ideals. This is my pessimism, to have recognized how the higher feelings are a source of misfortune and man's loss of value. One is deceived every time one expects progress from an ideal, every time so far the victory of the ideal has meant a retrograde movement. Christianity, the revolution, the abolition of slavery, equal rights, philanthropy, love of peace, justice, truth, all these big words have value only in a fight, as flags, not as realities but as showy words for something quite different. 81. One knows the kind of human being who has fallen in love with the motto, tout comprendre c'est tout pardonner. It is the weak, it is above all the disappointed. If there is something to be forgiven in all, perhaps there is also something to be despised in all. It is the philosophy of disappointment that wraps itself so humanely in pity and looks sweet. These are romantics whose faith flew the coop. Now they at least want to watch how everything passes and goes. They call it l'art pour l'art, objectivity, etc. 82. Chief symptoms of pessimism, the diner's shame aiguë, Russian pessimism, aesthetic pessimism, l'art pour l'art, description, epistemological pessimism, anarchistic pessimism, the religion of pity, Buddhistic pre-movement, cultural pessimism, moralistic pessimism, I myself. 83. Without the Christian faith, Pascal thought, you, no less than nature and history, will become for yourselves un monstre et un chaos. This prophecy we have fulfilled, after the feeble optimistic 18th century had prettified and rationalized man. Schopenhauer and Pascal. In an important sense, Schopenhauer is the first to take up again the movement of Pascal, un renonstra et un chaos, consequently something to be negated: history, nature, man himself. Our inability to know the truth is the consequence of our corruption, our moral decay, thus Pascal. And thus, at bottom, Schopenhauer. The deeper the corruption of reason, the more necessary the doctrine of salvation, or, in Schopenhauer's terms, negation. 84. Schopenhauer as throwback: pity, sensuality, art, weakness of the will, Catholicism of spiritual cravings. That is good 18th century au fond. Schopenhauer's basic misunderstanding of the will is typical, lowering the value of the will to the point of making a real mistake. Also hatred against willing, attempt to see something higher, indeed that which is higher and valuable, in willing no more, in being a subject without aim and purpose. Great symptom of the exhaustion or the weakness of the will, for the will is precisely that which treats cravings as their master and appoints to them their way and measure. 85. The unworthy attempt has been made to see Wagner and Schopenhauer as types of mental illness. One would gain an incomparably more essential insight by making more precise scientifically the type of decadence both represent. 86. Your Henrik Ibsen has become very clear to me. For all his robust idealism and will to truth, he did not dare to liberate himself from the illusionism of morality that speaks of freedom without wishing to admit to itself what freedom is, the second stage in the metamorphosis of the will to power for those who lack freedom. On the first stage one demands justice from those who are in power. On the second, one speaks of freedom, that is, one wants to get away from those in power. On the third, one speaks of equal rights, that is, as long as one has not yet gained superiority one wants to prevent one's competitors from growing in power. 87. Decline of Protestantism, understood as a halfway house both theoretically and historically. Actual superiority of Catholicism, the feeling of Protestantism extinguished to such an extent that the strongest anti-Protestant movements are no longer experienced as such. All of the higher regions of the spirit in France are Catholic in their instincts. Bismarck realizes that Protestantism simply doesn't exist anymore. 88. Protestantism, that spiritually unclean and boring form of decadence in which Christianity has been able so far to preserve itself in the mediocre North, valuable for knowledge as something complex and a halfway house, in so far as it brought together in the same heads experiences of different orders and origins. 89. How did the German spirit transform Christianity, and to stick to Protestantism, how much beer there is in Protestant Christianity? Can one even imagine a spiritually staler, lazier, more comfortably relaxed form of the Christian faith than that of the average Protestant in Germany? That's what I call a modest version of Christianity. A homeopathy of Christianity is what I call it. One reminds me that today we also encounter an immodest Protestantism, that of the court chaplains and anti-Semitic speculators, but nobody has claimed yet that any spirit whatever moved on the faces of these waters. That is merely a more indecent form of Christianity, by no means more sensible. 90. Progress. Let us not be deceived. Time marches forward, we'd like to believe that everything that is in it also marches forward, that the development is one that moves forward. The most level-headed are led astray by this illusion. But the 19th century does not represent progress over the 16th, and the German spirit of 1888 represents a regress from the German spirit of 1788. Mankind does not advance, it does not even exist. The overall aspect is that of a tremendous experimental laboratory in which a few successes are scored, scattered throughout all ages, while there are untold failures, and all order, logic, union, and obligingness are lacking. How can we fail to recognize that the ascent of Christianity is a movement of decadence, that the German Reformation is a recrudescence of Christian barbarism, that the Revolution destroyed the instinct for a grand organization of society? Man represents no progress over the animal, the civilized tenderfoot is an abortion compared to the Arab and Corsican, The Chinese is a more successful type, namely more durable, than the European. 91 On German pessimism. The eclipse, the pessimistic coloring, comes necessarily in the wake of the Enlightenment. Around 1770 the decline of cheerfulness began to be noticed. Women, with that feminine instinct which always sides with virtue, supposed that immorality was the cause. Gallieni hit the nail on the head. He cites Voltaire's verse. Un monstre qui vaut mieux. Tu un sentimental ennuyeux. When I believe now that I am a few centuries ahead in enlightenment not only of Voltaire but even of Gallieni, who was far profounder, how far must I have got in the increase of darkness? And this is really the case, and I bewared in time, with some sort of regret, of the German and Christian narrowness and inconsequence of pessimism à la Schopenhauer or, worse, Leopardi, and sought out the most quintessential forms. But in order to endure this type of extreme pessimism and to live alone without God and morality, I had to invent a counterpart for myself. Perhaps I know best why man alone laughs. He alone suffers so deeply that he had to invent laughter. The unhappiest and most melancholy animal is, as fitting, the most cheerful. 92. Regarding German culture, I have always had the feeling of decline. This fact, that I first became acquainted with a type in decline, has often made me unfair to the whole phenomenon of European culture. The Germans always come after the others, much later. They are carrying something in the depths, e.g. dependence on other countries, example Kant, Rousseau, sensualists, Hume, Swedenborg, Schopenhauerians and Romanticism, Voltaire. Wagner, French cult of the gruesome and of grand opera, Paris, and the flight into primeval states. The law of the latecomers. Why the Germans of all people discovered the Greek spirit. Music is swan song. 93. Renaissance and Reformation. What does the Renaissance prove? That the reign of the individual has to be brief. The squandering is too great, the very possibility of collecting and capitalizing is lacking, and exhaustion follows immediately. These are times when everything is spent, when the very strength is spent with which one collects, capitalizes, and piles riches upon riches. Even the opponents of such movements are forced into an absurd waste of energy. They, too, soon become exhausted, spent, desolate. In the Reformation we possess a wild and vulgar counterpart to the Italian Renaissance, born of related impulses. Only in the retarded North, which had remained coarse, they had to don a religious disguise, for there the concept of the higher life had not yet detached itself from that of the religious life. Through the Reformation, too, the individual sought freedom. Everybody his own priest is also a mere formula of libertinage. In truth, one word was enough: evangelical freedom, and all instincts that had reason to remain hidden broke out like wild dogs. The most brutal requirements suddenly acquired the courage to face themselves, and everything seemed justified. One was careful not to understand what liberty one had really meant at bottom. One shut one's eyes before oneself, but shutting one's eyes and moistening one's lips with enthusiastic orations did not prevent one's hands from grasping whatever could be grabbed, and the belly became the god of the free evangel, and all the cravings of revenge and envy satisfied themselves with insatiable rage. This took a while, then exhaustion set in, just as it had in the south of Europe, and here, too, a vulgar kind of exhaustion, a general were in servitium. The indecent century of Germany arrived. 94. Chivalry as the conquered position of power, its gradual breaking up. In La Rochefoucauld we find a consciousness of the true motive springs of noblesse of the mind, and a view of these motive springs that is darkened by Christianity. The French Revolution as the continuation of Christianity. Rousseau is the seducer. He again unfetters woman, who is henceforth represented in an ever more interesting manner as suffering. Then the slaves and Mrs. Beecher Stowe. Then the poor and the workers. Then the vice addicts and the sick. All this is moved into the foreground. Next come the curse on voluptuousness, the most decided conviction that the lust to rule is the greatest vice, the perfect certainty that morality and disinterestedness are identical concepts, and that the happiness of all is a goal worth striving for. We are well along on the way, the kingdom of heaven of the poor in spirit has begun. Intermediary stages, the bourgeois and the worker. Comparison of Greek culture and that of the French in the age of Louis XIV. Decided faith in oneself. A leisure class whose members make things difficult for themselves and exercise much self-overcoming. The power of form, the will to give form to oneself. Happiness admitted as a goal. Much strength and energy behind the emphasis on forms. The delight in looking at a life that seems so easy to the French, the Greeks looked like children. 95. The three centuries. Their different sensibilities are best expressed thus. Aristocratism, Descartes, rule of reason, testimony of the sovereignty of the will. Feminism, Rousseau, rule of feeling, testimony of the sovereignty of the senses, mendacious. Animalism, Schopenhauer, rule of craving, testimony of the sovereignty of animality, more honest but gloomy. The 17th century is aristocratic, imposes order, looks down haughtily upon the animalic, is severe against the heart, not cozy, without sentiment, un-German, averse to what is burlesque and what is natural, inclined to generalizations and sovereign, confronted with the past for it believes in itself. Much beast of prey au fond, much ascetic habit to remain master. The century of strong will, also of strong passion. The 18th century is dominated by woman, given to enthusiasm, full of esprit, shallow, but with a spirit in the service of what is desirable, of the heart, libertine in the enjoyment of what is most spiritual, and undermines all authorities, intoxicated, cheerful, clear, humane, false before itself, much canaille au fond, sociable. The 19th century is more animalic and subterranean, uglier, more realistic and vulgar, and precisely for that reason better, more honest, more submissive before every kind of reality, truer, but weak in will, but sad and full of dark cravings, but fatalistic. Not full of awe and reverence for either reason or heart, deeply convinced of the rule of cravings. Even morality reduced to one instinct. Auguste Comte is a continuation of the 18th century. That science has become sovereign to such a degree proves how the 19th century has rid itself of the domination of ideals. A certain frugality of desire makes possible our scientific curiosity and severity, which is our kind of virtue. Romanticism is an echo of the 18th century, a kind of piled high desire for its enthusiasm in the grand style. The 19th century looks instinctively for theories that seem to justify its fatalistic submission to matters of fact. Already Hegel's success against sentimentality and romantic idealism was due to his fatalistic way of thinking, to his faith in the greater reason on the side of the victorious, to his justification of the actual state. Schopenhauer, we are something stupid and, at best, even something that cancels itself. Success of determinism, of the genealogical derivation of obligations that had formerly been considered absolute, the doctrine of milieu and adaptation, the reduction of will to reflexes, the denial of the will as an efficient cause, finally a real rechristening. One sees so little will that the word becomes free to designate something else. Further theories, the doctrine of objectivity will less contemplation as the only road to truth, also to beauty, mechanism, the calculable rigidity of the mechanical process, the alleged naturalism, elimination of the choosing, judging, interpreting subject as a principle. Kant, with his practical reason and his moral fanaticism, is wholly 18th century, still entirely outside the historical movement, without any eye for the actuality of his time, example revolution, untouched by Greek philosophy, fanciful visionary of the concept of duty, sensualist with the backdrop of the pampering of dogmatism. The movement back to Kant in our century is a movement back to the 18th century. One wants to regain a right to the old ideals and the old enthusiasm, for that reason an epistemology that sets boundaries, which means that it permits one to posit as one may see fit a beyond of reason. Hegel's way of thinking is not far different from Goethe's. One needs only to listen to Goethe about Spinoza. Will to deify the universe and life in order to find repose and happiness in contemplation and in getting to the bottom of things, Hegel seeks reason everywhere. Before reason one may submit and acquiesce. In Goethe a kind of almost joyous and trusting fatalism that does not revolt, that does not flag, that seeks to form a totality out of himself, in the faith that only in the totality everything redeems itself and appears good and justified. 96. Period of the Enlightenment followed by the period of sentimentality. To what extent Schopenhauer belongs to sentimentality? 97. The 17th century suffers of man as of a sum of contradictions. It seeks to discover, order, excavate man, while the 18th century seeks to forget what is known of man's nature in order to assimilate him to its utopia. Superficial, tender, humane, enthusiastic about man. The 17th century seeks to erase the tracks of the individual to make the work look as similar to life as possible. The 18th uses the work in an attempt to arouse interest in the author. The 17th century seeks in art, a piece of culture. The 18th uses art to make propaganda for reforms of a social and political nature. Utopia, the ideal man, the deification of nature, the vanity of posing, the subordination to propaganda for social goals, charlatanism, these are our gifts from the 18th century. The style of the 17th century, propre, exact et libre. The strong individual, self-officiant or zealously occupied before God, and this modern obtrusiveness of authors who all but leap out at you, these furnish some contrast. To perform, compare that with the scholars of Port Royal. Alfieri had a sense for grand style. Hatred of the burlesque, lack of a sense for nature belong to the 17th century. 98. Against Rousseau, unfortunately, man is no longer evil enough. Rousseau's opponents who say man is a beast of prey are unfortunately wrong. Not the corruption of man but the extent to which he has become tender and moralized is his curse. Precisely in the sphere that Rousseau fought most violently one could find the relatively still strong and well turned out type of man. The man of the 18th century has to be compared with the man of the Renaissance, so that one feels what is at stake. Rousseau is a symptom of self-contempt and heated vanity, both signs that the domineering will is lacking. He moralizes and, as a man of rancor, seeks the cause of his wretchedness in the ruling classes. 99. Against Rousseau the state of nature is terrible, man is a beast of prey. Our civilization represents a tremendous triumph over this beast of prey nature, thus argued Voltaire. He felt the mitigation, the subtleties, the spiritual joys of the civilized state. He despised narrow-mindedness, also in the form of virtue, and the lack of delicatesse, also among ascetics and monks. The moral reprehensibility of man seemed to preoccupy Rousseau. With the words unjust and cruel one can best stir up the instincts of the oppressed who otherwise smart under the ban of the vetedom and disfavor, so their conscience advises them against rebellious cravings. Such emancipators seek one thing above all, to give their party the grand accents and poses of the higher nature. 100. Rousseau, the rule based on feeling, nature as the source of justice. Man perfects himself to the extent to which he approaches nature. The very same epochs are for one ages of the progress of humanity, for the other, times when injustice and inequality grow worse. Voltaire still comprehended humanita in the Renaissance sense, also virtue. He tites for the cause of the Honnêtes gens and de la bonne compagnie, the cause of taste, of science, of the arts, of progress itself and civilization. The fight began around 1760, the citizen of Geneva and Le Seigneur de Ferney. Only from that moment on Voltaire becomes the man of his century, the philosopher, the representative of tolerance and unbelief. Envy and hatred of Rousseau's success impelled him forward, to the heights. Pour l'aucun il un du rémunérateur et venger Voltaire. Critique of both points of view in regard to the value of civilization. The social invention is for Voltaire the most beautiful there is no higher goal than to maintain and perfect it. Precisely this is honnêteté, to respect social conventions, virtue as obedience to certain necessary prejudices in favor of the preservation of society. Missionary of culture, aristocrat, representative of the victorious, ruling classes and their valuations. But Rousseau remained a plebeian, also as homme de lettres, that was unheard of, his impudent contempt of all that was not he himself. What was sick in Rousseau was admired and imitated most. Rousseau is proud in regard to what he is, in spite of his origins, but he is beside himself when one reminds him of it. Rousseau, beyond a doubt, mentally disturbed, in Voltaire an uncommon health and light touch. The rancor of the sick, the periods of his insanity, also those of his contempt of man and his mistrust. The defense of Providence by Rousseau, he needed God in order to be able to cast a curse upon society and civilization. Everything had to be good in itself because God had created it, only man has corrupted men. The good man as the natural man was pure fantasy, but with the dogma of God's authorship it seemed probable and well-founded. Romanticism à la Rousseau, passion, naturalness, the fascination of madness, the absurd vanity of the weak man, the rancor of the mob as judge. 101. Kant makes the epistemological skepticism of the English possible for Germans. 1. By enlisting for it the sympathy of the moral and religious needs of the Germans, just as the later philosophers of the Academy used skepticism for the same reason, as a preparation for Platonism, and as Pascal used even moralistic skepticism in order to excite the need for faith. 2. By scholastically involuting and curlicuing it and thus making it acceptable for the German taste regarding scientific form. Kant, inferior in his psychology and knowledge of human nature, way off when it comes to great historical values, a moral fanatic à la Rousseau, a subterranean Christianity in his values, a dogmatist through and through, but ponderously sick of this inclination, to such an extent that he wished to tyrannize it, but also weary right away of skepticism, not yet touched by the slightest breath of cosmopolitan taste and the beauty of antiquity, a delayer and mediator, nothing original. As German music did between French and Italian music, as Charlemagne did between Imperium Romanum and Nationalism delayers par excellence. 102. In how far the Christian centuries with their pessimism were stronger centuries than the 18th century, like the tragic era of the Greeks. The 19th century vis-a-vis the 18th century. In what respects error, in what respects a regression, in what respects progress. 103-75. What does it mean that we have such a feeling for the Campagna Romana? And for high mountain ranges? What is the meaning of our nationalism? Chateaubriand in 1803, in a letter to M. de Fontanes, gives the first impression of the Campagna Romana. President de Grosses says of the Campagna Romana, il fallit que Romulus fut ivira, quand il songe à bâtir une ville dans un terrain aussi laid. Delacroix, too, did not like Rome, it frightened him. He was enthusiastic about Venice, like Shakespeare, like Byron, like George Sand. This aversion to Rome also in Thief, Gautier and in Rich. Wagner. Lamartine has found language for Sarant and Pozalip. Victor Hugo was enthusiastic about Spain, parce qu'aucune autre nation n'a moins empreinte à l'antiquité, parce qu'elle n'a subi aucune influence classique. 104. The two great tentative ones, made to overcome the 18th century. Napoleon, by awakening again the man, the soldier, and the great fight for power, conceiving Europe as a political unit. Goethe, by imagining a European culture that would harvest the full inheritance of attained humanity. German culture of this century arouses mistrust in music. This full, redeeming and binding element of Goethe is lacking. The Austrians have remained German only by virtue of their music. 105. The preponderance of music in the Romantics of 1839 and 1840. Delacroix. Ingres, a passionate musician, said to his students in Rome, "Sije pouvez vous rendre two musicians, vous y gagneries comme painters." Also Horace Vernet, with a special passion for Don Giovanni, also Stendhal, who said of himself, "Combien de luz ne ferais je pas apide, et combien de jours de prison ne me soumetterais je pas pour entendre Don Juan oule matrimonio segreto, et je ne sais pour que autre chose je ferais cette porte." At that time he was 56. Borrowed forms, example Brahms as typical epigone, Mendelssohn's educated Protestantism, ditto. Moral and poetical substitutions in Wagner, one art as stopgap for deficiencies in the others. The historical sense, inspiration from poetry and ancient sagas. That typical transformation of which G. Flaubert offers the clearest example among the French and Richard Wagner among the Germans, in which the romantic faith in love and the future is transformed into the desire for the nothing, 1830 into 1850. 106. Why does German music culminate in the period of German Romanticism? Why is Goethe missing in German music? How much Schiller, more precisely, how much Thekla there is in Beethoven? Schumann has in himself Eschendorf, Uhland, Heine, Hoffmann, Tieck. Richard Wagner has Frischütz, Hoffmann, Grimm, the romantic saga, the mystical Catholicism of instinct, symbolism, the libertinism of passion. The Flying Dutchman tastes of France, where Etienne Breuze was the type of the seducer in 1830. Cult of music, of the revolutionary romanticism of form. Wagner sums up romanticism, German as well as French. 107. Estimated merely for his value for Germany and German culture, Richard Wagner remains a great question mark, perhaps a German misfortune, in any case a destiny, but what does it matter? Isn't he very much more than merely a German event? It even seems to me that there is no place where he belongs less than Germany, nothing was prepared for him there, his whole type remains simply strange among Germans, odd, uncomprehended, incomprehensible, but one is careful not to admit this to oneself, for that one is too kindly, too square, too German. Credo quia absurdus est, that is what the German spirit wants and also wanted in this case, and so it believes for the present whatever Wagner wanted people to believe about him. The German spirit has at all times lacked subtlety and divination in psychologicis. Today, under the high pressure of fatherlandism and self-admiration, it is visibly thickening and becoming coarser. How should it be capable of coping with the problem of Wagner? 108. So far, the Germans are nothing, but they will become something, thus they have no culture yet, thus they cannot have any culture yet. That is my proposition. Let those who cannot help it take offense. So far they are nothing, that means, they are all sorts of things. They will become something, that means, they will stop some day being all sorts of things. The latter is at bottom a mere wish, scarcely a hope, fortunately, a wish on which one can live, a matter of will, of work, of discipline, of breeding, as well as a matter of annoyance, of desire, of missing something, of discomfort, even of embitterment. In brief, we Germans desire something from ourselves that has not yet been desired from us. We desire something more. That this German as he is not yet deserves something better than today's German Bildung, that all who are in the process of becoming must be furious when they perceive some satisfaction in this area, an impertinent retiring on one's laurels or self-congratulation. That is my second proposition, on which I also have not yet changed my mind. 109. Principle, there is an element of decay in everything that characterizes modern man, but close beside the sickness stand signs of an untested force and powerfulness of the soul. The same reasons that produce the increasing smallness of man drive the stronger and rarer individuals up to greatness. 110. Overall insight, the ambiguous character of our modern world underscore the very same symptoms could point to decline and to strength. And the signs of strength, of the attainment of majority, could be misconstrued as weakness on the basis of traditional negative emotional valuations. In brief, our feelings, as feelings about values, are not up to date. To generalize, feelings about values are always behind the times. They express conditions of preservation and growth that belong to times long gone by. They resist new conditions of existence with which they cannot cope and which they necessarily misunderstand, thus they inhibit and arouse suspicion against what is new. 111. The problem of the 19th century. Whether its strong and weak sides belong together. Whether it is all of one piece. Whether the diverseness of its ideals and their mutual inconsistency are due to a higher aim, as something higher, for it could be the precondition of greatness to grow to such an extent in violent tension. Dissatisfaction, nihilism could be a good sign. 112. Overall insight. Actually, every major growth is accompanied by a tremendous crumbling and passing away, suffering. The symptoms of decline belong in the times of tremendous advances. Every fruitful and powerful movement of humanity has also created at the same time a nihilistic movement. It could be the sign of a crucial and most essential growth, of the transition to new conditions of existence, that the most extreme form of pessimism, genuine nihilism, would come into the world. This I have comprehended. 113. To begin with a full and cordial tribute to contemporary humanity, not to be deceived by appearances. This type of humanity is less striking but gives far better warranties of duration. Its tempo is slower, but the beat is much richer. Health is increasing, the actual conditions for a strong body get recognized and are slowly created. Asceticism ironis. One shrinks from extremes, a certain confidence in the right road, no enthusing, temporary acclimatization to narrower values. Still, this whole picture would remain ambiguous. It could be an ascending but also a descending movement of life. Faith in progress in the lower spheres of intelligence, it appears as ascending life, but this is self-deception, in the higher spheres of intelligence as descending life. Description of the symptoms. Unity of point of view, uncertainty about standards of value. Fear of a general in vain. Nihilism. 114. Actually, we have no longer such need of an antidote to the first nihilism. Life in our Europe is no longer that uncertain, capricious, absurd. Such a tremendous increase in the value of man, the value of trouble, etc., is not so needful now. We can take a significant decrease of this value, we may concede much absurdity and caprice. The power man has attained now permits a demotion of the means of breeding of which the moral interpretation was the strongest. God is far too extreme a hypothesis. 115. If anything signifies our humanization a genuine and actual progress, it is the fact that we no longer require excessive oppositions, indeed no opposites at all. We may love the senses, we have spiritualized and made them artistic in every degree. We have a right to all those things which were most maligned until now. 116. The inversion of the order of rank. The pious counterfeiters, the priests, among us become chandalas. They replace the charlatans, quacks, counterfeiters, and wizards. We consider them corrupters of the will, great slanderers of life on which they wish to revenge themselves, rebels among the underprivileged. We have turned the caste of Senants, the Sudras, into our middle class, our vogue people, those who make political decisions. On the other hand, the Chandala of former times is at the top, foremost, those who blaspheme God, the immoralists, the nomads of every type, the artists, Jews, musicians at bottom, all disreputable classes of men. We have raised ourselves to the level of honorable thoughts. Even more, we determine honor on earth, nobility. All of us are today advocates of life. We immoralists are today the strongest power. The other great powers need us. We construe the world in our image. We have transferred the concept of the Chandala to the priests, teachers of a beyond, and the Christian society that is grown together with them, as well as all who are of the same origin, the pessimists, nihilists, romantics of pity, criminals, vice addicts, the whole sphere in which the concept of God is imagined as a savior. We are proud of no longer having to be liars, slanderers, men who cast suspicion on life. 117. Progress of the 19th century against the 18th. 1. Return to nature understood more and more decisively in the opposite sense from Rousseau's. Away from idol and opera. 2. More and more decisively anti-idealistic, more concrete, more fearless, industrious, moderate, suspicious against sudden changes, anti-revolutionary. 3. More and more decisively the question concerning the health of the body is put ahead of that of the soul, the latter being understood as a state consequent upon the former, and the former at the very least as a precondition of the health of the soul. 118. If anything at all has been achieved, it is a more innocuous relation to the senses, a more joyous, benevolent, Goethean attitude toward sensuality, also a prouder feeling regarding the search for knowledge, so that the pure fool is not given much credit. 119. We who are objective. It is not pity that opens the gates to the most distant and strange types of being and culture to us, but rather our accessibility and lack of partiality that does not empathize with or share suffering but on the contrary takes delight in 100 things that formerly led people to suffer. Suffering in all its nuances has become interesting for us. In this respect we are certainly not fuller of pity, even when we are shaken by the sight of suffering and moved to tears, we do not by any means for that reason feel like helping. In this voluntary desire to contemplate all sorts of distress and transgressions we have become stronger and more vigorous than the 18th century was. It is a proof of our increase in vigor. But it is a profound misunderstanding to construe our romanticism as a proof that our souls have become more beautiful. We desire strong sensations as all coarser ages and social strata do. This should be distinguished from the needs of those with weak nerves and the decadents. They have a need for pepper, even for cruelty. All of us seek states in which bourgeois morality no longer has any say, and priestly morality even less. How man has become more natural in the 19th century, not return to nature, for there has never yet been a natural humanity. The scholasticism of and anti-natural values is the rule, is the beginning. Man reaches nature only after a long struggle. He never returns to nature, i.e., daring to be immoral like nature. We are coarser, more direct, full of irony against generous feelings even when we succumb to them. More natural is our first society, that of the rich, the leisure class. They hunt each other. Love between the sexes is a kind of sport in which marriage furnishes an obstacle and a provocation. They amuse themselves and live for pleasure. They esteem physical advantages above all, are curious and bold. More natural is our attitude to the search for knowledge. We possess libertinage of the spirit in all innocence. We hate pompous and hieratical manners. We delight in what is most forbidden. We should hardly know any longer of any interest of knowledge if the way to it were paved with boredom. More natural is our attitude toward morality. Principles have become ridiculous. Nobody permits himself any longer to speak without irony of his duty. But a helpful, benevolent disposition is esteemed. More natural is our position in politicis. We see problems of power, of one quantum of power against another. We do not believe in any right that is not supported by the power of enforcement. We feel all rights to be conquests. More natural is our estimation of great human beings and great things. We consider passion a privilege. We consider nothing great unless it includes a great crime. We conceive all being great as a placing oneself outside as far as morality is concerned. More natural is our attitude toward nature. We no longer love it on account of its innocence, reason, or beauty. We have made it nicely devilish and dumb. But instead of despising it on that account, we have felt more closely related to it ever since, more at home in it. It does not aspire to virtue, and for that we respect nature. More natural is our attitude toward art. We do not demand beautiful illusory lies from it, etc. Brutal positivism reigns, recognizing facts without becoming excited. In summa, there are signs that the European of the 19th century is less ashamed of his instincts. He has taken a goodly step toward admitting to himself his unconditional naturalness, i.e., his immorality, without becoming embittered. On the contrary, strong enough to endure only the sight. This sounds to some ears as if corruption had progressed, and it is certain that man has not come close to that nature of which Rousseau speaks, but has progressed another step in civilization, which Rousseau abhorred. We have become stronger. We have again come closer to the 17th century, especially to the taste of its end. 121. Culture contra civilization. The high points of culture and civilization do not coincide. One should not be deceived about the abysmal antagonism of culture and civilization. The great moments of culture were always, morally speaking, times of corruption, and conversely, the periods when the taming of the human animal was desired and enforced were times of intolerance against the boldest and most spiritual natures. Civilization has aims different from those of culture, perhaps they are even opposite. 122. What I warn against, the instincts of decadence should not be confused with humaneness, the means of civilization, which lead to disintegration and necessarily to decadence, should not be confused with culture, the libertinage, the principle of laissez-aller, should not be confused with the will to power. 123. The unfinished problems I pose anew, the problem of civilization, the fight between Rousseau and Voltaire around 1760. Man becomes more profound, mistrustful, immoral, stronger, more confident of himself and to this extent more natural. This is progress. At the same time, in accordance with a kind of division of labor, the strata that have become more evil are separated from those that have become milder and tamer, so that the overall fact is not noticed immediately. It is characteristic of strength, of the self-control and fascination of strength, that these stronger strata possess the art of making others experience their progress in evil as something higher. It is characteristic of every progress that the strengthened elements are reinterpreted as good. 124. To give men back the courage to their natural drives. To check their self-underestimation. To remove antitheses from things after comprehending that we have projected them there. To remove the idiosyncrasies of society from existence. Progress toward naturalness, in all political questions, also in the relations of parties, even of commercial, workers, and employers' parties, questions of power are at stake. What one can do, and only after that what one ought to do. 125L. Socialism as the logical conclusion of the tyranny of the least and the dumbest, i.e., those who are superficial, envious, and three-quarters actors, is indeed entailed by modern ideas and their latent anarchism, but in the tepid air of democratic well-being the capacity to reach conclusions, or to finish, weakens. One follows but one no longer sees what follows. Therefore socialism is on the whole a hopeless and sour affair, and nothing offers a more amusing spectacle than the contrast between the poisonous and desperate faces cut by today's socialists and to what wretched and pinched feelings their style bears witness, and the harmless lamb's happiness of their hopes and desiderata. Nevertheless, in many places in Europe they may yet bring off occasional coups and attacks. There will be deep rumblings in the stomach of the next century, and the Paris Commune, which has its apologists and advocates in Germany, too, was perhaps no more than a minor indigestion compared to what is coming. But there will always be too many who have possessions for socialism to signify more than an attack of sickness, and those who have possessions are of one mind on one article of faith. One must possess something in order to be something. But this is the oldest and healthiest of all instincts. I should add, one must want to have more than one has in order to become more. For this is the doctrine preached by life itself to all that has life, the morality of development. To have and to want to have more growth, in one word that is life itself. In the doctrine of socialism there is hidden, rather badly, a will to negate life. The human beings or races that think up such a doctrine must be bungled. Indeed, I should wish that a few great experiments might prove that in a socialist society life negates itself, cuts off its own roots. The earth is large enough and man still sufficiently unexhausted, hence such a practical instruction and demonstratio ad absurdum would not strike me as undesirable, even if it were gained and paid for with a tremendous expenditure of human lives. In any case, even as a restless mole under the soil of a society that wallows in stupidity, socialism will be able to be something useful and therapeutic. It delays peace on earth and the total mollification of the democratic herd animal. It forces the Europeans to retain spirit, namely cunning and cautious care, not to abjure manly and warlike virtues altogether, and to retain some remnant of spirit, of clarity, sobriety, and coldness of the spirit it protects Europe for the time being from the marasmus femininus that threatens it. 126. The most favorable inhibitions and remedies of modernity. 1. Universal military service with real wars in which the time for joking is past. 2. National bigotry. 3. Improved nutrition. 4. Increasing cleanliness and healthfulness of domiciles. 5. Hegemony of physiology over theology, moralism, economics, and politics. 6. Military severity in the demand for and handling of one's obligations. 127. I am glad about the military development of Europe, also of the internal states of anarchy, the time of repose and Chinese ossification, which Gallieni predicted for this century, is over. Personal manly virtue of the body is regaining value, estimation becomes more physical, nutrition meteor. Beautiful men are again becoming possible. Pallid hypocrisy is over. The barbarian in each of us is affirmed, also the wild beast. Precisely for that reason philosophers have a future. Kant is a scarecrow, someday. 128. I have as yet found no reason for discouragement. Whoever has preserved, and bred in himself, a strong will, together with an ample spirit, has more favorable opportunities than ever. For the trainability of men has become very great in this democratic Europe. Men who learn easily and adapt themselves easily are the rule. The herd animal, even highly intelligent, has been prepared. Whoever can command finds those who must obey. I am thinking, example of Napoleon and Bismarck. The rivalry with strong and unintelligent wills, which is the greatest obstacle, is small. Who doesn't topple these objective gentlemen with weak wills, like Rankel or Renaud? 129. Spiritual enlightenment is an infallible means for making men unsure, weaker in will, so they are more in need of company and support, in short, for developing the herd animal in man. Therefore all great artists of government so far, in the places where the dominant instincts have culminated so far, also employed spiritual enlightenment, at least let it have its way. The self-deception of the mass concerning this point, example in every democracy, is extremely valuable. Making men smaller and more governable is desired as progress. 130. The highest equity and mildness as a state of weakening. Your equity, you higher natures, impels you toward suffrage universal, etc., your humanity, toward mildness confronted with crime and stupidity. In the long run you thus make stupidity and the unscrupulous victorious, comfort and stupidity the mean. Externally, age of tremendous wars, upheavals, explosions. Internally, ever greater weakness of man, events as excitants. The Parisian as the European extreme. Consequences, barbarians, sovereign individuals. Age of the greatest stupidity, brutality, and the masses, and of the highest individuals. 131. Innumerable individuals of a higher type now perish, but whoever gets away is strong as the devil. Similar to the situation at the time of the Renaissance. 132. Good Europeans that we are, what distinguishes us above the men of fatherlands. First, we are atheists and immoralists, but for the present we support the religions and moralities of the herd instinct, for these prepare a type of man that must one day fall into our hands, that must desire our hands. Beyond good and evil, but we demand that herd morality should be held sacred unconditionally. We hold in reserve many types of philosophy which need to be taught, possibly, the pessimistic type, as a hammer, a European Buddhism might perhaps be indispensable. We probably support the development and maturing of democratic institutions, they enhance weakness of the will. In socialism we see a thorn that protects against comfortableness. Position toward peoples. Our preferences, we pay attention to the results of interbreeding. Apart, wealthy, strong, irony at the expense of the press and its culture. Worry lest scholars become journalistic. We feel contemptuous of every kind of culture that is compatible with reading, not to speak of writing for newspapers. We take our accidental positions, our experiences, as foreground, and stress them to deceive about our depths. We ourselves are waiting and beware of staking our hearts on them. They serve us as hostels for a night, which a wanderer needs and accepts. We beware of settling down. We are ahead of our fellow men in possessing a discipline of voluntaris. All strength applied to development of strength of the will, an art that permits us to wear masks, an art of understanding beyond the affects. Preparation for becoming the legislators of the future, the masters of the earth, at least our children. Basic concern with marriages. 133. The 20th century Abbé Gallieni once said, La prévoyance est la cause de guerres actuelles de l'Europe. S'il en voulait se donner la peine de n'y rien prévoir, tout le monde serait tranquille, etgene croit pas qu'on serait plus malheureux parce qu'on n'y ferait pas la guerre. Since I do not by any means share the unwarlike views of my friend Gallieni, I am not afraid of predicting a few things and thus, possibly, of conjuring up the cause of wars. A tremendous stock-taking after the most terrible earthquake, with new questions. 134. This is the time of the great noon, of the most terrible clearing up, my type of pessimism great point of departure. I basic contradiction in civilization and the enhancement of man. 2 moral valuations as a history of lies and the art of slander in the service of a will to power. 3 The conditions of every enhancement of culture are the conditions of all growth. 4 The multiple ambiguity of the world as a question of strength that sees all things in the perspective of its growth. Moral Christian value judgments as slaves' rebellion and slaves' mendaciousness. How far does art reach down into the essence of strength? Book 3, Principles of a New Evaluation. I. The will to power as knowledge. 1 Method of inquiry. 466. It is not the victory of science that distinguishes our 19th century, but the victory of scientific method over science. 467. History of scientific method, considered by Auguste Comte as virtually philosophy itself. 468. The great methodologists, Aristotle, Bacon, Descartes, Auguste. 469. The most valuable insights are arrived at last, but the most valuable insights are methods. All the methods, all the presuppositions of our contemporary science were for millennia regarded with the profoundest contempt. On their account one was excluded from the society of respectable people, one was considered as an enemy of God, as a reviler of the highest ideal, as possessed. We have had the whole pathos of mankind against us, our conception of what truth should be, what service of truth should be, our objectivity, our method, our silent, cautious, mistrustful ways were considered perfectly contemptible. At bottom, it has been an aesthetic taste that has hindered mankind most. It believed in the picturesque effect of truth, it demanded of the man of knowledge that he should produce a powerful effect on the imagination. This looks as if an antithesis has been achieved, a leap made. In reality, the schooling through moral hyperbole prepared the way step by step for that milder of pathos that became incarnate in the scientific character. The conscientiousness in small things, the self-control of the religious man were a preparatory school for the scientific character, above all, the disposition that takes problems seriously, regardless of the personal consequences. 2. The epistemological starting point. 470. Profound aversion to reposing once and for all in any one total view of the world. Fascination of the opposing point of view, refusal to be deprived of the stimulus of the enigmatic. 471. The presupposition that things are, at bottom, ordered so morally that human reason must be justified is an ingenuous presupposition and a piece of naivete, the after effect of belief in God's veracity. God understood as the creator of things, these concepts an inheritance from a former existence in a beyond. 472. Contradiction of the alleged facts of consciousness. Observation is 1,000 times more difficult, error perhaps a condition of observation in general. 473. The intellect cannot criticize itself, simply because it cannot be compared with other species of intellect and because its capacity to know would be revealed only in the presence of true reality, i.e., because in order to criticize the intellect we should have to be a higher being with absolute knowledge. This presupposes that, distinct from every perspective kind of outlook or sensual spiritual appropriation, something exists, and in itself. But the psychological derivation of the belief in things forbids us to speak of things in themselves. 474. That a sort of adequate relationship subsists between subject and object, that the object is something that if seen from within would be a subject, is a well-meant invention which, I think, has had its day. The measure of that of which we are in any way conscious is totally dependent upon the coarse utility of its becoming conscious. How could this nook perspective of consciousness permit us to assert anything of subject and object that touched reality? 475. Critique of modern philosophy, erroneous starting point, as if there existed facts of consciousness and no phenomenalism in introspection. 476. Consciousness: to what extent the idea of an idea, the idea of will, the idea of a feeling are totally superficial. Our inner world, 2. Appearance. 477. I maintain the phenomenality of the inner world, 2. Everything of which we become conscious is arranged, simplified, schematized, interpreted through and through the actual process of inner perception. The causal connection between thoughts, feelings, desires, between subject and object, are absolutely hidden from us and are perhaps purely imaginary. The apparent inner world is governed by just the same forms and procedures as the outer world. We never encounter facts. Pleasure and displeasure are subsequent and derivative intellectual phenomena. Causality eludes us. To suppose a direct causal link between thoughts, as logic does, that is the consequence of the crudest and clumsiest observation. Between two thoughts all kinds of affects play their game, but their motions are too fast, therefore we fail to recognize them, we deny them. Thinking, as epistemologists conceive it, simply does not occur. It is a quite arbitrary fiction, arrived at by selecting one element from the process and eliminating all the rest, an artificial arrangement for the purpose of intelligibility. The spirit, something that thinks, where possible even absolute, pure spirit. This conception is a second derivative of that false introspection which believes in thinking. First, an act is imagined which simply does not occur, thinking, and secondly a subject substratum in which every act of thinking, and nothing else, has its origin, that is to say, both the deed and the doer are fictions. 478. One must not look for phenomenalism in the wrong place. Nothing is more phenomenal, nothing is so much deception as this inner world which we observe with the famous inner sense. We have believed in the will as cause to such an extent that we have from our personal experience introduced a cause into events in general. We believe that thoughts as they succeed one another in our minds stand in some kind of causal relation. The logician especially, who actually speaks of nothing but instances which never occur in reality, has grown accustomed to the prejudice that thoughts cause thoughts. We believe, and even our philosophers still believe, that pleasure and pain are causes of reactions, that the purpose of pleasure and pain is to occasion reactions. For millennia, pleasure and the avoidance of displeasure have been flatly asserted as the motives for every action. Upon reflection, however, we should concede that everything would have taken the same course, according to exactly the same sequence of causes and effects, if these states of pleasure and displeasure had been absent, and that one is simply deceiving oneself if one thinks they cause anything at all. They are epiphenomena with a quite different object than to evoke reactions. They are themselves effects within the instituted process of reaction. In summa, everything of which we become conscious is a terminal phenomenon, an end, and causes nothing. Every successive phenomenon in consciousness is completely atomistic, and we have sought to understand the world through the reverse conception, as if nothing were real and effective but thinking, feeling, willing. 479. The phenomenalism of the inner world. Chronological inversion, so that the cause enters consciousness later than the effect. We have learned that pain is projected to a part of the body without being situated there. We have learned that sense impressions naively supposed to be conditioned by the outer world are, on the contrary, conditioned by the inner world, that we are always unconscious of the real activity of the outer world. The fragment of outer world of which we are conscious is born after an effect from outside has impressed itself upon us, and is subsequently projected as its cause. In the phenomenalism of the inner world we invert the chronological order of cause and effect. The fundamental fact of inner experience is that the cause is imagined after the effect has taken place. The same applies to the succession of thoughts. We seek the reason for a thought before we are conscious of it, and the reason enters consciousness first, and then its consequence. Our entire dream life is the interpretation of complex feelings with a view to possible causes, and in such way that we are conscious of a condition only when the supposed causal chain associated with it has entered consciousness. The whole of inner experience rests upon the fact that a cause for an excitement of the nerve centers is sought and imagined, and that only a cause thus discovered enters consciousness. This cause in no way corresponds to the real cause. It is a groping on the basis of previous inner experiences, i.e., of memory. But memory also maintains the habit of the old interpretations, i.e., of erroneous causality, so that the inner experience has to contain within it the consequences of all previous false causal fictions. Our outer world as we project it every moment is indissolubly tied to the old error of the ground. We interpret it by means of the schematism of things, etc. Inner experience enters our consciousness only after it has found a language the individual understands, i.e., a translation of a condition into conditions familiar to him. To understand means merely to be able to express something new in the language of something old and familiar. E.g., I feel unwell. Such a judgment presupposes a great and late neutrality of the observer. The simple man always says, this or that makes me feel unwell. He makes up his mind about his feeling unwell only when he has seen a reason for feeling unwell. I call that a lack of philology. To be able to read off a text as a text without interposing an interpretation is the last developed form of inner experience, perhaps one that is hardly possible. 480. There exists neither spirit, nor reason, nor thinking, nor consciousness, nor soul, nor will, nor truth. All are fictions that are of no use. There is no question of subject and object, but of a particular species of animal that can prosper only through a certain relative rightness, above all, regularity of its perceptions. Knowledge works as a tool of power. Hence it is plain that it increases with every increase of power. The meaning of knowledge, here, as in the case of good or beautiful, the concept is to be regarded in a strict and narrow anthropocentric and biological sense. In order for a particular species to maintain itself and increase its power, its conception of reality must comprehend enough of the calculable and constant for it to base a scheme of behavior on it. The utility of preservation, not some abstract theoretical need not to be deceived, stands as the motive behind the development of the organs of knowledge. They develop in such a way that their observations suffice for our preservation. In other words, the measure of the desire for knowledge depends upon the measure to which the will to power grows in a species. A species grasps a certain amount of reality in order to become master of it, in order to press it into service. 3. Belief in the ego. The subject. 481. Against positivism, which halts at phenomena, there are only facts. I would say, no, facts is precisely what there is not, only interpretations. We cannot establish any fact in itself. Perhaps it is folly to want to do such a thing. Everything is subjective, you say, but even this is interpretation. The subject is not something given, it is something added and invented and projected behind what there is. Finally, is it necessary to posit an interpreter behind the interpretation? Even this is invention, hypothesis. In so far as the word knowledge has any meaning, the world is knowable, but it is interpretable. Otherwise, it has no meaning behind it, but countless meanings. Perspectivism. It is our needs that interpret the world, our drives, and therefore and against. Every drive is a kind of lust to rule. Each one has its perspective that it would like to compel all the other drives to accept as a norm. 482. We set up a word at the point at which our ignorance begins, at which we can see no further. Example: the word I, the word do, the word suffer. These are perhaps the horizon of our knowledge, but not truths. 483. Through thought the ego is posited, but hitherto one believed, as ordinary people do, that in I think there was something of immediate certainty, and that this I was the given cause of thought. from which by analogy we understood all other causal relationships. However habitual and indispensable this fiction may have become by now, that in itself proves nothing against its imaginary origin, a belief can be a condition of life and nonetheless be false. 484. There is thinking, therefore there is something that thinks. This is the upshot of all Descartes' argumentation. But that means positing as true a priori our belief in the concept of substance, that when there is thought there has to be something that thinks, is simply a formulation of our grammatical custom that adds a doer to every deed. In short, this is not merely the substantiation of a fact but a logical metaphysical postulate along the lines followed by Descartes. One does not come upon something absolutely certain but only upon the fact of a very strong belief. If one reduces the proposition to there is thinking, therefore there are thoughts, one has produced a mere tautology, and precisely that which is in question, the reality of thought, is not touched upon. That is, in this form the apparent reality of thought cannot be denied. But what Descartes desired was that thought should have, not an apparent reality, but a reality in itself. 485. The concept of substance is a consequence of the concept of the subject, not the reverse. If we relinquish the soul, the subject, the precondition for substance in general disappears. One acquires degrees of being, one loses that which has being. Critique of reality: where does the more or less real, the gradation of being in which we believe, lead to? The degree to which we feel life and power gives us our measure of being, reality, not appearance. The subject, this is the term for our belief in a unity underlying all the different impulses of the highest feeling of reality. We understand this belief as the effect of one cause. We believe so firmly in our belief that for its sake we imagine truth, reality, substantiality in general. The subject is the fiction that many similar states in us are the effect of one substratum, but it is we who first created the similarity of these states, are adjusting them and making them similar is the fact, not their similarity. 486. One would have to know what being is, in order to decide whether this or that is real, in the same way, what certainty is, what knowledge is, and the like. But since we do not know this, a critique of the faculty of knowledge is senseless. How should a tool be able to criticize itself when it can use only itself for the critique? It cannot even define itself. 487. Must all philosophy not ultimately bring to light the preconditions upon which the process of reason depends, our belief in the ego as a substance, as the sole reality from which we ascribe reality to things in general? The oldest realism at last comes to light, at the same time that the entire religious history of mankind is recognized as the history of the soul superstition. Here we come to a limit. Our thinking itself involves this belief. To let it go means being no longer able to think. But that a belief, however necessary it may be for the preservation of a species, has nothing to do with truth, one knows from the fact that, example, we have to believe in time, space, and motion, without feeling compelled to grant them absolute reality. 488. Psychological derivation of our belief in reason. The concept reality, being, is taken from our feeling of the subject. The subject, interpreted from within ourselves, so that the ego counts as a substance, as the cause of all deeds, as a doer. The logical metaphysical postulates, the belief in substance, accident, attribute, etc., derive their convincing force from our habit of regarding all our deeds as consequences of our will, so that the ego, as substance, does not vanish in the multiplicity of change. But there is no such thing as will. We have no categories at all that permit us to distinguish a world in itself from a world of appearance. All our categories of reason are of sensual origin, derived from the empirical world. The soul, the ego. The history of these concepts shows that here, too, the oldest distinction. If there is nothing material, there is also nothing immaterial. The concept no longer contains anything. No subject atoms. The sphere of a subject constantly growing or decreasing, the center of the system constantly shifting. In cases where it cannot organize the appropriate mass, it breaks into two parts. On the other hand, it can transform a weaker subject into its functionary without destroying it, and to a certain degree form a new unity with it. No substance, rather something that in itself strives after greater strength, and that wants to preserve itself only indirectly. 489. Everything that enters consciousness as unity is already tremendously complex, we always have only a semblance of unity. The phenomenon of the body is the richer, clearer, more tangible phenomenon, to be discussed first, methodologically, without coming to any decision about its ultimate significance. 490. The assumption of one single subject is perhaps unnecessary, perhaps it is just as permissible to assume a multiplicity of subjects, whose interaction and struggle is the basis of our thought and our consciousness in general. A kind of aristocracy of cells in which dominion resides. To be sure, an aristocracy of equals, used to ruling jointly and understanding how to command. My hypotheses, the subject as multiplicity. Pain intellectual and dependent upon the judgment harmful, projected. The effect always unconscious, the inferred and imagined cause is projected, follows in time. Pleasure is a kind of pain. The only force that exists is of the same kind as that of the will, a commanding of other subjects, which thereupon change. The continual transitoriness and fleetingness of the subject. Mortal soul. Number as perspective form. 491. Belief in the body is more fundamental than belief in the soul, the latter arose from unscientific reflection on the agonies of the body. 492. The body and physiology the starting point, why, we gain the correct idea of the nature of our subject unity, namely as regents at the head of a communality, also of the dependence of these regents upon the ruled and of an order of rank and division of labor as the conditions that make possible the whole and its parts. In the same way, how living unities continually arise and die and how the subject is not eternal, in the same way, that the struggle expresses itself in obeying and commanding, and that a fluctuating assessment of the limits of power is part of life. The relative ignorance in which the regent is kept concerning individual activities and even disturbances within the communality is among the conditions under which rule can be exercised. In short, we also gain a valuation of not knowing, of seeing things on a broad scale, of simplification and falsification, of perspectivity. The most important thing, however, is, that we understand that the ruler and his subjects are of the same kind, all feeling, willing, thinking, and that, wherever we see or divine movement in a body, we learn to conclude that there is a subjective, invisible life appertaining to it. Movement is symbolism for the eye, it indicates that something has been felt, willed, thought. The danger of the direct questioning of the subject about the subject and of all self-reflection of the spirit lies in this, that it could be useful and important for one's activity to interpret oneself falsely. That is why we question the body and reject the evidence of the sharpened senses, we try, if you like, to see whether the inferior parts themselves cannot enter into communication with us. 4. Biology of the drive to knowledge. Perspectivism. 493. Truth is the kind of error without which a certain species of life could not live. The value for life is ultimately decisive. 494. It is improbable that our knowledge should extend further than is strictly necessary for the preservation of life. Morphology shows us how the senses and the nerves, as well as the brain, develop in proportion to the difficulty of finding nourishment. 495. If the morality of "thou shalt not lie" is rejected, the sense for truth will have to legitimize itself before another tribunal as a means of the preservation of man, as will to power. Likewise our love of the beautiful, it also is our shaping will. The two senses stand side by side, the sense for the real is the means of acquiring the power to shape things according to our wish. The joy in shaping and reshaping a primeval joy. We can comprehend only a world that we ourselves have made. 496. Of the multifariousness of knowledge. To trace one's own relationship to many other things, how should that be knowledge of other things? The way of knowing and of knowledge is itself already part of the conditions of existence, so that the conclusion that there could be no other kind of intellect than that which preserves us is precipitate. This actual condition of existence is perhaps only accidental and perhaps in no way necessary. Our apparatus for acquiring knowledge is not designed for knowledge. 497. The most strongly believed a priori truths are for me provisional assumptions, example the law of causality, a very well acquired habit of belief, so much a part of us that not to believe in it would destroy the race. But are they for that reason truths? What a conclusion! As if the preservation of man were a proof of truth. 498. To what extent even our intellect is a consequence of conditions of existence, we would not have it if we did not need to have it, and we would not have it as it is if we did not need to have it as it is, if we could live otherwise. 499. Thinking in primitive conditions is the crystallization of forms, as in the case of crystal in our thought, the essential feature is fitting new material into old schemes, making equal what is new. 500. Sense perceptions projected outside, inside and outside. Does the body command here? The same equalizing and ordering force that rules in the idioplasma, rules also in the incorporation of the outer world. Our sense perceptions are already the result of this assimilation and equalization in regard to all the past in us, they do not follow directly upon the impression. 501. All thought, judgment, perception, considered as comparison, has as its precondition a positing of equality, and earlier still a making equal. The process of making equal is the same as the process of incorporation of appropriated material in the amoeba. Memory late, in so far as here the drive to make equal seems already to have been subdued, differentiation is preserved. Remembering as a process of classification and pigeonholing, who is active? 502. One must revise one's ideas about memory. Here lies the chief temptation to assume a soul, which, outside time, reproduces, recognizes, etc. But that which is experienced lives on in the memory. I cannot help it if it comes back. The will is inactive in this case, as in the coming of any thought. Something happens of which I become conscious, now something similar comes. Who called it? Roused it? 503. The entire apparatus of knowledge is an apparatus for abstraction and simplification directed not at knowledge but at taking possession of things. End and means are as remote from its essential nature as are concepts. With end and means one takes possession of the process, with concepts, however, of the things that constitute the process. 504. Consciousness beginning quite externally, as coordination and becoming conscious of impressions at first at the furthest distance from the biological center of the individual, but a process that deepens and intensifies itself, and continually draws nearer to that center. 505. Our perceptions, as we understand them, i.e., the sum of all those perceptions, the becoming conscious of which was useful and essential to us and to the entire organic process, therefore not all perceptions in general. This means, we have senses for only a selection of perceptions, those with which we have to concern ourselves in order to preserve ourselves. Consciousness is present only to the extent that consciousness is useful. It cannot be doubted that all sense perceptions are permeated with value judgments. Each individual color is also for us an expression of value. Thus insects also react differently to different colors, some like this color, some that, example ants. 506. First images to explain how images arise in the spirit. Then words, applied to images. Finally concepts, possible only when there are words, the collecting together of many images in something non-visible but audible. The tiny amount of emotion to which the word gives rise, as we contemplate similar images for which one word exists, this weak emotion is the common element, the basis of the concept. That weak sensations are regarded as alike, sensed as being the same, is the fundamental fact. Thus confusion of two sensations that are close neighbors, as we take note of these sensations, but who is taking note? Believing is the primal beginning even in every sense impression, a kind of affirmation, the first intellectual activity. A holding true in the beginning. Therefore it is to be explained, how holding true arose. What sensation lies behind true? 507. The valuation. I believe that this and that is so as the essence of truth. In valuations are expressed conditions of preservation and growth. All our organs of knowledge and our senses are developed only with regard to conditions of preservation and growth. Trust in reason and its categories, in dialectic, therefore the valuation of logic, proves only their usefulness for life, proved by experience, not that something is true. That a great deal of belief must be present, that judgments may be ventured, that doubt concerning all essential values is lacking, that is the precondition of every living thing and its life. Therefore, what is needed is that something must be held to be true, not that something is true. The real and the apparent world. I have traced this antithesis back to value relations. We have projected the conditions of our preservation as predicates of being in general. Because we have to be stable in our beliefs if we are to prosper, we have made the real world a world not of change and becoming, but one of being. 5. Origin of reason and logic. 508. Originally a chaos of ideas. The ideas that were consistent with one another remained, the greater number perished and are perishing. 509. The earthly kingdom of desires out of which logic grew, the herd instinct in the background. The assumption of similar cases presupposes similar souls. For the purpose of mutual agreement and dominion. 510. On the origin of logic. The fundamental inclination to posit as equal, to see things as equal, is modified, held in check, by consideration of usefulness and harmfulness, by considerations of success. It adapts itself to a milder degree in which it can be satisfied without at the same time denying and endangering life. This whole process corresponds exactly to that external, mechanical process by which protoplasm makes what it appropriates equal to itself and fits it into its own forms and files. 511. Equality and similarity. 1. The coarser organ sees much apparent equality. 2. The spirit wants equality, i.e., to subsume a sense impression into an existing series, in the same way as the body assimilates inorganic matter. Toward an understanding of logic, the will to equality is the will to power, the belief that something is thus and thus is the consequence of a will that as much as possible shall be equal. 512. Logic is bound to the condition, assume there are identical cases. In fact, to make possible logical thinking and inferences, this condition must first be treated fictitiously as fulfilled. That is, the will to logical truth can be carried through only after a fundamental falsification of all events is assumed. From which it follows that a drive rules here that is capable of employing both means, firstly falsification, then the implementation of its own point of view. Logic does not spring from will to truth. 513. The inventive force that invented categories labored in the service of our needs, namely of our need for security, for quick understanding on the basis of signs and sounds, for means of abbreviation. Substance, subject, object, being, becoming have nothing to do with metaphysical truths. It is the powerful who made the names of things into law, and among the powerful it is the greatest artists in abstraction who created the categories. 514. A morality, a mode of living, tried and proved by long experience and testing, at length enters consciousness as a law, as dominating, and therewith the entire group of related values and states enters into it. It becomes venerable, unassailable, holy, true. It is part of its development that its origin should be forgotten, that is a sign it has become master. Exactly the same thing could have happened with the categories of reason. They could have prevailed, after much groping and fumbling, through their relative utility. There came a point when one collected them together, raised them to consciousness as a whole, and when one commanded them, i.e., when they had the effect of a command, from then on, they counted as a priori, as beyond experience, as irrefutable. and yet perhaps they represent nothing more than the expediency of a certain race and species. Their utility alone is their truth. 515. Not to know but to schematize, to impose upon chaos as much regularity and form as our practical needs require. In the formation of reason, logic, the categories, it was need that was authoritative, the need, not to know, but to subsume, to schematize. For the purpose of intelligibility and calculation no pre-existing idea was here at work, but the utilitarian fact that only when we see things coarsely and made equal do they become calculable and usable to us. Finality in reason is an effect, not a cause. Life miscarries with any other kinds of reason, to which there is a continual impulse. It becomes difficult to survey too unequal. The categories are truths only in the sense that they are conditions of life for us, as Euclidean space is a conditional truth. The subjective compulsion not to contradict here is a biological compulsion. The instinct for the utility of inferring as we do infer is part of us. We almost are this instinct, but what naivete to extract from this a proof that we are therewith in possession of a truth in itself. Not being able to contradict is proof of an incapacity, not of truth. 516. We are unable to affirm and to deny one and the same thing. This is a subjective empirical law, not the expression of any necessity but only of an inability. If, according to Aristotle, the law of contradiction is the most certain of all principles, if it is the ultimate and most basic, upon which every demonstrative proof rests, if the principle of every axiom lies in it, then one should consider all the more rigorously what presuppositions already lie at the bottom of it. Either it asserts something about actuality, about being, as if one already knew this from another source, that is, as if opposite attributes could not be ascribed to it. Or the proposition means, opposite attributes should not be ascribed to it. In that case, logic would be an imperative, not to know the true, but to posit and arrange a world that shall be called true by us. In short, the question remains open: are the axioms of logic adequate to reality, or are they a means and measure for us to create reality, the concept reality, for ourselves? To affirm the former one would, as already said, have to have a previous knowledge of being, which is certainly not the case. The proposition therefore contains no criterion of truth, but an imperative concerning that which should count as true. Supposing there were no self-identical A, such as is presupposed by every proposition of logic, and the A were already mere appearance, then logic would have a merely apparent world as its condition. In fact, we believe in this proposition under the influence of ceaseless experience, which seems continually to confirm it. The thing that is the real substratum of A, our belief in things, is the precondition of our belief in logic. The A of logic is, like the atom, a reconstruction of the thing. If we do not grasp this, but make of logic a criterion of true being, we are on the way to positing as realities all those hypostases, substance, attribute, object, subject, action, etc., that is, to conceiving a metaphysical world, that is, a real world. The very first acts of thought, affirmation and denial, holding true and holding not true, are, inasmuch as they presuppose, not only the habit of holding things true and holding them not true, but a right to do this, already dominated by the belief that we can gain possession of knowledge, that judgments really can hit upon the truth. In short, logic does not doubt its ability to assert something about the true in itself. Here reigns the coarse sensualistic prejudice that sensations teach us truths about things that I cannot say at the same time of one and the same thing, that it is hard and that it is soft. The conceptual ban on contradiction proceeds from the belief that we are able to form concepts, that the concept not only designates the essence of a thing but comprehends it. In fact, logic applies only to fictitious entities that we have created. Logic is the attempt to comprehend the actual world by means of a schema being posited by ourselves, more correctly, to make it formulatable and calculable for us. 517. In order to think and infer, it is necessary to assume beings. Logic handles only formulas for what remains the same. That is why this assumption would not be proof of reality. Beings are part of our perspective. The ego as a being. The fictitious world of subject, substance, reason etc., is needed. There is in us a power to order, simplify, falsify, artificially distinguish. Truth is the will to be master over the multiplicity of sensations, to classify phenomena into definite categories. In this we start from a belief in the in itself of things. The character of the world in a state of becoming as incapable of formulation, as false, as self-contradictory. Knowledge and becoming exclude one another. Consequently, knowledge must be something else. There must first of all be a will to make knowable. A kind of becoming must itself create the deception of beings. 518. If our ego is for us the sole being, after the model of which we fashion and understand all being, very well. Then there would be very much room to doubt whether what we have here is not a perspective illusion, an apparent unity that encloses everything like a horizon. The evidence of the body reveals a tremendous multiplicity. It is allowable, for purposes of method, to employ the more easily studied, richer phenomena as evidence for the understanding of the poorer. Finally, supposing everything is becoming, then knowledge is possible only on the basis of belief in being. 519. If there is only one being, the ego, and all other being is fashioned after its model, if, finally, belief in the ego stands or falls with belief in logic, i.e., the metaphysical truth of the categories of reason, if, on the other hand, the ego proves to be something in a state of becoming, then. 520. Continual transition forbids us to speak of individuals, etc., the number of beings is itself in flux. We would know nothing of time and motion if we did not, in a coarse fashion, believe we see what is at rest beside what is in motion. The same applies to cause and effect, and without the erroneous conception of empty space we should certainly not have acquired the conception of space. The principle of identity has behind it the apparent fact of things that are the same. A world in a state of becoming could not, in a strict sense, be comprehended or known, only to the extent that the comprehending and knowing intellect encounters a coarse, already created world, fabricated out of mere appearances, but become firm to the extent that this kind of appearance has preserved life. Only to this extent is there anything like knowledge, i.e., a measuring of earlier and later errors by one another. 521. On logical semblance the concepts individual and species equally false and merely apparent. Species expresses only the fact that an abundance of similar creatures appear at the same time, and that the tempo of their further growth and change is for a long time slowed down, so actual small continuations and increases are not very much noticed. The form counts as something enduring and therefore more valuable, but the form has merely been invented by us, and however often the same form is attained, it does not mean that it is the same form. What appears is always something new, and it is only we, who are always comparing, who include the new, to the extent that it is similar to the old, in the unity of the form. As if a type should be attained and, as it were, was intended by and inherent in the process of formation. Form, species, law, idea, purpose, in all these cases the same error is made of giving a false reality to a fiction, as if events were in some way obedient to something. An artificial distinction is made in respect of events between that which acts and that toward which the act is directed. One should not understand this compulsion to construct concepts, species, forms, purposes, laws as if they enabled us to fix the real world, but as a compulsion to arrange a world for ourselves in which our existence is made possible. We thereby create a world which is calculable, simplified, comprehensible, etc., for us. This same compulsion exists in the sense activities that support reason by simplification, coarsening, emphasizing, and elaborating, upon which all recognition, all ability to make oneself intelligible rests. Our needs have made our senses so precise that the same apparent world always reappears and has thus acquired the semblance of reality. Our subjective compulsion to believe in logic only reveals that, long before logic itself entered our consciousness, we did nothing but introduce its postulates into events. Now we discover them in events we can no longer do otherwise, and imagine that this compulsion guarantees something connected with truth. It is we who created the thing, the identical thing, subject, attribute, activity, object, substance, form, after we had long pursued the process of making identical, coarse, and simple. The world seems logical to us because we have made it logical. 522. Ultimate solution. We believe in reason. This, however, is the philosophy of gray concepts. Language depends on the most naive prejudices. Now we read disharmonies and problems into things because we think only in the form of language and thus believe in the eternal truth of reason. We cease to think when we refuse to do so under the constraint of language. We barely reach the doubt that sees this limitation as a limitation. Rational thought is interpretation according to a scheme that we cannot throw off. 6. Consciousness. 523. Nothing is more erroneous than to make of psychical and physical phenomena the two faces, the two revelations of one and the same substance. Nothing is explained thereby. The concept substance is perfectly useless as an explanation. Consciousness in a subsidiary role, almost indifferent, superfluous, perhaps destined to vanish and give way to a perfect automatism. When we observe only the inner phenomena, we may be compared with the deaf and dumb, who divine through movements of the lips the words they do not hear. From the phenomena of the inner sense we conclude the existence of invisible and other phenomena that we would apprehend if our means of observation were adequate and that one calls the nerve current. We lack any sensitive organs for this inner world, so we sense a thousand-fold complexity as a unity, so we introduce causation where any reason for motion and change remains invisible to us. The sequence of thoughts and feelings is only their becoming visible in consciousness. That this sequence has anything to do with a causal chain is completely unbelievable. Consciousness has never furnished us with an example of cause and effect. 524. The role of consciousness. It is essential that one should not make a mistake over the role of consciousness. It is our relation with the outer world that evolved it. On the other hand, the direction, or protection and care in respect of the coordination of the bodily functions does not enter our consciousness, any more than spiritual accumulation. That a higher court rules over these things cannot be doubted, a kind of directing committee on which the various chief desires make their votes and power felt. Pleasure, displeasure are hints from this sphere, also the act of will, also ideas. In summa, that which becomes conscious is involved in causal relations which are entirely withheld from us. The sequence of thoughts, feelings, ideas in consciousness does not signify that the sequence is a causal sequence, but apparently it is so, to the highest degree. Upon this appearance we have founded our whole idea of spirit, reason, logic, etc., and projected these into things and behind things. Usually, one takes consciousness itself as the general sensorium and supreme court. Nonetheless, it is only a means of communication. It is evolved through social intercourse and with a view to the interests of social intercourse. Intercourse here understood to include the influences of the outer world and the reactions they compel on our side, also our effect upon the outer world. It is not the directing agent, but an organ of the directing agent. 525. My proposition compressed into a formula that smells of antiquity, Christianity, scholasticism, and other muskiness. In the concept God as spirit, God as perfection is negated. 526. Where a certain unity obtains in the grouping of things, one has always posited spirit as the cause of this coordination, for which notion there is no ground whatever. Why should the idea of a complex fact be one of the conditions of this fact? Or why should the notion of a complex fact have to precede it as its cause? We shall be on our guard against explaining purposiveness in terms of spirit. There is no ground whatever for ascribing to spirit the properties of organization and systematization. The nervous system has a much more extensive domain. The world of consciousness is added to it. Consciousness plays no role in the total process of adaptation and systematization. 527. Physiologists, like philosophers, believe that consciousness increases in value in proportion as it increases in clarity. The clearest consciousness, the most logical and coldest thinking, is supposed to be of the first rank. However, by what measure is this value determined? In regard to release of will, the most superficial, most simplified thinking is the most useful, it could therefore etc. Precision in action is antagonistic to far-seeing providentiality, the judgments of which are often uncertain, the latter is led by the deeper instinct. 528. Principal error of psychologists: they regard the indistinct idea as a lower kind of idea than the distinct, but that which removes itself from our consciousness and for that reason becomes obscure can on that account be perfectly clear in itself. Becoming obscure is a matter of perspective of consciousness. 529. Tremendous blunders. 1. The absurd overestimation of consciousness, the transformation of it into a unity, an entity, spirit, soul, something that feels, thinks, wills. 2. Spirit as cause, especially wherever purposiveness, system, coordination appear. 3. Consciousness as the highest achievable form, as the supreme kind of being, as God. 4. Will introduced wherever there are effects. 5. The real world as a spiritual world, as accessible through the facts of consciousness. 6. Knowledge as uniquely the faculty of consciousness wherever there is knowledge at all. Consequences. Every advance lies in an advance in becoming conscious, every regression in becoming unconscious. One approaches reality, real being, through dialectic, one distances oneself from it through the instincts, senses, mechanism. To resolve man into spirit would mean to make him into God, spirit, will, goodness, all one. All good must proceed from spirituality, must be a fact of consciousness. Any advance toward the better can only be an advance in becoming conscious. 7. Judgment. True false. In the case of Kant, theological prejudice, his unconscious dogmatism, his moralistic perspective, were dominant, directing, commanding. The proton pseudos: how is the fact of knowledge possible? Is knowledge a fact at all? What is knowledge? If we do not know what knowledge is, we cannot possibly answer the question whether there is knowledge very well. But if I do not already know whether there is knowledge, whether there can be knowledge, I cannot reasonably put the question what is knowledge. Kant believes in the fact of knowledge, what he wants is a piece of naivete, knowledge of knowledge. Knowledge is judgment. But judgment is a belief that something is thus and thus. And not knowledge. All knowledge consists of synthetic judgments of universal validity, of necessary validity. The legitimacy of belief in knowledge is always presupposed, just as the legitimacy of the feelings of conscience judgments is presupposed. Here moral ontology is the dominant prejudice. The conclusion is therefore: 1. There are assertions that we consider universally valid and necessary. 2. Necessity and universal validity cannot be derived from experience. 3. Consequently they must be founded, not upon experience, but upon something else, and derive from another source of knowledge. There are assertions which are valid only under a certain condition. This condition is that they derive, not from experience, but from pure reason. Therefore, the question is, whence do we derive our reasons for believing in the truth of such assertions? No, how our belief is caused. But the origin of a belief, of a strong conviction, is a psychological problem, and a very narrow and limited experience often produces such a belief. It already presupposes that there is not data a posteriori but also data a priori, preceding experience. Necessity and universal validity could never be given to us by experience. Why does that mean that they are present without any experience at all? There are no isolated judgments. An isolated judgment is never true, never knowledge. Only in the connection and relation of many judgments is there any surety. What distinguishes the true from the false belief? What is knowledge? He knows it, that is heavenly. Necessity and universality can never be given by experience. Thus they are independent of experience, prior to all experience. That insight that occurs a priori, therefore independently of all experience, out of sheer reason, is a pure form of knowledge. The basic laws of logic, the law of identity and the law of contradiction, are forms of pure knowledge, because they precede all experience. But these are not forms of knowledge at all. They are regulative articles of belief. To establish the a priori character of the judgments of mathematics, space must be conceived as a form of pure reason. Hume had declared, there are no synthetic a priori judgments. Kant says, but there are those of mathematics. And if there are such judgments, perhaps there is also metaphysics, a knowledge of things by pure reason. Mathematics is possible under conditions under which metaphysics is never possible. All human knowledge is either experience or mathematics. A judgment is synthetic, i.e., it connects different ideas. It is a priori, i.e., every connection is a universally valid and necessary one, which can never be given by sense perception but only through pure reason. If there are to be synthetic a priori judgments, then reason must be in a position to make connections. Connection is a form. Reason must possess the capacity of giving form. 531. Judgment is our oldest belief, our most habitual holding true or holding untrue, an assertion or denial, a certainty that something is thus and not otherwise, a belief that here we really know what is it that is believed true in all judgments. What are attributes? We have not regarded change in us as change but as an in itself that is foreign to us, that we merely perceive, and we have posited it, not as an event, but as a being, as a quality, and in addition invented an entity to which it adheres, i.e., we have regarded the effect as something that affects, and this we have regarded as a being. But even in this formulation, the concept effect is arbitrary, for those changes that take place in us, and that we firmly believe we have not ourselves caused, we merely infer to be effects. In accordance with the conclusion, every change must have an author, but this conclusion is already mythology, it separates that which affects from the affecting. If I say lightning flashes, I have posited the flash once as an activity and a second time as a subject, and thus added to the event a being that is not one with the event but is rather fixed, is, and does not become. 2. Regard an event as an affecting, and this as being, that is the double error, or interpretation, of which we are guilty. 532. Judgment. This is the belief, this and that are so. Thus there is in every judgment the avowal of having encountered an identical case, it therefore presupposes comparison with the aid of memory. The judgment does not produce the appearance of an identical case. Rather it believes it perceives one, it works under the presupposition that identical cases exist. Now, what is that function that must be much older and must have been at work much earlier, that makes cases identical and similar which are in themselves dissimilar? What is that second function, which on the basis of the first, etc. Whatever arouses the same sensation is the same, but what is it that makes sensations the same, accepts them as the same? There could be no judgments at all if a kind of equalization were not practiced within sensations. Memory is possible only with a continual emphasizing of what is already familiar, experienced before judgment occurs. The process of assimilation must already have taken place. Thus here, too, there is an intellectual activity that does not enter consciousness, as pain does as a consequence of a wound. Probably an inner event corresponds to each organic function, hence assimilation, rejection, growth, etc. Essential, to start from the body and employ it as guide. It is the much richer phenomenon, which allows of clearer observation. Belief in the body is better established than belief in the spirit. No matter how strongly a thing may be believed, strength of belief is no criterion of truth. But what is truth? Perhaps a kind of belief that has become a condition of life? In that case, to be sure, strength could be a criterion, example in regard to causality. 533. Logical certainty, transparency, as criterion of truth. With that, the mechanical hypothesis concerning the world is desired and credible. But this is a crude confusion, like simplex sigillum veri. How does one know that the real nature of things stands in this relation to our intellect, Could it not be otherwise? That it is the hypothesis that gives the intellect the greatest feeling of power and security, that is most preferred, valued, and consequently characterized as true. The intellect posits its freest and strongest capacity and capability as criterion of the most valuable, consequently of the true. True, from the standpoint of feeling, that which excites the feeling most strongly. From the standpoint of thought, that which gives thought the greatest feeling of strength. From the standpoint of touch, seeing, hearing, that which calls for the greatest resistance. Thus it is the highest degrees of performance that awaken belief in the truth, that is to say reality, of the object. The feeling of strength, of struggle, of resistance convinces us that there is something that is here being resisted. 534. The criterion of truth resides in the enhancement of the feeling of power. 535. Truth, this, according to my way of thinking, does not necessarily denote the antithesis of error, but in the most fundamental cases only the posture of various errors in relation to one another. Perhaps one is older, more profound than another, even ineradicable, in so far as an organic entity of our species could not live without it, while other errors do not tyrannize over us in this way as conditions of life, but on the contrary when compared with such tyrants can be set aside and refuted. An assumption that is irrefutable, why should it for that reason be true? This proposition may perhaps outrage logicians, who posit their limitations as the limitations of things, but I long ago declared war on this optimism of logicians. 536. Everything simple is merely imaginary, is not true. But whatever is real, whatever is true, is neither one nor even reducible to one. 537. What is truth? Inertia, that hypothesis which gives rise to contentment, smallest expenditure of spiritual force, etc. 538. First proposition. The easier mode of thought conquers the harder mode, as dogma, simplex sigillum veri ditto. To suppose that clarity proves anything about truth is perfect childishness. Second proposition. The doctrine of being, of things, of all sorts of fixed unities is 100 times easier than the doctrine of becoming, of development. Third proposition. Logic was intended as facilitation, as a means of expression, not as truth. Later it acquired the effect of truth. 539. Parmenides said, one cannot think of what is not, we are at the other extreme, and say what can be thought of must certainly be a fiction. 540. There are many kinds of eyes. Even the Sphinx has eyes, and consequently there are many kinds of truths, and consequently there is no truth. Spencer. 541. Inscriptions for the door of a modern madhouse. What is thought necessarily is morally necessary. Herbert. The ultimate test of the truth of a proposition is the conceivability of its negation. Herbert Spencer. 542. If the character of existence should be false, which would be possible, what would truth, all our truth, be then? An unconscionable falsification of the false. The false raised to a higher power. 543. In a world that is essentially false, truthfulness would be an antinatural tendency. Such a tendency could have meaning only as a means to a higher power of falsehood. In order for a world of the true, of being, to be invented, the truthful man would first have to be created. Simple, transparent, not in contradiction with himself, durable, remaining always the same, without wrinkle, volt, concealment, form. A man of this kind conceives a world of being as God in his own image. For truthfulness to be possible, the whole sphere of man must be very clean, small and respectable. Advantage in every sense must be with the truthful man. Lies, deception, dissimulation must arouse astonishment. 544. Increase in dissimulation proportionate to the rising order of rank of creatures. It seems to be lacking in the inorganic world power against power. Quite crudely, cunning begins in the organic world, plants are already masters of it. The highest human beings, such as Caesar, Napoleon, also the higher races, the Greeks, a thousandfold craftiness belongs to the essence of the enhancement of man problem of the actor. My Dionysus ideal, the perspective of all organic functions, all the strongest instincts of life, the force in all life that wills error, error as the precondition even of thought. Before there is thought there must have been invention, the construction of identical cases, of the appearance of sameness, is more primitive than the knowledge of sameness. 8 Against causalism. 545. I believe in absolute space as the substratum of force, the latter limits and forms. Time eternal. But space and time do not exist in themselves. Changes are only appearances. If we posit the recurrence of these, however regular, nothing is established thereby except this simple fact, that it has always happened thus. The feeling that post hoc is propter hoc can easily be shown to be a misunderstanding, it is comprehensible. But appearances cannot be causes. 546. The interpretation of an event as either an act or the suffering of an act. Psychological history of the concept subject. The body, the thing, the whole construed by the eye, awaken the distinction between a deed and a doer, the cause of the deed, conceived ever more subtly, finally left behind the subject. 548. Our bad habit of taking a mnemonic, an abbreviative formula, to be an entity, finally as a cause, example to say of lightning it flashes. Or the little word I. To make a kind of perspective in seeing the cause of seeing, that was what happened in the invention of the subject, the I. 549. Subject, object, attribute. These distinctions are fabricated and are now imposed as a schematism upon all the apparent facts. The fundamental false observation is that I believe it is I who does something, suffer something, have a quality. 550. In every judgment there resides the entire, full, profound belief in subject and attribute, or in cause and effect, and this latter belief is only a special case of the former, so there remains as the fundamental belief the belief that there are subjects, that everything that happens is related attributively to some subject. I notice something and seek a reason for it. This means originally, I seek an intention in it, and above all someone who has intentions, a subject, a doer. Every event a deed. Formerly one saw intentions in all events, this is our oldest habit. Do animals also possess it? As living beings, must they not also rely on interpretations based on themselves? The question why, is always a question after the causa finalis, after the what for. We have no sense for the causa efficiens. Here Hume was right, habit makes us expect that a certain often observed occurrence will follow another, nothing more. That which gives the extraordinary firmness to our belief in causality is not the great habit of seeing one occurrence following another, but our inability to interpret events otherwise than as events caused by intentions. It is belief in the living and thinking as the only effective force in will. In intention it is belief that every event is a deed, that every deed presupposes a doer. It is belief in the subject. Is this belief in the concept of subject and attribute not a great stupidity? Question, is intention the cause of an event? Or is that also illusion? Is it not the event itself? 551. Critique of the concept cause. We have absolutely no experience of a cause. Psychologically considered, we derive the entire concept from the subjective conviction that we are causes, namely, that the arm moves, but that is an error. We separate ourselves, the doers, from the deed, and we make use of this pattern everywhere we seek a doer for every event. What is it we have done? We have misunderstood the feeling of strength, tension, resistance, a muscular feeling that is already the beginning of the act, as the cause, or we have taken the will to do this or that for a cause because the action follows upon it cause, i.e. there is no such thing as cause. Some cases in which it seemed to be given us, and in which we have projected it out of ourselves in order to understand an event, have been shown to be self-deceptions. Our understanding of an event has consisted in our inventing a subject which was made responsible for something that happens and for how it happens. We have combined our feeling of will, our feeling of freedom, our feeling of responsibility and our intention to perform an act, into the concept cause. Causa efficiens and causa finalis are fundamentally one. We believed that an effect was explained when a condition was detected in which the effect was already inherent. In fact, we invent all causes after the schema of the effect. The latter is known to us. Conversely, we are not in a position to predict of anything what it will effect. The thing, the subject, will, intention, all inherent in the conception cause. We search for things in order to explain why something has changed. Even the atom is this kind of superadded thing and primitive subject. At length we grasp that things, consequently atoms, to effect nothing, because they do not exist at all, that the concept of causality is completely useless. A necessary sequence of states does not imply a causal relationship between them. There are neither causes nor effects. Linguistically we do not know how to rid ourselves of them. But that does not matter. If I think of the muscle apart from its effects, I negate it. In summa, an event is neither effected nor does it effect. Causa is a capacity to produce effects that has been superadded to the events. Interpretation by causality, a deception. A thing is the sum of its effects, synthetically united by a concept, an image. In fact, science has emptied the concept causality of its content and retained it as a formula of an equation, in which it has become at bottom a matter of indifference on which side cause is placed and on which side effect. It is asserted that in two complex states the quanta of force remain constant. The calculability of an event does not reside in the fact that a rule is adhered to, or that a necessity is obeyed, or that a law of causality has been projected by us into every event. It resides in the recurrence of identical cases. There is no such thing as a sense of causality, as Kant thinks. One is surprised, one is disturbed, one desires something familiar to hold on to. As soon as we are shown something old in the new we are calmed. The supposed instinct for causality is only fear of the unfamiliar and the attempt to discover something familiar in it, a search, not for causes, but for the familiar. 552. Against determinism and teleology. From the fact that something ensues regularly and ensues calculably, it does not follow that it ensues necessarily. That a quantum of force determines and conducts itself in every particular case in one way and manner does not make it into an unfree will. Mechanical necessity is not a fact, it is we who first interpreted it into events. We have interpreted the formulatable character of events as the consequence of a necessity that rules over events. But from the fact that I do a certain thing, it by no means follows that I am compelled to do it. Compulsion in things certainly cannot be demonstrated. The rule proves only that one and the same event is not another event as well. Only because we have introduced subjects, doers, into things does it appear that all events are the consequences of compulsion exerted upon subjects, exerted by whom? Again, by a doer. Cause and effect, a dangerous concept so long as one thinks of something that causes and something upon which an effect is produced. A. Necessity is not a fact but an interpretation. B. When one has grasped that the subject is not something that creates effects, but only a fiction, much follows. It is only after the model of the subject that we have invented the reality of things and projected them into the medley of sensations. If we no longer believe in the effective subject, then belief also disappears in effective things, in reciprocation, cause and effect between those phenomena that we call things. There also disappears, of course, the world of effective atoms, the assumption of which always depended on the supposition that one needed subjects. At last, the thing in itself also disappears, because this is fundamentally the conception of a subject in itself. But we have grasped that the subject is a fiction. The antithesis thing in itself and appearance is untenable. With that, however, the concept appearance also disappears. See, if we give up the effective subject, we also give up the object upon which effects are produced. Duration, identity with itself, being are inherent neither in that which is called subject nor in that which is called object, they are complexes of events apparently durable in comparison with other complexes, e.g., through the difference in tempo of the event. If we give up the concept subject and object, then also the concept substance and as a consequence also the various modifications of it, example matter, spirit, and other hypothetical entities, the eternity and immutability of matter, etc. We have got rid of materiality. From the standpoint of morality, the world is false. But to the extent that morality itself is a part of this world, morality is false. Will to truth is a making firm, a making true and durable, an abolition of the false character of things, a reinterpretation of it into beings. Truth is therefore not something there, that might be found or discovered, but something that must be created and that gives a name to a process, or rather to a will to overcome that has in itself no end, introducing truth, as a processus in infinitum, an active determining, not a becoming conscious of something that is in itself firm and determined. It is a word for the will to power. Life is founded upon the premise of a belief in enduring and regularly recurring things. The more powerful life is, the wider must be the knowable world to which we, as it were, attribute being. Logicizing, rationalizing, systematizing as expedients of life. Man projects his drive to truth, his goal in a certain sense outside himself, as a world that has being, as a metaphysical world, as a thing in itself, as a world already in existence. His needs as creator invent the world upon which he works, anticipate it. This anticipation is his support. All events, all motion, all becoming, as a determination, degrees and relations of force, as a struggle. As soon as we imagine someone who is responsible for our being thus and thus, etc., and therefore attribute to him the intention that we should exist and be happy or wretched, we corrupt for ourselves the innocence of becoming. We then have someone who wants to achieve something through us and with us. The welfare of the individual is just as imaginary as the welfare of the species. The former is not sacrificed to the latter. Species viewed from a distance is just as transient as the individual. Preservation of the species is only a consequence of the growth of the species, i.e., the overcoming of the species on the road to a stronger type. Theses. That the apparent purposiveness is merely the consequence of the will to power manifest in all events, that becoming stronger involves an ordering process which looks like a sketchy purposiveness, that apparent ends are not intentional, but, as soon as dominion is established over a lesser power and the latter operates as a function of the greater power, an order of rank, of organization is bound to produce the appearance of an order of means and ends. Against apparent necessity, this is only an expression for the fact that a force is not also something else. Against apparent purposiveness, the latter only an expression for an order of spheres of power and their interplay. 9. Thing in itself and appearance. 553. The sore spot of Kant's critical philosophy has gradually become visible even to dull eyes. Kant no longer has a right to his distinction appearance and thing in itself. He had deprived himself of the right to go on distinguishing in this old familiar way, in so far as he rejected as impermissible making inferences from phenomena to a cause of phenomena in accordance with his conception of causality and its purely intraphenomenal validity, which conception, on the other hand, already anticipates this distinction, as if the thing in itself were not only inferred but given. 554. Causalism. It is obvious that things in themselves cannot be related to one another as cause and effect, nor can appearance be so related to appearance, from which it follows that in a philosophy that believes in things in themselves and appearances the concept cause and effect cannot be applied. Kant's mistakes. In fact, the concept cause and effect derives, psychologically speaking, only from a mode of thought that believes that always and everywhere will operates upon will that believes only in living things and fundamentally only in souls. Within the mechanistic view of the world, that concept is reduced to the formulas of mathematics with which, as one must emphasize again and again, nothing is ever comprehended, but rather designated and distorted. 555. Against the scientific prejudice, the biggest fable of all is the fable of knowledge. One would like to know what things in themselves are, but behold, there are no things in themselves. But even supposing there were an in itself, an unconditioned thing, it would for that very reason be unknowable. Something unconditioned cannot be known, otherwise it would not be unconditioned. Coming to know, however, is always placing oneself in a conditional relation to something. One who seeks to know the unconditioned desires that it should not concern him, and that this same something should be of no concern to anyone. This involves a contradiction, first, between wanting to know and the desire that it not concern us, and, secondly, because something that is of no concern to anyone is not at all, and thus cannot be known at all. Coming to know means to place oneself in a conditional relation to something, to feel oneself conditioned by something and oneself to condition it. It is therefore under all circumstances establishing, denoting, and making conscious of conditions. 556. A thing in itself just as perverse as a sense in itself, a meaning in itself. There are no facts in themselves, for a sense must always be projected into them before there can be facts. The question "what is that?" is an imposition of meaning from some other viewpoint. Essence, the essential nature, is something perspective and already presupposes a multiplicity. At the bottom of it there always lies "what is that for me?" A thing would be defined once all creatures had asked "what is that?" and had answered their question. Supposing one single creature, with its own relationships and perspectives for all things, were missing, then the thing would not yet be defined. In short, the essence of a thing is only an opinion about the thing. Or rather, it is considered as the real it is, the sole this is. One may not ask, who then interprets, for the interpretation itself is a form of the will to power, it exists as an affect. The origin of things is wholly the work of that which imagines, thinks, wills, feels. The concept thing itself, just as much as all its qualities, even the subject, is such a created entity, a thing like all others, a simplification with the object of defining the force which posits, invents, thinks, as distinct from all individual positing, inventing, thinking as such. Thus a capacity as distinct from all that is individual fundamentally, action collectively considered with respect to all anticipated actions. 557. The properties of a thing are effects on other things. If one removes other things, then a thing has no properties, i.e., there is no thing without other things, i.e., there is no thing in itself. 558. The thing in itself nonsensical. If I remove all the relationships, all the properties, all the activities of a thing, the thing does not remain over, because thingness has only been invented by us owing to the requirements of logic, thus with the aim of defining, communication. 559. Things that have a constitution in themselves, a dogma idea with which one must break absolutely. 560. That things possess a constitution in themselves quite apart from interpretation and subjectivity, is a quite idle hypothesis. It presupposes that interpretation and subjectivity are not essential, that a thing freed from all relationships would still be a thing. Conversely, the apparent objective character of things, could it not be merely a difference of degree within the subjective, that perhaps that which changes slowly presents itself to us as objectively enduring, being, in itself, that the objective is only a false concept of a genus and an antithesis within the subjective? 561. Suppose all unity were unity only as an organization? But the thing in which we believe was only invented as a foundation for the various attributes. If the thing affects, that means, we conceive all the other properties which are present and momentarily latent, as the cause of the emergence of one single property, i.e., we take the sum of its properties x as cause of the property x, which is utterly stupid and mad. All unity is unity only as organization and cooperation, just as a human community is a unity as opposed to an atomistic anarchy, as a pattern of domination that signifies a unity but is not a unity. 562. In the development of thought, a point had to be reached at which one realized that what one called the properties of things were sensations of the feeling subject. At this point the properties ceased to belong to the thing. The thing in itself remained. The distinction between the thing in itself and the thing for us is based on the older, naive form of perception which granted energy to things, but analysis revealed that even force was only projected into them, and likewise substance. The thing affects a subject. Root of the idea of substance in language, not in beings outside us. The thing in itself is no problem at all. Beings will have to be thought of as sensations that are no longer based on something devoid of sensation. In motion, no new content is given to sensation. That which is, cannot contain motion, therefore it is a form of being. NB. The explanation of an event can be sought firstly, through mental images of the event that precede it. Secondly, through mental images that succeed it. One should not confuse the two. Thus, the physical explanation, which is a symbolization of the world by means of sensation and thought, can in itself never account for the origin of sensation and thought, rather physics must construe the world of feeling consistently as lacking feeling and aim right up to the highest human being. And teleology is only a history of purposes and never physical. 563. Our knowing limits itself to establishing quantities, but we cannot help feeling these differences in quantity as qualities. Quality is a perspective truth for us, not an in itself. Our senses have a definite quantum as a mean within which they function, i.e., we sense bigness and smallness in relation to the conditions of our existence. If we sharpened or blunted our senses tenfold, we should perish, i.e., with regard to making possible our existence we sense even relations between magnitudes as qualities. 564. Might all quantities not be signs of qualities? A greater power implies a different consciousness, feeling, desiring, a different perspective. Growth itself is a desire to be more. The desire for an increase in quantum grows from a quale. In a purely quantitative world everything would be dead, stiff, motionless. The reduction of all qualities to quantities is nonsense. What appears is that the one accompanies the other, an analogy. 565. Qualities are insurmountable barriers for us. We cannot help feeling that mere quantitative differences are something fundamentally distinct from quantity, namely that they are qualities which can no longer be reduced to one another. But everything for which the word knowledge makes any sense refers to the domain of reckoning. Weighing, measuring, to the domain of quantity, while, on the other hand, all our sensations of value adhere precisely to qualities, i.e., to our perspective truths which belong to us alone and can by no means be known. It is obvious that every creature different from us senses different qualities and consequently lives in a different world from that in which we live. Qualities are an idiosyncrasy peculiar to man. To demand that our human interpretations and values should be universal and perhaps constitutive values is one of the hereditary madnesses of human pride. 566. The real world, however one has hitherto conceived it, it has always been the apparent world once again. 567. The apparent world, i.e., a world viewed according to values, ordered, selected according to values, i.e., in this case according to the viewpoint of utility in regard to the preservation and enhancement of the power of a certain species of animal. The perspective therefore decides the character of the appearance. As if a world would still remain over after one deducted the perspective. By doing that one would deduct relativity. Every center of force adopts a perspective toward the entire remainder, i.e., its own particular valuation, mode of action, and mode of resistance. The apparent world, therefore, is reduced to a specific mode of action on the world, emanating from a center. Now there is no other mode of action whatever, and the world is only a word for the totality of these actions. Reality consists precisely in this particular action and reaction of every individual part toward the whole. No shadow of a right remains to speak here of appearance. The specific mode of reacting is the only mode of reacting. We do not know how many and what kinds of other modes there are. but there is no other, no true, no essential being, for this would be the expression of a world without action and reaction. The antithesis of the apparent world and the true world reduced to the antithesis world and nothing. 568. Critique of the concept true and apparent world. Of these, the first is a mere fiction, constructed of fictitious entities. Appearance itself belongs to reality, it is a form of its being, i.e., in a world where there is no being, a certain calculable world of identical cases must first be created through appearance, a tempo at which observation and comparison are possible, etc. Appearance is an arranged and simplified world, at which our practical instincts have been at work. It is perfectly true for us, that is to say, we live, we are able to live in it, proof of its truth for us. The world, apart from our condition of living in it, the world that we have not reduced to our being, our logic and psychological prejudices, does not exist as a world in itself. It is essentially a world of relationships. Under certain conditions it has a differing aspect from every point, its being is essentially different from every point, it presses upon every point resists it, and the sum of these is in every case quite incongruent. The measure of power determines what being possesses the other measure of power, in what form, force, constraint it acts or resists. Our particular case is interesting enough. We have produced a conception in order to be able to live in a world, in order to perceive just enough to endure it. 569. Our psychological perspective is determined by the following: 1. That communication is necessary, and that for there to be communication something has to be firm, simplified, capable of precision. For it to be communicable, however, it must be experienced as adapted, as recognizable. The material of the senses adapted by the understanding, reduced to rough outlines, made similar, subsumed under related matters. Thus the fuzziness and chaos of sense impressions are, as it were, logicized. 2. The world of phenomena is the adapted world which we feel to be real. The reality lies in the continual recurrence of identical, familiar, related things in their logicized character, in the belief that here we are able to reckon and calculate. 3. The antithesis of this phenomenal world is not the true world, but the formless unformulable world of the chaos of sensations, another kind of phenomenal world, a kind unknowable for us. 4. Questions: what things in themselves may be like, apart from our sense receptivity and the activity of our understanding, must be rebutted with the question: how could we know that things exist? Thingness was first created by us. The question is whether there could not be many other ways of creating such an apparent world, and whether this creating, logicizing, adapting, falsifying is not itself the best guaranteed reality, in short, whether that which posits things is not the sole reality, and whether the effect of the external world upon us is not also only the result of such active subjects the other entities act upon us. Our adapted apparent world is an adaptation and overpowering of their actions, a kind of defensive measure. The subject alone is demonstrable, hypothesis that only subjects exist, that object is only a kind of effect produced by a subject upon a subject, a modus of the subject. 10. Metaphysical need. 570. If one is a philosopher, as men have always been philosophers, one cannot see what has been and becomes, one sees only what is. But since nothing is, all that was left to the philosopher as his world was the imaginary. 571. To assert the existence as a whole of things of which we know nothing whatever, precisely because there is an advantage in not being able to know anything of them, was a piece of naivete of Kant, resulting from needs, mainly moral metaphysical. 572. An artist cannot endure reality, he looks away from it, back. He seriously believes that the value of a thing resides in that shadowy residue one derives from colors, form, sound, ideas. He believes that the more subtilized, attenuated, transient a thing or a man is, the more valuable he becomes, the less real, the more valuable. This is Platonism, which, however, involved yet another bold reversal. Plato measured the degree of reality by the degree of value and said, the more idea, the more being. He reversed the concept reality and said, what you take for real is an error, and the nearer we approach the idea, the nearer we approach truth. Is this understood? It was the greatest of rebaptisms, and because it has been adopted by Christianity we do not recognize how astonishing it is. Fundamentally, Plato, as the artist he was, preferred appearance to being. Lie and invention to truth. The unreal to the actual. But he was so convinced of the value of appearance that he gave it the attributes being, causality and goodness, and truth, in short everything men value. The concept of value itself considered as a cause, first insight. The ideal granted all honorific attributes, second insight. 573. The idea of the true world or of God as absolutely immaterial, spiritual, good, is an emergency measure necessary while the opposite instincts are still all-powerful. The degree of moderation and humanity attained is exactly reflected in the humanization of the gods, the Greeks of the strongest epoch, who were not afraid of themselves but rejoiced in themselves, brought their gods close to all their own affects. The spiritualization of the idea of God is therefore far from being a sign of progress. One is heartily conscious of this when considering Goethe in his case. The vaporization of God into virtue and spirit is felt as being on a coarser level. 574. Senselessness of all metaphysics as the derivation of the conditioned from the unconditioned. It is in the nature of thinking that it thinks of and invents the unconditioned as an adjunct to the conditioned, just as it thought of and invented the ego as an adjunct to the multiplicity of its processes. It measures the world according to magnitudes posited by itself, such fundamental fictions as the unconditional, ends and means, things, substances, logical laws, numbers, and forms. There would be nothing that could be called knowledge if thought did not first reform the world in this way into things, into what is self-identical. Only because there is thought is there untruth. Thought cannot be derived, any more than sensations can be, but that does not mean that its primordiality or being in itself has been proved. All that is established is that we cannot get beyond it, because we have nothing but thought and sensation. 575. Knowledge is a referring back, in its essence a regressus in infinitum. That which comes to a standstill is laziness, weariness. 576. Psychology of metaphysics, the influence of timidity. That which has been feared the most, the cause of the most powerful suffering, has been treated by men with the greatest amount of hostility and eliminated from the true world. Thus they have eliminated the effects one by one, posited God as the antithesis of evil, that is, placed reality in the negation of the desires and affects. In the same way, they have hated the irrational, the arbitrary, the accidental. As a consequence, they negated this element in being in itself and conceived it as absolute rationality and purposiveness. In the same way, they have feared change, transitoriness. This expresses a straitened soul, full of mistrust and evil experiences. A creature overloaded and playing with force would call precisely the affects, irrationality, and change good in a eudaimonistic sense, together with their consequences, danger, contrast, perishing, etc. 577. Against the value of that which remains eternally the same, the values of the briefest and most transient, the seductive flash of gold on the belly of the serpent vita. 578. Moral values even in theory of knowledge, trust in reason, why not mistrust? The true world is supposed to be the good world, why? Appearance, change, contradiction, struggle devalued as immoral, desire for a world in which these things are missing, the transcendental world invented, in order that a place remains for moral freedom, dialectic a way to virtue, time and space ideal, consequently unity in the essence of things, consequently no sin, no evil, no imperfection, a justification of God. Epicurus denied the possibility of knowledge, in order to retain moral values as the highest values. Augustine, later Pascal, did the same for the benefit of Christian values. Descartes' contempt for everything that changes, also that of Spinoza. 579. Psychology of metaphysics. This world is apparent, consequently there is a true world, this world is conditional, consequently there is an unconditioned world, this world is full of contradiction, consequently there is a world free of contradiction, this world is a world of becoming, consequently there is a world of being. All false conclusions. It is suffering that inspires these conclusions, fundamentally they are desires that such a world should exist. In the same way, to imagine another, more valuable world is an expression of hatred for a world that makes one suffer. The ressentiment of metaphysicians against actuality is here creative. Second series of questions: for what is their suffering, and from this a conclusion is derived concerning the relation of the true world to our apparent, changing, suffering, contradictory world. Suffering as a consequence of error. How is error possible? Suffering as a consequence of guilt. How is guilt possible? If, however, the conditioned world is causally conditioned by the unconditioned world, then freedom to err and incur guilt must also be conditioned by it. And again one asks, what for? The world of appearance, becoming, contradiction, suffering, is therefore willed. What for? The error in these conclusions: two opposite concepts are constructed because one of them corresponds to a reality, the other must also correspond to a reality. Whence should one derive this opposite concept if this were not so? Reason is thus a source of revelation concerning being in itself. But the origin of these antitheses need not necessarily go back to a supernatural source of reason, it is sufficient to oppose to it the real genesis of the concepts. This derives from the practical sphere, the sphere of utility, hence the strength of the faith it inspires. The preoccupation with suffering on the part of metaphysicians is quite naive. Eternal bliss, psychological nonsense. Brave and creative men never consider pleasure and pain as ultimate values, they are epiphenomena. One must desire both if one is to achieve anything. That they see the problem of pleasure and pain in the foreground reveals something weary and sick in metaphysicians and religious people. Even morality is so important to them only because they see in it an essential condition for the abolition of suffering. In the same way, their preoccupation with appearance and error, cause of suffering, superstition that happiness attends truth. 580. To what extent the basic epistemological positions are consequences of evaluations, the source of the supreme feelings of pleasure as decisive also for the problem of reality. The measure of positive knowledge is quite subsidiary or a matter of indifference, as witness the development of India. The Buddhistic negation of reality in general is perfectly consistent: undemonstrability, inaccessibility, lack of categories not only for a world in itself, but an insight into the erroneous procedures by means of which this whole concept is arrived at. Absolute reality, being in itself a contradiction. In a world of becoming, reality is always only a simplification for practical ends, or a deception through the coarseness of organs, or a variation in the tempo of becoming. Logical world denial and annihilation follow from the fact that we have to oppose non-being with being and that the concept becoming is denied. 581. Being and becoming reason, evolved on a sensualistic basis, on the prejudices of the senses, i.e., in the belief in the truth of the judgments of the senses. Being as universalization of the concept life, having a soul, willing, affecting, becoming. The antithesis is, not to have a soul, not to become, not to will. Therefore, being is not the antithesis of non-being, appearance, nor even of the dead. The soul, the ego posited as primeval fact, and introduced everywhere where there is any becoming. 582. Being, we have no idea of it apart from the idea of living. How can anything dead be? 583. I observe with astonishment that science has today resigned itself to the apparent world, a real world whatever it may be, like we certainly have no organ for knowing it. At this point we may ask, by means of what organ of knowledge can we posit even this antithesis? That a world accessible to our organs is also understood to be dependent upon these organs, that we understand a world as being subjectively conditioned, is not to say that an objective world is at all possible. Who compels us to think that subjectivity is real, essential? The in itself is even an absurd conception, a constitutioning itself is nonsense. We possess the concept being, thing, only as a relational concept. The worst thing is that with the old antithesis apparent and true, the correlative value judgment lacking in value and absolutely valuable has developed. The apparent world is not counted as a valuable world. Appearance is supposed to constitute an objection to supreme value. Only a true world can be valuable in itself. Prejudice of prejudices. Firstly, it would be possible that the true constitution of things was so hostile to the presuppositions of life, so opposed to them, that we needed appearance in order to be able to live after all. This is the case in so many situations, example in marriage. Our empirical world would be determined by the instincts of self-preservation even as regards the limits of its knowledge. We would regard as true, good, valuable that which serves the preservation of the species. A. We possess no categories by which we can distinguish a true from an apparent world. B. Assuming the true world, it could still be a world less valuable for us. Precisely, the quantum of illusion might be of a higher rank on account of its value for our preservation. See that a correlation exists between degrees of value and degrees of reality is a metaphysical postulate proceeding from the presupposition that we know the order of rank of values, namely, that this order of rank is a moral order. Only with this presupposition is truth necessarily part of the definition of all the highest values. It is of cardinal importance that one should abolish the true world. It is the great inspirer of doubt and evaluator in respect of the world we are. It has been our most dangerous attempt yet to assassinate life. War on all presuppositions on the basis of which one has invented a true world. Among these is the presupposition that moral values are the supreme values. The supremacy of moral valuation would be refuted if it could be shown to be the consequence of an immoral valuation. As a special case of actual immorality, it would thus reduce itself to an appearance, and as appearance it would cease to have any right as such to condemn appearance. The will to truth would then have to be investigated psychologically. It is not a moral force, but a form of the will to power. This would have to be proved by showing that it employs every immoral means, metaphysicians above all. We are today faced with testing the assertion that moral values are the supreme values. Method in investigation is attained only when all moral prejudices have been overcome. It represents a victory over morality. 584. The aberration of philosophy is that, instead of saying in logic and the categories of reason means toward the adjustment of the world for utilitarian ends, one believed one possessed in them the criterion of truth and reality. The criterion of truth was in fact merely the biological utility of such a system of systematic falsification, and since a species of animals knows of nothing more important than its own preservation, one might indeed be permitted to speak here of truth. The naivete was to take an anthropocentric idiosyncrasy as the measure of things, as the rule for determining real and unreal, in short, to make absolute something conditioned. And behold, suddenly the world fell apart into a true world and an apparent world, and precisely the world that man's reason had devised for him to live and settle in was discredited. Instead of employing the forms as a tool for making the world manageable and calculable, the madness of philosophers divined that in these categories is presented the concept of that world to which the one in which man lives does not correspond. The means were misunderstood as measures of value, even as a condemnation of their real intention. The intention was to deceive oneself in a useful way, the means, the invention of formulas and signs by means of which one could reduce the confusing multiplicity to a purposive and manageable schema. But alas! Now a moral category was brought into play. No creature wants to deceive itself, no creature may deceive, consequently there is only a will to truth. What is truth? The law of contradiction provided the schema. The true world, to which one seeks the way, cannot contradict itself, cannot change, cannot become, has no beginning and no end. This is the greatest error that has ever been committed, the essential fatality of error on earth. one believed one possessed a criterion of reality in the forms of reason, while in fact one possessed them in order to become master of reality, in order to misunderstand reality in a shrewd manner. And behold, now the world became false, and precisely on account of the properties that constitute its reality: change, becoming, multiplicity, opposition, contradiction, war. And then the entire fatality was there. 1. How can one get free from the false, merely apparent world? 2. How can one become oneself as much as possible the antithesis of the character of the apparent world? The whole tendency of values was toward slander of life. One created a confusion of idealist dogmatism and knowledge in general, so that the opposing party also was always attacking science. The road to science was in this way doubly blocked, once by belief in the true world, and again by the opponents of this belief. Natural science, psychology, was condemned with regard to its objects, deprived of its innocence. In the actual world, in which everything is bound to and conditioned by everything else, to condemn and think away anything means to condemn and think away everything. The expression "that should not be, that should not have been," is farcical if one thinks out the consequences. One would ruin the source of life if one wanted to abolish whatever was in some respect harmful or destructive. Physiology teaches us better. We see how morality poisons the entire conception of the world, cuts off the road to knowledge, to science, disintegrates and undermines all actual instincts. We see at work before us a dreadful tool of decadence that props itself up by the holiest names and attitudes. 585. Tremendous self-examination, becoming conscious of oneself, not as individuals but as mankind. Let us reflect, let us think back, let us follow the highways and byways. Man seeks the truth, a world that is not self-contradictory, not deceptive, does not change, a true world, a world in which one does not suffer. Contradiction, deception, change causes of suffering. He does not doubt that a world as it ought to be exists, he would like to seek out the road to it. Whence does man here derive the concept reality? Why is it that he derives suffering from change, deception, contradiction? And why not rather his happiness? Contempt, hatred for all that perishes, changes, varies. Whence comes this valuation of that which remains constant? Obviously, the will to truth is here merely the desire for a world of the constant. The senses deceive, reason corrects the errors. Consequently, one concluded, reason is the road to the constant, the least sensual ideas must be closest to the true world. It is from the senses that most misfortunes come. They are deceivers, deluders, destroyers. Happiness can be guaranteed only by being. Change and happiness exclude one another. The highest desire therefore contemplates unity with what has being. This is the formula for the road to the highest happiness. In summa, the world as it ought to be exists. This world, in which we live, is an error. This world of ours ought not to exist. Belief in what has being is only a consequence. The real primum mobile is disbelief in becoming, mistrust of becoming, the low valuation of all that becomes. What kind of man reflects in this way? An unproductive, suffering kind, a kind weary of life. If we imagine the opposite kind of man, he would not need to believe in what has being, more, he would despise it as dead, tedious, indifferent. The belief that the world as it ought to be is, really exists, is a belief of the unproductive who do not desire to create a world as it ought to be. They posit it as already available, they seek ways and means of reaching it. Will to truth as the impotence of the will to create. To know that something is thus and thus. To act so that something becomes thus and thus. Antagonism in the degree of power in different natures. The fiction of a world that corresponds to our desires, psychological trick and interpretation with the aim of associating everything we honor and find pleasant with this true world. Will to truth at this stage is essentially an art of interpretation, which at least requires the power to interpret. This same species of man, grown one stage poorer, no longer possessing the strength to interpret, to create fictions, produces nihilists. A nihilist is a man who judges of the world as it is that it ought not to be, and of the world as it ought to be that it does not exist. According to this view, our existence has no meaning. The pathos of in vain is the nihilist's pathos at the same time, as pathos, an inconsistency on the part of the nihilists. Whoever is incapable of laying his will into things, lacking will and strength, at least lays some meaning into them, i.e., the faith that there is a will in them already. It is a measure of the degree of strength of will to what extent one can do without meaning in things, to what extent one can endure to live in a meaningless world because one organizes a small portion of it oneself. The philosophical objective outlook can therefore be a sign that will and strength are small. For strength organizes what is close and closest. Men of knowledge, who desire only to ascertain what is, are those who cannot fix anything as it ought to be. Artists, an intermediary species, they at least fix an image of that which ought to be. They are productive, to the extent that they actually alter and transform, unlike men of knowledge, who leave everything as it is. Connection between philosophers and the pessimistic religions, the same species of man. Connection between philosophers and moral men and their evaluations. Overcoming of philosophers through the destruction of the world of being, intermediary period of nihilism, before there is yet present the strength to reverse values and to deify becoming and the apparent world as the only world, and to call them good. Nihilism as a normal phenomenon can be a symptom of increasing strength or of increasing weakness. Partly, because the strength to create, to will, has so increased that it no longer requires these total interpretations and introductions of meaning. Partly because even the creative strength to create meaning has declined and disappointment becomes the dominant condition. The incapability of believing in a meaning, unbelief. What does science mean in regard to both possibilities? 1. As a sign of strength and self-control, as being able to do without healing, comforting worlds of illusion. 2. As undermining, dissecting, disappointing, weakening. Belief in truth, the need to have a hold on something believed true, psychological reduction apart from all previous value feelings. Fear, laziness. The same way, unbelief, reduction. To what extent it acquires a new value if a true world does not exist. 586. The true and the apparent world. The seductions that occur from this concept are of three kinds. A. An unknown world. We are adventurers, inquisitive. That which is known seems to weary us. B. Another world, where things are different, something in us calculates, our still submission, our silence, lose their value. Perhaps everything will turn out well. We have not hoped in vain. The world where things are different, where we ourselves, who knows, are different. C. A true world. This is the most amazing trick and attack that has ever been perpetrated upon us. So much has become encrusted in the word true, and involuntarily we make a present of all this to the true world. The true world must also be a truthful world, one that does not deceive us, does not make fools of us. To believe in it is virtually to be compelled to believe in it. The concept the unknown world insinuates that this world is known to us. The concept another world insinuates that the world could be otherwise, abolishes necessity and fate. The concept the true world insinuates that this world is untruthful, deceptive, dishonest, inauthentic, inessential, and consequently also not a world adapted to our needs. We therefore elude this world in three ways. A. By our inquisitiveness, as if the more interesting part were elsewhere. B. By our submission, as though it were not necessary to submit oneself, as if this world were not a necessity of the ultimate rank. C. By our sympathy and respect, as if this world did not deserve them, were impure, were not honest with us. In summa, we have revolted in three ways. We have made an X into a critique of the known world. First step toward sobriety, to grasp to what extent we have been seduced, for things could be exactly the reverse. A. The unknown world could be a stupid and meaner form of existence, and this world might be rather enjoyable by comparison. B. The other world, far from taking account of our desires, which would find no fulfillment in it, could be among the mass of things that make this world possible for us. To get to know it might be a means of making us contented. C. The true world. But who is it really who tells us that the apparent world must be of less value than the true one? Does our instinct not contradict this judgment? Does man not eternally create a fictitious world for himself because he wants a better world than reality? Above all, how do we arrive at the idea that our world is not the true world? It could be that the other world is the apparent one. And finally, what gives us the right to posit, as it were, degrees of reality? This is something different from an unknown world. It is already a wanting to know something of the unknown, the unknown world. Very good. But to say true world means to know something of it that is the opposite of the assumption of an X world. In summa, the world X could be in every sense more tedious, less human, and less worthy than this world. It would be another thing to assert the existence of X worlds, i.e., of every possible world besides this one. But this has never been asserted. Problem: why the notion of another world has always been unfavorable for, or critical of this world. What does this indicate? For a people proud of itself, whose life is ascending, always thinks of another kind of being as a lower, less valuable kind of being. It regards the strange, the unknown world as its enemy, as its opposite. It feels no inquisitiveness. It totally rejects the strange. A people would never admit that another people was the true people. It is symptomatic that such a distinction should be at all possible, that one takes this world for the apparent one and the other world as true. The places of origin of the notion of another world: the philosopher, who invents a world of reason, where reason and the logical functions are adequate. This is the origin of the true world. The religious man, who invents a divine world. This is the origin of the denaturalized, anti-natural world. The moral man, who invents a free world. This is the origin of the good, perfect, just, holy world. What the three places of origin have in common: the psychological blunder, the physiological confusions. By what attributes is the other world, as it actually appears in history, distinguished? By the stigmata of philosophical, religious, moral prejudice. The other world, as illumined by these facts, as a synonym for non-being, non-living, not wanting to live. General insight: it is the instinct of life weariness, and not that of life, which has created the other world. Consequence: philosophy, religion, and morality are symptoms of decadence. 11. Biological value of knowledge. 587. It might seem as though I had evaded the question of certainty. The opposite is true, but by inquiring after the criterion of certainty I tested the scales upon which men have weighed in general hitherto, and that the question of certainty itself is a dependent question, a question of the second rank. 588. The question of values is more fundamental than the question of certainty. The latter becomes serious only by presupposing that the value question has already been answered. Being and appearance, psychologically considered, yield no being in itself, no criterion of reality, but only for grades of appearance measured by the strength of the interest we show in an appearance. There is no struggle for existence between ideas and perceptions, but a struggle for dominion. The idea that is overcome is not annihilated, only driven back or subordinated. There is no annihilation in the sphere of spirit. 589. Ends and means, cause and effect, subject and object, acting and suffering, thing in itself and appearance. As interpretations, and to what extent perhaps necessary interpretations, all in the sense of a will to power. 590. Our values are interpreted into things. Is there then any meaning in the in itself? Is meaning not necessarily relative meaning and perspective? All meaning is will to power. 591. The desire for solid facts epistemology, how much pessimism there is in it. 592. The antagonism between the true world, as revealed by pessimism, and a world possible for life. Here one must test the rights of truth. It is necessary to measure the meaning of all these ideal drives against life to grasp what this antagonism really is: the struggle of sickly, despairing life that cleaves to a beyond, with healthier, more stupid and mendacious, richer, less degenerate life. Therefore it is not truth in struggle with life but one kind of life in struggle with another, but it wants to be the higher kind. Here one must demonstrate the need for an order of rank, that the first problem is the order of rank of different kinds of life. 593. To transform the belief it is thus and thus into the will it shall become thus and thus. 12. Science. 594. Science. This has been hitherto a way of putting an end to the complete confusion in which things exist, by hypotheses that explain everything, so it has come from the intellect's dislike of chaos. The same dislike seizes me when I consider myself. I should like to form an image of the inner world too, by means of some schema, and thus triumph over intellectual confusion. Morality has been a simplification of this kind. It taught that men were known, familiar. Now we have destroyed morality, we have again become completely obscure to ourselves. I know that I know nothing of myself. Physics proves to be a boon for the heart. Science acquires a new charm after morality has been eliminated, and because it is here alone that we find consistency, we have to construct our life so as to preserve it. This yields a sort of practical reflection on the conditions of our existence as men of knowledge. 595. Our presuppositions: no God, no purpose, finite force. Let us guard against thinking out and prescribing the mode of thought necessary to lesser men. 596. No moral education of the human race, but an enforced schooling in scientific errors is needed, because truth disgusts and makes one sick of life unless man is already irrevocably launched upon his path and has taken his honest insight upon himself with a tragic pride. 597. The presupposition of scientific work, belief in the unity and perpetuity of scientific work, so the individual may work at any part, however small, confident that his work will not be in vain. There is one great paralysis: to work in vain, to struggle in vain. The accumulative epochs, in which force and means of power are discovered that the future will one day make use of, science an intermediary station, at which the more intermediary, more multifarious, more complicated natures find their most natural discharge and satisfaction, all those who should avoid action. 598. A philosopher recuperates differently and with different means. He recuperates, example, with nihilism. Belief that there is no truth at all, the nihilistic belief, is a great relaxation for one who, as a warrior of knowledge, is ceaselessly fighting ugly truths. For truth is ugly. 599. The meaninglessness of events, belief in this is the consequence of an insight into the falsity of previous interpretations, a generalization of discouragement and weakness, not a necessary belief. The immodesty of man, to deny meaning where he sees none. 600. No limit to the ways in which the world can be interpreted, every interpretation a symptom of growth or of decline. Inertia needs unity, plurality of interpretations a sign of strength. Not to desire to deprive the world of its disturbing and enigmatic character. 601. Against peaceableness and the desire for reconciliation. The attempt at monism belongs here. 602. This perspective world, this world for the eye, tongue, and ear, is very false, even if compared for a very much more subtle sense apparatus. But its intelligibility, comprehensibility, practicability, and beauty begin to cease if we refine our senses, just as beauty ceases when we think about historical processes. The order of purpose is already an illusion. It suffices that the more superficially and coarsely it is conceived, the more valuable, definite, beautiful, and significant the world appears. The deeper one looks, the more our valuations disappear, meaninglessness approaches. We have created the world that possesses values. Knowing this, we know, too, that reverence for truth is already the consequence of an illusion, and that one should value more than truth the force that forms, simplifies, shapes, invents. Everything is false. Everything is permitted. Only with a certain obtuseness of vision, a will to simplicity, does the beautiful, the valuable appear. In itself, it is I know not what. 603. that the destruction of an illusion does not produce truth but only one more piece of ignorance, an extension of our empty space, an increase of our desert. 604. Interpretation, the introduction of meaning not explanation. There are no facts, everything is in flux, incomprehensible, elusive, what is relatively most enduring is our opinions. 605. The ascertaining of truth and untruth, the ascertaining of facts in general, is fundamentally different from creative positing, from forming, shaping, overcoming, willing, such as is of the essence of philosophy. To introduce a meaning, this task still remains to be done, assuming there is no meaning yet. Thus it is with sounds, but also with the fate of peoples, they are capable of the most different interpretations and direction toward different goals. On a yet higher level is to posit a goal and mold facts according to it, that is, active interpretation and not merely conceptual translation. 606. Ultimately, man finds in things nothing but what he himself has imported into them, the finding is called science, the importing art, religion, love, pride. Even if this should be a piece of childishness, one should carry on with both and be well disposed toward both. Some should find, others we others, should import. 607. Science, its two sides, in regard to the individual, in regard to the cultural complex. Valuations from one side or the other are mutually antagonistic. 608. The development of science resolves the familiar more and more into the unfamiliar it desires, however, the reverse, and proceeds from the instinct to trace the unfamiliar back to the familiar. In summa, science is preparing a sovereign ignorance, a feeling that there is no such thing as knowing, that it was a kind of arrogance to dream of it, more, that we no longer have the least notion that warrants our considering knowledge even a possibility, that knowing itself is a contradictory idea. We translate a primeval mythology and vanity of mankind into the hard fact, knowledge in itself is as impermissible a concept as is thing in itself. Seduction by number and logic, seduction by laws. Wisdom as the attempt to get beyond perspective valuations, a principle hostile to life and decadent, a symptom as among the Indians, etc., of the weakening of the power of appropriation. 609. It is not enough that you understand in what ignorance man and beast live, you must also have and acquire the will to ignorance. You need to grasp that without this kind of ignorance life itself would be impossible, that it is a condition under which alone the living thing can preserve itself and prosper. A great, firm dome of ignorance must encompass you. 610. Science, the transformation of nature into concepts for the purpose of mastering nature, belongs under the rubric means. But the purpose and will of man must grow in the same way, the intention in regard to the whole. 611. We find that the strongest and most constantly employed faculty at all stages of life is thought, even in every act of perceiving and apparent passivity. Evidently, it thus becomes most powerful and demanding, and in the long run it tyrannizes over all other forces. Finally it becomes passion in itself. 612. To win back for the man of knowledge the right to great affects. After self-effacement and the cult of objectivity have created a false order of rank in this sphere, 2. Error reached its peak when Schopenhauer taught, the only way to the true, to knowledge, lies precisely in getting free from affects, from will. The intellect liberated from will cannot but see the true, real essence of things. The same error in arte, as if everything were beautiful as soon as it is viewed without will. 613. Competition between affects and the dominion of one of the affects over the intellect. 614. To humanize the world, i.e., to feel ourselves more and more masters within it. 615. Among a higher kind of creatures, knowledge, too, will acquire new forms that are not yet needed. 616. That the value of the world lies in our interpretation, that previous interpretations have been perspective valuations by virtue of which we can survive in life, i.e., in the will to power, for the growth of power, that every elevation of man brings with it the overcoming of narrower interpretations, that every strengthening and increase of power opens up new perspectives and means believing in new horizons. This idea permeates my writings. The world with which we are concerned is false, i.e., is not a fact but a fable and approximation on the basis of a meager sum of observations. It is in flux, as something in a state of becoming, as a falsehood always changing but never getting near the truth, for there is no truth. 617. To impose upon becoming the character of being that is the supreme will to power. Twofold falsification, on the part of the senses and of the spirit, to preserve a world of that which is, which abides, which is equivalent, etc. That everything recurs is the closest approximation of a world of becoming to a world of being, high point of the meditation. From the values attributed to being proceed the condemnation of and discontent with becoming, after such a world of being had first been invented. The metamorphoses of what has being. Beings as appearance, reversal of values. Appearance was that which conferred value. Knowledge in itself in a world of becoming is impossible, so how is knowledge possible? As error concerning oneself, as will to power, as will to deception. Becoming as invention, willing, self-denial, overcoming of oneself, no subject but an action, a positing, creative, no causes and effects. Art as the will to overcome becoming, as eternalization, but short-sighted, depending on the perspective, repeating in miniature, as it were, the tendency of the whole. Regarding that which all life reveals as a diminutive formula for the total tendency, hence a new definition of the concept life as will to power. Instead of cause and effect, the mutual struggle of that which becomes, often with the absorption of one's opponent, the number of becoming elements not constant. Uselessness of old ideals for the interpretation of the totality of events. Once one knows the animal origin and utility of these ideals, all, moreover, contradictory to life. Uselessness of the mechanistic theory, it gives the impression of meaninglessness. The entire idealism of mankind hitherto is on the point of changing suddenly into nihilism, into the belief in absolute worthlessness, i.e., meaninglessness. The destruction of ideals, the new desert, new arts by means of which we can endure it, we amphibians. Presupposition, bravery, patience, no turning back, no haste to go forward. The dawn of day. Author's preface. In this book we find a subterrestrial at work, digging, mining, undermining. You can see him, always provided that you have eyes for such deep work, how he makes his way slowly, cautiously, gently but surely, without showing signs of the weariness that usually accompanies a long privation of light and air. He might even be called happy, despite his labors in the dark. Does it not seem as if some faith were leading him on, some solace recompensing him for his toil? Or that he himself desires a long period of darkness, an unintelligible, hidden, enigmatic something, knowing as he does that he will in time have his own morning, his own redemption, his own rosy dawn? Yea, verily he will return. Ask him not what he seeketh in the depths, for he himself will tell you, this apparent Trophonius and subterrestrial, whensoever he once again becomes man. One easily unlearns how to hold one's tongue when one has for so long been a mole, and all alone, like him. 2. Indeed, my indulgent friends, I will tell you here, in this late preface, which might easily have become an obituary or a funeral oration, what I sought in the depths below, for I have come back, and I have escaped. Think not that I will urge you to run the same perilous risk, or that I will urge you on even to the same solitude. For whoever proceeds on his own path meets nobody, this is the feature of one's own path. No one comes to help him in his task, he must face everything quite alone: danger, bad luck, wickedness, foul weather. He goes his own way, and, as is only right, meets with bitterness and occasional irritation because he pursues this own way of his. For instance, the knowledge that not even his friends can guess who he is and whither he is going, and that they ask themselves now and then, well, is he really moving at all? Has he still a path before him? At that time I had undertaken something which could not have been done by everybody. I went down into the deepest depths, I tunneled to the very bottom, I started to investigate and unearth an old faith which for thousands of years we philosophers used to build on as the safest of all foundations, which we built on again and again although every previous structure fell in. I began to undermine our faith in morals. But ye do not understand me. 3. So far it is on good and evil that we have meditated least profoundly. This was always too dangerous a subject. Conscience, a good reputation, hell, and at times even the police, have not allowed and do not allow of impartiality. In the presence of morality, as before all authority, we must not even think, much less speak, here we must obey. Ever since the beginning of the world, no authority has permitted itself to be made the subject of criticism, and to criticize morals, to look upon morality as a problem, as problematic. What was that not is that not immoral, but morality has at its disposal not only every means of intimidation wherewith to keep itself free from critical hands and instruments of torture, its security lies rather in a certain art of enchantment, in which it is a past master. It knows how to enrapture. It can often paralyze the critical will with a single look, or even seduce it to itself. Yeah, there are even cases where morality can turn the critical will against itself, so that then, like the scorpion, it thrusts the sting into its own body. Morality has for ages been an expert in all kinds of devilry, in the art of convincing. Even at the present day there is no orator who would not turn to it for assistance. Morality has shown herself to be the greatest mistress of seduction ever since men began to discourse and persuade on earth, and, what concerns us philosophers even more, she is the veritable Circe of philosophers. 4. To what is it due that, from Plato onwards, all the philosophic architects in Europe have built in vain? That everything which they themselves honestly believe to be ere perennius threatens to subside or is already laid in ruins. Oh, how wrong is the answer which, even in our own day, rolls glibly off the tongue when this question is asked, because they have all neglected the prerequisite, the examination of the foundation, a critique of all reason. That fatal answer made by Kant, who has certainly not thereby attracted us modern philosophers to firmer and less treacherous ground. The right answer would rather have been, that all philosophers, including Kant himself, were building under the seductive influence of morality, that they aimed at certainty and truth only in appearance, but that in reality their attention was directed towards majestic moral edifices, to use once more Kant's innocent mode of expression, who deems it his less brilliant, but not undeserving task and work to level the ground and prepare a solid foundation for the erection of those majestic moral edifices. Alas! He did not succeed in his aim, quite the contrary, as we must acknowledge today. With this exalted aim, Kant was merely a true son of his century, which more than any other may justly be called the century of exaltation, and this he fortunately continued to be in respect to the more valuable side of this century. He, too, had been bitten by the moral tarantula, Rousseau. He, too, felt weighing on his soul that moral fanaticism of which another disciple of Rousseau's, Robespierre, felt, and proclaimed himself to be the executor, défendeur sur la terre et l'empire de la sagesse, de la justice, et de la vertu. On the other hand, with such a French fanaticism in his heart, no one could have cultivated it in a less French, more deep, more thorough, and more German manner, if the word German is still permissible in this sense, than Kant did. In order to make room for his moral kingdom, he found himself compelled to add to it an indemonstrable world, a logical beyond that was why he required his critique of pure reason. In other words, he would not have wanted it, if he had not deemed one thing to be more important than all the others, to render his moral kingdom unassailable by, or, better still, invisible to, reason, for he felt too strongly the vulnerability of a moral order of things in the face of reason. 4. When confronted with nature and history, when confronted with the ingrained immorality of nature and history, Kant was, like all good Germans from the earliest times, a pessimist. He believed in morality, not because it is demonstrated through nature and history, but despite its being steadily contradicted by them. To understand this despite, we should perhaps recall a somewhat similar trait in Luther, that other great pessimist, who once urged it upon his friends with true Lutheran audacity, if we could conceive by reason alone how that God who shows so much wrath and molly good nighty could be merciful and just, what use should we have for faith? For, from the earliest times, nothing has ever made a deeper impression upon the German soul, nothing has ever tempted it more, than that deduction, the most dangerous of all, which for every true Latin is a sin against the intellect. Credo quia absurdum est with it German logic enters for the first time into the history of Christian dogma, but even today, 1,000 years later, we Germans of the present, late Germans in every way, catch the scent of truth, a possibility of truth, at the back of the famous fundamental principle of dialectics with which Hegel secured the victory of the German spirit over Europe. Contradiction moves the world. All things contradict themselves. We are pessimists even in logic. 4. But logical judgments are not the deepest and most fundamental to which the daring of our suspicion descends. The confidence in reason which is inseparable from the validity of these judgments, is, as confidence, a moral phenomenon. Perhaps German pessimism has yet to take its last step. Perhaps it has once more to draw up its credo opposite its absurdum in a terrible manner. And if this book is pessimistic even in regard to morals, even above the confidence in morals, should it not be a German book for that very reason? For, in fact, it represents a contradiction, and one which it does not fear. In it confidence in morals is retracted, but why? Out of morality. Or how shall we call that which takes place in it in us? For our taste inclines to the employment of more modest phrases. But there is no doubt that to us likewise there speak the thou shalt, we likewise obey a strict law which is set above us, and this is the last cry of morals which is still audible to us, which we too must live. Here, if anywhere, are we still men of conscience, because, to put the matter in plain words, we will not return to that which we look upon as decayed, outlived, and superseded. We will not return to something unworthy of belief, whether it be called God, virtue, truth, justice, love of one's neighbor, or what not. We will not permit ourselves to open up a lying path to old ideals. We are thoroughly and unalterably opposed to anything that would intercede and mingle with us, opposed to all forms of present-day faith and Christianity, opposed to the lukewarmness of all romanticism and fatherlandism, opposed also to the artistic sense of enjoyment and lack of principle which would fain make us worship where we no longer believe, for we are artists, opposed, in short, to all this European feminism which everlastingly draws upward, and which in consequence everlastingly lowers and degrades. Yet, being men of this conscience, we feel that we are related to that German uprightness and piety which dates back thousands of years. Although we immoralists and atheists may be the late and uncertain offspring of these virtues, yet, we even consider ourselves, in a certain respect, as their heirs, the executors of their inmost will, a pessimistic will, as I have already pointed out, which is not afraid to deny itself, because it denies itself with joy. In us is consummated, if you desire a formula, the autosuppression of morals. 5. But, after all, why must we proclaim so loudly and with such intensity what we are, what we want, and what we do not want? Let us look at this more calmly and wisely, from a higher and more distant point of view. Let us proclaim it, as if among ourselves, in so low a tone that all the world fails to hear it and us. Above all, however, let us say it slowly. This preface comes late, but not too late. What, after all, do 5 or 6 years matter? Such a book, and such a problem, are in no hurry. Besides, we are friends of the lento, I and my book. I have not been a philologist in vain, perhaps I am one yet, a teacher of slow reading. I even come to write slowly. At present it is not only my habit, but even my taste, a perverted taste, maybe to write nothing but what will drive to despair everyone who is in a hurry. For philology is that venerable art which exacts from its followers one thing above all: to step to one side, to leave themselves spare moments, to grow silent, to become slow, the leisurely art of the goldsmith applied to language, an art which must carry out slow, fine work, and attains nothing if not lento. For this very reason philology is now more desirable than ever before, for this very reason it is the highest attraction and incitement in an age of work, that is to say, of haste, of unseemly and immoderate hurry-scurry, which is intent upon getting things done at once, even every book, whether old or new. Philology itself, perhaps, will not get things done so hurriedly. It teaches how to read well, i.e. slowly, profoundly, attentively, prudently, with inner thoughts, with the mental doors ajar, with delicate fingers and eyes. My patient friends, this book appeals only to perfect readers and philologists. Learn to read me well. Ruta, near Genoa. Autumn, 1886. Book I. 1. Subsequent judgment. All things that endure for a long time are little by little so greatly permeated by reason that their origin in unreason becomes improbable. Does not almost every exact statement of an origin strike us as paradoxical and sacrilegious? Indeed, does not the true historian constantly contradict? 2. Prejudice of the learned savants are quite correct in maintaining the proposition that men in all ages believed that they knew what was good and evil, praiseworthy and blamable. But it is a prejudice of the learned to say that we now know it better than any other age. 3. A time for everything. When man assigned a sex to all things, he did not believe that he was merely playing, but he thought, on the contrary, that he had acquired a profound insight. It was only at a much later period, and then only partly, that he acknowledged the enormity of his error. In the same way, man has attributed a moral relationship to everything that exists, throwing the cloak of ethical significance over the world's shoulders. One day all that will be of just as much value, and no more, as the amount of belief existing today in the masculinity or femininity of the sun. 4. Against the fanciful disharmony of the spheres we must once more sweep out of the world all this false grandeur, for it is contrary to the justice that all things about us may claim. And for this reason we must not see or wish the world to be more disharmonic than it is. 5. Be thankful. The most important result of the past efforts of humanity is that we need no longer go about in continual fear of wild beasts, barbarians, gods, and our own dreams. 6. The juggler and his counterpart. That which is wonderful in science is contrary to that which is wonderful in the art of the juggler. For the latter would wish to make us believe that we see a very simple causality, where, in reality, an exceedingly complex causality is in operation. Science, on the other hand, forces us to give up our belief in the simple causality exactly where everything looks so easily comprehensible and we are merely the victims of appearances. The simplest things are very complicated. We can never be sufficiently astonished at them. 7. Reconceiving our feeling of space. Is it real or imaginary things which have built up the greater proportion of man's happiness? It is certain, at all events, that the extent of the distance between the highest point of happiness and the lowest point of unhappiness has been established only with the help of imaginary things. As a consequence, this kind of a conception of space is always, under the influence of science, becoming smaller and smaller, in the same way as science has taught us, and is still teaching us, to look upon the earth as small, yet, to look upon the entire solar system as a mere point. 8. Transfiguration. Perplexed sufferers, confused dreamers, the hysterically ecstatic. Here we have the three classes into which Raphael divided mankind. We no longer consider the world in this light, and Raphael himself dare not do so. His own eyes would show him a new transfiguration. 9. Conception of the morality of custom in comparison with the mode of life which prevailed among men for thousands of years. We men of the present day are living in a very immoral age. The power of custom has been weakened to a remarkable degree, and the sense of morality is so refined and elevated that we might almost describe it as volatilized. That is why we latecomers experience such difficulty in obtaining a fundamental conception of the origin of morality, and even if we do obtain it, our words of explanation stick in our throats, so coarse would they sound if we uttered them. Or to so great an extent would they seem to be a slander upon morality. Thus, for example, the fundamental clause, morality is nothing else than obedience to customs, of whatsoever nature they may be. but customs are simply the traditional way of acting and valuing. Where there is no tradition there is no morality, and the less life is governed by tradition, the narrower the circle of morality. The free man is immoral, because it is his will to depend upon himself and not upon tradition. In all the primitive states of humanity evil is equivalent to individual, free, arbitrary, unaccustomed, unforeseen, incalculable. In such primitive conditions, always measured by the standard, any action performed not because tradition commands it, but for other reasons, even for the same reasons as had been formerly established by custom, is termed immoral, and is felt to be so even by the very man who performs it, for it has not been done out of obedience to the tradition. What is tradition? A higher authority, which is obeyed, not because it commands what is useful to us, but merely because it commands. And in what way can this feeling for tradition be distinguished from a general feeling of fear? It is the fear of a higher intelligence which commands, the fear of an incomprehensible power, of something that is more than personal. There is superstition in this fear. In primitive times the domain of morality included education and hygienics, marriage, medicine, agriculture, war, speech and silence, the relationship between man, and between man and the gods. Morality required that a man should observe her prescriptions without thinking of himself as individual. Everything, therefore, was originally custom, and whoever wished to raise himself above it, had first of all to make himself a kind of lawgiver and medicine man, a sort of demigod. In other words, he had to create customs, a dangerous and fearful thing to do. Who is the most moral man? On the one hand, he who most frequently obeys the law, e.g. he who, like the Brahmins, carries a consciousness of the law about with him wherever he may go, and introduces it into the smallest divisions of time, continually exercising his mind in finding opportunities for obeying the law. On the other hand, he who obeys the law in the most difficult cases. The most moral man is he who makes the greatest sacrifices to morality. But what are the greatest sacrifices? In answering this question several different kinds of morality will be developed, but the distinction between the morality of the most frequent obedience and the morality of the most difficult obedience is of the greatest importance. Let us not be deceived as to the motives of that moral law which requires, as an indication of morality, obedience to custom in the most difficult cases. Self-conquest is required, not by reason of its useful consequences for the individual, but that custom and tradition may appear to be dominant, in spite of all individual counter-desires and advantages. The individual shall sacrifice himself, so demands the morality of custom. On the other hand, those moralists who, like the followers of Socrates, recommend self-control and sobriety to the individual as his greatest possible advantage and the key to his greatest personal happiness, are exceptions, and if we ourselves do not think so, this is simply due to our having been brought up under their influence. They all take a new path, and thereby bring down upon themselves the utmost disapproval of all the representatives of the morality of custom. They sever their connection with the community as immoralists, and are, in the fullest sense of the word, evil ones. In the same way, every Christian who sought, above all things, his own salvation, must have seemed evil to a virtuous Roman of the old school. Wherever a community exists, and consequently also a morality of custom, the feeling prevails that any punishment for the violation of a custom is inflicted, above all, on the community. This punishment is a supernatural punishment, the manifestations and limits of which are so difficult to understand, and are investigated with such superstitious fear. The community can compel any one member of it to make good, either to an individual or to the community itself, any ill consequences which may have followed upon such a member's action. It can also call down a sort of vengeance upon the head of the individual by endeavoring to show that, as the result of his action, a storm of divine anger has burst over the community. But, above all, it regards the guilt of the individual more particularly as its own guilt, and bears the punishment of the isolated individual as its own punishment. Morals, they bewail in their innermost heart, morals have grown lax, if such deeds as these are possible. And every individual action, every individual mode of thinking, causes dread. It is impossible to determine how much the more select, rare, and original minds must have suffered in the course of time by being considered as evil and dangerous, yeah, because they even looked upon themselves as such. Under the dominating influence of the morality of custom, originality of every kind came to acquire a bad conscience, and even now the sky of the best minds seems to be more overcast by this thought than it need be. 10. Counter-motion between the sense of morality and the sense of causality. As the sense of causality increases, so does the extent of the domain of morality decrease, for every time one has been able to grasp the necessary effects, and to conceive them as distinct from all incidentals and chance possibilities, one has, at the same time, destroyed an enormous number of imaginary causalities, which had hitherto been believed in as the basis of morals. The real world is much smaller than the world of our imagination, and each time also one casts away a certain amount of one's anxiousness and coercion, and some of our reverence for the authority of custom is lost, morality in general undergoes a diminution. He who, on the other hand, wishes to increase it must know how to prevent results from becoming controllable. 11. Morals and medicines of the people. Everyone is continuously occupied in bringing more or less influence to bear upon the morals which prevail in a community. Most of the people bring forward example after example to show the alleged relationship between cause and effect, guilt and punishment, thus upholding it as well-founded and adding to the belief in it. A few make new observations upon the actions and their consequences, drawing conclusions therefrom and laying down laws. A smaller number raise objections and allow belief in these things to become weakened, but they are all alike in the crude and unscientific manner in which they set about their work. If it is a question of objections to a law, or examples, or observations of it, or of its proof, confirmation, expression, or refutation, we always find the material and method entirely valueless. As valueless as the material and form of all popular medicine. Popular medicines and popular morals are closely related, and should not be considered and valued, as is still customary, in so different a way. Both are most dangerous and make-believe sciences. 12. Consequence as adjuvant cause. Formerly the consequences of an action were considered, not as the result of that action, but a voluntary adjuvant, i.e. on the part of God. Can a greater confusion be imagined? Entirely different practices and means have to be brought into use for actions and effects. 13. Towards the new education of mankind help us, all ye who are well disposed and willing to assist, lend your aid in the endeavor to do away with that conception of punishment which has swept over the whole world. No weed more harmful than this. It is not only to the consequences of our actions that this conception has been applied, and how horrible and senseless it is to confuse cause and effect with cause and punishment, but worse has followed. The pure accidentality of events has been robbed of its innocence by this execrable manner of interpreting conception of punishment. Yeah, they have even pushed their folly to such extremes that they would have us look upon existence itself as a punishment, from which it would appear that the education of mankind had hitherto been confided to cranky jailers and hangmen. 14. The signification of madness in the history of morality. If, despite that formidable pressure of the morality of custom, under which all human communities lived thousands of years before our own era, and during our own era up to the present day, if, I say, in spite of all this, new and divergent ideas, valuations, and impulses have made their appearance time after time, this state of things has been brought about only with the assistance of a dreadful associate. It was insanity almost. Everywhere that paved the way for the new thought and cast off the spell of an old custom and superstition. Do ye understand why this had to be done through insanity? By something which is in both voice and appearance as horrifying and incalculable as the demoniac whims of wind and sea, and consequently calling for like dread and respect? By something bearing upon it the signs of entire lack of consciousness as clearly as the convulsions and foam of the epileptic, which appeared to typify the insane person as the mask and speaking trumpet of some divine being. By something that inspired even the bearer of the new thought with awe and fear of himself, and that, suppressing all remorse, drove him on to become its prophet and martyr. Well, in our own time, we continually hear the statement reiterated that genius is tinctured with madness instead of good sense. Men of earlier ages were far more inclined to believe that, wherever traces of insanity showed themselves, a certain proportion of genius and wisdom was likewise present, something divine, as they whispered to one another. More than this, they expressed their opinions on the point with sufficient emphasis. All the greatest benefits of Greece have sprung from madness, said Plato, setting on record the opinion of the entire ancient world. Let us take a step further. All those superior men, who felt themselves irresistibly urged on to throw off the yoke of some morality or other, had no other resource if they were not really mad than to feign madness, or actually to become insane. And this holds good for innovators in every department of life, and not only in religion and politics. Even the reformer of the poetic meter was forced to justify himself by means of madness. How can one make oneself mad when one is not mad and dare not feign to be so? Almost all the eminent men of antiquity have given themselves up to this dreadful mode of reasoning. A secret doctrine of artifices and dietetic jugglery grew up around this subject and was handed down from generation to generation, together with the feeling of the innocence, even sanctity, of such plans and meditations. The means of becoming a medicine man among the Indians, a saint among Christians of the Middle Ages, an Angekok among Greenlanders, a Pagi among Brazilians, are the same in essence: senseless fasting, continual abstention from sexual intercourse, isolation in a wilderness, ascending a mountain or a pillar, sitting on an aged willow that looks out upon a lake, and thinking of absolutely nothing but what may give rise to ecstasy or mental derangements. Who would dare to glance at the desert of the bitterest and most superfluous agonies of spirit, in which probably the most productive men of all ages have pined away? Who could listen to the sighs of those lonely and troubled minds? O ye heavenly powers, grant me madness. Madness, that I at length may believe in myself. Vouchsafe delirium and convulsions, sudden flashes of light and periods of darkness, frighten me with such shivering and feverishness as no mortal ever experienced before, with clanging noises and haunting spectres. Let me growl and whine and creep about like a beast, if only I can come to believe in myself. I am devoured by doubt. I have slain the law, and I now dread the law as a living person dreads a corpse. If I am not above the law, I am the most abandoned of wretches. Whence cometh this new spirit that dwelleth within me but from you? Prove to me, then, that I am one of you. Nothing but madness will prove it to me. And only too often does such a fervour attain its object, at the very time when Christianity was giving the greatest proof of its fertility in the production of saints and martyrs. Believing that it was thus proving itself, Jerusalem contained large lunatic asylums for shipwrecked saints, for those whose last spark of good sense had been quenched by the floods of insanity. 15. The most ancient means of solace. First stage: in every misfortune or discomfort man sees something for which he must make somebody else suffer, no matter who. In this way he finds out the amount of power still remaining to him, and this consoles him. Second stage: in every misfortune or discomfort, man sees a punishment, i.e. an expiation of guilt and the means by which he may get rid of the malicious enchantment of a real or apparent wrong. When he perceives the advantage which misfortune bring with it, he believes he need no longer make another person suffer for it. He gives up this kind of satisfaction, because he now has another. 16. First principle of civilization. Among savage tribes there is a certain category of customs which appear to aim at nothing but custom. They therefore lay down strict, and, on the whole, superfluous regulations, yet these laws serve to keep people continually reminded of the custom, and the imperative necessity on their parts to conform to it, and all this in support of the great principle which stands at the beginning of all civilization: any custom is better than none. 17. Goodness and molly goodnighty. At first men imposed their own personalities on nature, everywhere they saw themselves and their like, i.e. their own evil and capricious temperaments, hidden, as it were, behind clouds, thunderstorms, wild beasts, trees, and plants. It was then that they declared nature was evil. Afterwards there came a time, that of Rousseau, when they sought to distinguish themselves from nature. They were so tired of each other that they wished to have separate little hiding places where man and his misery could not penetrate. Then they invented nature is good. 18. The morality of voluntary suffering. What is the highest enjoyment for men living in a state of war in a small community, the existence of which is continually threatened, and the morality of which is the strictest possible? I.e., for souls which are vigorous, vindictive, malicious, full of suspicion, ready to face the direst events, hardened by privation and morality. The enjoyment of cruelty, just as, in such souls and in such circumstances, it would be regarded as a virtue to be ingenious and insatiable in cruelty. Such a community would find its delight in performing cruel deeds, casting aside, for once, the gloom of constant anxiety and precaution. Cruelty is one of the most ancient enjoyments at their festivities. As a consequence, it is believed that the gods likewise are pleased by the sight of cruelty and rejoice at it, and in this way the belief is spread that voluntary suffering, self-chosen martyrdom, has a high signification and value of its own. In the community, custom gradually brings about a practice in conformity with this belief. Henceforward people become more suspicious of all exuberant well-being, and more confident as they find themselves in a state of great pain. They think that the gods may be unfavorable to them on account of happiness, and favorable on account of pain, not compassionate. For compassion is looked upon with contempt, and unworthy of a strong and awe-inspiring soul, but agreeable to them, because the sight of human suffering put these gods into good humor and makes them feel powerful, and a cruel mind revels in the sensation of power. It was thus that the most moral man of the community was considered as such by virtue of his frequent suffering, privation, laborious existence, and cruel mortification, not, to repeat it again and again, as a means of discipline or self-control or a desire for individual happiness, but a virtue which renders the evil gods well disposed towards the community, a virtue which continually wafts up to them the odor of an expiatory sacrifice. All those intellectual leaders of the nations who reached the point of being able to stir up the sluggish though prolific mire of their customs had to possess this factor of voluntary martyrdom as well as insanity in order to obtain belief, especially, and above all, as is always the case, belief in themselves. The more their minds followed new paths, and were consequently tormented by pricks of conscience, the more cruelly they battled against their own flesh, their own desires, and their own health, as if they were offering the gods a compensation in pleasure, lest these gods should wax wroth at the neglect of ancient customs and the setting up of new aims. Let no one be too hasty in thinking that we have now entirely freed ourselves from such a logic of feeling. Let the most heroic souls among us question themselves on this very point. The least step forward in the domain of free thought and individual life has been achieved in all ages to the accompaniment of physical and intellectual tortures, and not only the mere step forward, no, but every form of movement and change has rendered necessary innumerable martyrs, throughout the entire course of thousands of years which sought their paths and laid down their foundation stones, years, however, which we do not think of when we speak about world history, that ridiculously small division of mankind's existence. And even in this so-called world history, which in the main is merely a great deal of noise about the latest novelties, there is no more important theme than the old tragedy of the martyrs who tried to move the mire. Nothing has been more dearly bought than the minute portion of human reason and feeling of liberty upon which we now pride ourselves. But it is this very pride which makes it almost impossible for us today to be conscious of that enormous lapse of time, preceding the period of world history when morality of custom held the field, and to consider this lapse of time as the real and decisive epoch that established the character of mankind, an epoch when suffering was considered as a virtue, cruelty as a virtue, hypocrisy as a virtue, revenge as a virtue, and the denial of the reason as a virtue, whereas, on the other hand, well-being was regarded as a danger, longing for knowledge as a danger, peace as a danger, compassion as a danger, an epoch when being pitied was looked upon as an insult, work as an insult, madness as a divine attribute, and every kind of change as immoral and pregnant with ruin. You imagine that all this has changed, and that humanity must likewise have changed its character? Oh, ye poor psychologists, learn to know yourselves better. 19. Morality and stupefaction. Custom represents the experiences of men of earlier times in regard to what they considered as useful and harmful, but the feeling of custom does not relate to these feelings as such, but to the age, the sanctity, and the unquestioned authority of the custom. Hence this feeling hinders our acquiring new experiences and amending morals, i.e. morality is opposed to the formation of new and better morals, it stupefies. 20. Freedoers and freethinkers. Compared with freethinkers, freedoers are at a disadvantage, because it is evident that men suffer more from the consequences of actions than of thoughts. If we remember, however, that both seek their own satisfaction, and that freethinkers have already found their satisfaction in reflection upon and utterance of forbidden things, there is no difference in the motives, but in respect of the consequences the issue will be decided against the freethinker, provided that it be not judged from the most superficial and vulgar external appearance, i.e. not as every one would judge it. We must make up for a good deal of the calumny with which men have covered all those who have, by their actions, broken away from the authority of some custom. They are generally called criminals. Every one who has hitherto overthrown a law of established morality has always at first been considered as a wicked man, but when it was afterwards found impossible to re-establish the law, and people gradually became accustomed to the change, the epithet was changed by slow degrees. History deals almost exclusively with these wicked men, who later on came to be recognized as good men. 21. Fulfillment of the law. In cases where the observance of a moral precept has led to different consequence from that expected and promised, and does not bestow upon the moral man the happiness he had hoped for, but leads rather to misfortune and misery, the conscientious and timid man has always his excuse ready: something was lacking in the proper carrying out of the law. If the worst comes to the worst, a deeply suffering and downtrodden humanity will even decree, it is impossible to carry out the precept faithfully, we are too weak and sinful, and, in the depths of our soul, incapable of morality, consequently we have no claim to happiness and success. Moral precepts and promises have been given for better beings than ourselves. 22. Works and faith. Protestant teachers are still spreading the fundamental error that faith only is of consequence, and that works must follow naturally upon faith. This doctrine is certainly not true, but it is so seductive in appearance that it has succeeded in fascinating quite other intellects than that of Luther, though the plain evidence and experience of our daily life prove the contrary. The most assured knowledge and faith cannot give us either the strength or the dexterity required for action, or the practice in that subtle and complicated mechanism which is a prerequisite for anything to be changed from an idea into action. Then, I say, let us first and foremost have works. And this means practice. 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 The necessary faith will come later, be certain of that. 23. In what respect we are most subtle? By the fact that, for thousands of years, things were thought to be alive and to possess souls, and able to hinder and interfere with the designs of man, the feeling of impotence among men has become greater and more frequent than it need have been, for one had to secure one's things like men and beasts, by means of force, compulsion, flattery, treaties, sacrifices, and it is here that we may find the origin of the greater number of superstitious customs, i.e. of an important, perhaps paramount, and nevertheless wasted and useless division of mankind's activity. But since the feeling of impotence and fear was so strong, and for such a length of time in a state of constant stimulation, the feeling of power in man has been developed in so subtle a manner that, in this respect, he can compare favorably with the most delicately adjusted balance. This feeling has become his strongest propensity, and the means he discovered for creating it form almost the entire history of culture. 24. The proof of a precept. The worth or worthlessness of a recipe that for baking bread, for example, is proved, generally speaking, by the result expected coming to pass or not, provided, of course, that the directions given have been carefully followed. The case is different, however, when we come to deal with moral precepts, for here the results cannot be ascertained, interpreted, and divined. These precepts, indeed, are based upon hypotheses of but little scientific value, the proof or refutation of which by means of results is impossible. But in former ages, when all science was crude and primitive, and when a matter was taken for granted on the smallest evidence, then the worth or worthlessness of a moral recipe was determined as we now determine any other precept, by reference to the results. If the natives of Alaska believe in a command which says, "Thou shalt not throw a bone into the fire or give it to a dog," this will be proved by the warning, "If thou dost thou wilt have no luck when hunting." Yet, in one sense or another, it almost invariably happens that one has no luck when hunting. It is no easy matter to refute the worth of the precept in this way, the more so as it is the community, and not the individual, which is regarded as the bearer of the punishment, and, again, some occurrence is almost certain to happen which seems to prove the rule. 25. Customs and beauty. In justice to custom, it must not be overlooked that, in the case of all those who conform to it wholeheartedly from the very start, the organs of attack and defense, both physical and intellectual, begin to waste away, i.e., these individuals gradually become more beautiful. For it is the exercise of these organs and their corresponding feelings that brings about ugliness and helps to preserve it. It is for this reason that the old baboon is uglier than the young one, and that the young female baboon most closely resembles man, and is hence the most handsome. Let us draw from this our own conclusions as to the origin of female beauty. 26. Animals and morals. The rules insisted upon in polite society, such, for example, as the avoidance of everything ridiculous, fantastic, presumptuous, the suppression of one's virtues just as much as of one's most violent desires, the instant bringing of oneself down to the general level, submitting oneself to etiquette and self-depreciation, all this, generally speaking, is to be found, as a social morality, even in the lowest scale of the animal world, and it is only in this low scale that we see the innermost plan of all these amiable precautionary regulations. One wishes to escape from one's pursuers and to be aided in the search for plunder. Hence animals learn to control and to disguise themselves to such an extent that some of them can even adapt the color of their bodies to that of their surroundings. Others can simulate death, or adopt the forms and colors of other animals, or of sand, leaves, moss, or fungi. It is in this way that an individual conceals himself behind the universality of the generic term man or society, or adapts and attaches himself to princes, castes, political parties, current opinions of the time, or his surroundings, and we may easily find the animal equivalent of all those subtle means of making ourselves happy, thankful, powerful, and fascinating. Even that sense of truth, which is at bottom merely the sense of security, is possessed by man in common with the animals. We do not wish to be deceived by others or by ourselves. We hear with some suspicion the promptings of our own passions. We control ourselves and remain on the watch against ourselves. Now, the animal does all this as well as man, and in the animal likewise self-control originates in the sense of reality. In the same way, the animal observes the effects it exercises on the imagination of other beasts. It thus learns to view itself from their position, to consider itself objectively. It has its own degree of self-knowledge. The animal judges the movements of its friends and foes. It learns their peculiarities by heart and acts accordingly. It gives up, once and for all, the struggle against individual animals of certain species, and it likewise recognizes, in the approach of certain varieties, whether their intentions are agreeable and peaceful. The beginnings of justice, like those of wisdom, in short, everything which we know as the Socratic virtues, are of an animal nature, a consequence of those instincts which teach us to search for food and to avoid our enemies. If we remember that the higher man has merely raised and refined himself in the quality of his food and in the conception of what is contrary to his nature, it may not be going too far to describe the entire moral phenomenon as of an animal origin. 27. The value of the belief in superhuman passions. The institution of marriage stubbornly upholds the belief that love, although a passion, is nevertheless capable of duration as such, yet, that lasting, lifelong love may be taken as a general rule. By means of the tenacity of a noble belief, in spite of such frequent and almost customary refutations thereby becoming a pia fraus, marriage has elevated love to a higher rank. Every institution which has conceded to a passion the belief in the duration of the latter, and responsibility for this duration, in spite of the nature of the passion itself, has raised the passion to a higher level, and he who is thenceforth seized with such a passion does not, as formerly, think himself lowered in the estimation of others or brought into danger on that account, but on the contrary believes himself to be raised, both in the opinion of himself and of his equals. Let us recall institutions and customs which, out of the fiery devotion of a moment, have created eternal fidelity, out of the pleasure of anger, eternal vengeance, out of despair, eternal mourning, out of a single hasty word, eternal obligation. A great deal of hypocrisy and falsehood came into the world as the result of such transformations, but each time, too, at the cost of such disadvantages, a new and superhuman conception which elevates mankind. 28. State of mind as argument, whence arises within us a cheerful readiness for action, such is the question which has greatly occupied the attention of men. The most ancient answer, and one which we still hear, is, God is the cause. In this way he gives us to understand that he approves of our actions. When, in former ages, people consulted the oracles, they did so that they might return home strengthened by this cheerful readiness, and every one answered the doubts which came to him, if alternative actions suggested themselves, by saying, I shall do whatever brings about that feeling. They did not decide, in other words, for what was most reasonable, but upon some plan the conception of which imbued the soul with courage and hope. A cheerful outlook was placed in the scales as an argument and proved to be heavier than reasonableness, for the state of mind was interpreted in a superstitious manner as the action of a God who promises success, and who, by this argument, lets his reason speak as the highest reasonableness. Now, let the consequences of such a prejudice be considered when shrewd men, thirsting for power, availed themselves of it and still do so. Bring about the right state of mind. In this way you can do without all arguments and overcome every objection. 29. Actors of virtue and sin. Among the ancients who became celebrated for their virtue there were many, it would seem, who acted to themselves, especially the Greeks, who, being actors by nature, must have acted quite unconsciously, seeing no reason why they should not do so. In addition, every one was striving to outdo someone else's virtue with his own, so why should they not have made use of every artifice to show off their virtues, especially among themselves, if only for the sake of practice? Of what use was a virtue which one could not display, and which did not know how to display itself? Christianity put an end to the career of these actors of virtue. Instead it devised the disgusting ostentation and parading of sins. It brought into the world a state of mendacious sinfulness. 30. Refined cruelty as virtue. Here we have a morality which is based entirely upon our thirst for distinction. Do not therefore entertain too high an opinion of it. Indeed, we may well ask what kind of an impulse it is, and what is its fundamental signification. It is sought, by our appearance, to grieve our neighbor, to arouse his envy, and to awaken his feelings of impotence and degradation. We endeavor to make him taste the bitterness of his fate by dropping a little of our honey on his tongue, and, while conferring this supposed benefit on him, looking sharply and triumphantly into his eyes. Behold such a man, now become humble, and perfect in his humility, and seek those for whom, through his humility, he has for a long time been preparing a torture, for you are sure to find them. Here is another man who shows mercy towards animals, and is admired for doing so, but there are certain people on whom he wishes to vent his cruelty by this very means. Look at that great artist, the pleasure he enjoyed beforehand in conceiving the envy of the rivals he had outstripped, refused to let his powers lie dormant until he became a great man. How many bitter moments in the souls of other men has he asked for as payment for his own greatness? The nun's chastity, with what threatening eyes she looks into the faces of other women who live differently from her. What a vindictive joy shines in those eyes! The theme is short, and its variations, though they might well be innumerable, could not easily become tiresome, for it is still too paradoxical a novelty, and almost a painful one, to affirm that the morality of distinction is nothing, at bottom, but joy in refined cruelty. When I say at bottom, I mean here, every time in the first generation. For, When the habit of some distinguished action becomes hereditary, its root, so to speak, is not transmitted, but only its fruits, and, if we presuppose that this root is not reintroduced by education, in the second generation the joy in the cruelty is no longer felt, but only pleasure in the habit as such. This joy, however, is the first degree of the good. 31. Pride in spirit. The pride of man, which strives to oppose the theory of our own descent from animals and establishes a wide gulf between nature and man himself. This pride is founded upon a prejudice as to what the mind is, and this prejudice is relatively recent. In the long prehistorical period of humanity it was supposed that the mind was everywhere, and men did not look upon it as a particular characteristic of their own. Since, on the contrary, everything spiritual was regarded as common property, and consequently accessible to everybody, primitive mankind was not ashamed of being descended from animals or trees, and saw in the spiritual that which unites us with nature, and not that which severs us from her. Thus man was brought up in modesty, and this likewise was the result of a prejudice. 32. The break to suffer morally, and then to learn afterwards that this kind of suffering was founded upon an error, shocks us. For there is a unique consolation in acknowledging, by our suffering, a deeper world of truth than any other world, and we would much rather suffer and feel ourselves above reality by doing so, than live without suffering and hence without this feeling of the sublime. Thus it is pride, and the habitual fashion of satisfying it, which opposes this new interpretation of morality. What power, then, must we bring into operation to get rid of this break? Greater pride? A new pride? 33. The contempt of causes, consequences, and reality. Those unfortunate occurrences which take place at times in the community, such as sudden storms, bad harvests, or plagues, lead members of the community to suspect that offenses against custom have been committed, or that new customs must be invented to appease a new demoniac power and caprice. Suspicion and reasoning of this kind, however, evade an inquiry into the real and natural causes, and take the demoniac cause for granted. This is one source of the hereditary perversion of the human intellect, and the other one follows in its train, for, proceeding on the same principle, people paid much less attention to the real and natural consequences of an action than to the supernatural consequences. It is commanded, for instance, that certain baths are to be taken at certain times, and the baths are taken, not for the sake of cleanliness, but because the command has been made. We are not taught to avoid the real consequences of dirt, but merely the supposed displeasure of the gods because a bath has been omitted. Under the pressure of superstitious fear, people began to suspect that these ablutions were of much greater importance than they seemed, they ascribed inner and supplementary meanings to them, gradually lost their sense of and pleasure in reality, and finally reality is considered as valuable only to the extent that it is a symbol. Hence a man who is under the influence of the morality of custom comes to despise causes first of all, secondly consequences, and thirdly reality, and weaves all his higher feelings into an imaginary world, the so-called higher world. And even today we can see the consequences of this, wherever, and in whatever fashion, man's feelings are raised, that imaginary world is in evidence. It is sad to have to say it, but for the time being all higher sentiments must be looked upon with suspicion by the man of science, to so great an extent are they intermingled with illusion and extravagance. Not that they need necessarily be suspected per se and forever, but there is no doubt that, of all the gradual purifications which await humanity, the purification of the higher feelings will be one of the slowest. 34. Moral feelings and conceptions. It is clear that moral feelings are transmitted in such a way that children perceive in adults violent predilections and aversions for certain actions, and then, like born apes, imitate such likes and dislikes. Later on in life, when they are thoroughly permeated by these acquired and well-practiced feelings, they think it a matter of propriety and decorum to provide a kind of justification for these predilections and aversions. These justifications, however, are in no way connected with the origin or the degree of the feeling. People simply accommodate themselves to the rule that, as rational beings, they must give reasons for their pros and cons, reasons which must be assignable and acceptable into the bargain. Up to this extent the history of the moral feelings is entirely different from the history of moral conceptions. The first mentioned are powerful before the action, and the latter especially after it, in view of the necessity for making oneself clear in regard to them. 35. Feelings and their descent from judgments. Trust in your feelings. But feelings comprise nothing final, original. Feelings are based upon the judgments and valuations which are transmitted to us in the shape of feelings. The inspiration which springs from a feeling is the grandchild of a judgment, often an erroneous judgment, and certainly not one's own judgment. Trusting in our feelings simply means obeying our grandfather and grandmother more than the gods within ourselves, our reason and experience. 36. A foolish piety, with arrière-pensées. What? The inventors of ancient civilizations, the first makers of tools and tape lines, the first builders of vehicles, ships, and houses, the first observers of the laws of the heavens and the multiplication tables, is it contended that they were entirely different from the inventors and observers of our own time, and superior to them? And that the first slow steps forward were of a value which has not been equaled by the discoveries we have made with all our travels and circumnavigations of the earth? It is the voice of prejudice that speaks thus, and argues in this way to depreciate the importance of the modern mind. And yet it is plain to be seen that, in former times, Hazard was the greatest of all discoverers and observers and the benevolent prompter of these ingenious ancients, and that, in the case of the most insignificant invention now made, a greater intellect, discipline, and scientific imagination are required than formerly existed throughout long ages. 37. Wrong conclusions from usefulness. When we have demonstrated the highest utility of a thing, we have nevertheless made no progress towards an explanation of its origin. In other words, we can never explain, by mere utility, the necessity of existence. But precisely the contrary opinion has been maintained up to the present time, even in the domain of the most exact science. In astronomy, for example, have we not heard it stated that the usefulness of the system of satellites was the final object of the system and explained its origin? Which may remind us of the conclusions of Christopher Columbus: the earth has been created for man, ergo, if there are countries, they must be inhabited. Is it probable that the sun would throw his rays on nothing, and that the nocturnal vigils of the stars should be wasted upon untraveled seas and unpeopled countries? 38. Impulses transformed by moral judgments. The same impulse, under the impression of the blame cast upon it by custom, develops into the painful feeling of cowardice, or else the pleasurable feeling of humility, in case a morality, like that of Christianity, has taken it to its heart and called it good. In other words, this instinct will fall under the influence of either a good conscience or a bad one. In itself, like every instinct, it does not possess either this or indeed any other moral character and name, or even a definite accompanying feeling of pleasure or displeasure. It does not acquire all these qualities as its second nature until it comes into contact with impulses which have already been baptized as good and evil, or has been recognized as the attribute of beings already weighed and valued by the people from a moral point of view. Thus the ancient conception of envy differed entirely from ours. Hesiod reckons it among the qualities of the good, benevolent Eris, and it was not considered as offensive to attribute some kind of envy even to the gods. This is easy to understand in a state of things inspired mainly by emulation, but emulation was looked upon as good, and valued accordingly. The Greeks were likewise different from us in the value they set upon hope. They conceived it as blind and deceitful. Hesiod in one of his poems has made a strong reference to it, a reference so strong, indeed, that no modern commentator has quite understood it, for it runs contrary to the modern mind, which has learned from Christianity to look upon hope as a virtue. Among the Greeks, on the other hand, the portal leading to a knowledge of the future seemed only partly closed, and, in innumerable instances, it was impressed upon them as a religious obligation to inquire into the future, in those cases where we remain satisfied with hope. It thus came about that the Greeks, thanks to their oracles and seers, held hope in small esteem, and even lowered it to the level of an evil and a danger. The Jews, again, took a different view of anger from that held by us, and sanctified it, hence they have placed the somber majesty of the wrathful man at an elevation so high that a European cannot conceive it. They molded their wrathful and holy Jehovah after the images of their wrathful and holy prophets. Compared with them, all the Europeans who have exhibited the greatest wrath are, so to speak, only second-hand creatures. 39. The prejudice concerning pure spirit. Wherever the doctrine of pure spirituality has prevailed, its excesses have resulted in the destruction of the tone of the nerves. It taught that the body should be despised, neglected, or tormented, and that, on account of his impulses, man himself should be tortured and regarded with contempt. It gave rise to gloomy, strained, and downcast souls who, besides, thought they knew the reason of their misery and how it might possibly be relieved. It must be in the body, for it still thrives too well. Such was their conclusion, whilst the fact was that the body, through its agonies, protested time after time against this never-ending mockery. Finally, a universal and chronic hypernervousness seized upon those virtuous representatives of the pure spirit. They learned to recognize joy only in the shape of ecstasies and other preliminary symptoms of insanity, and their system reached its climax when it came to look upon ecstasy as the highest aim of life, and as the standard by which all earthly things must be condemned. 40. Meditations upon observance's numerous moral precepts, carelessly drawn from a single event, quickly became incomprehensible. It was as difficult a matter to deduce their intentions with any degree of certainty as it was to recognize the punishment which was to follow the breaking of the rule. Doubts were even held regarding the order of the ceremonies, but, while people guessed at random about such matters, the object of their investigations increased in importance. It was precisely the greatest absurdity of an observance that developed into a holy of holies. Let us not think too little of the energy wasted by man in this regard throughout thousands of years, and least of all of the effects of such meditations upon observances. Here we find ourselves on the wide training ground of the intellect. Not only do religions develop and continue to increase within its boundaries, but here also is the venerable, though dreadful, primeval world of science. Here grow up the poet, the thinker, the physician, the lawgiver. The dread of the unintelligible, which, in an ambiguous fashion, demanded ceremonies from us, gradually assumed the charm of the intricate, and where man could not unravel he learned to create. 41. To determine the value of the vita contemplativa, let us not forget, as men leading a contemplative life, what kind of evil and misfortunes have overtaken the men of the vita activa as the result of contemplation. In short, what sort of contra-account the vita activa has to offer us, if we exhibit too much boastfulness before it with respect to our good deeds. It would show us, in the first place, those so-called religious natures, who predominate among the lovers of contemplation and consequently represent their commonest type. They have at all times acted in such a manner as to render life difficult to practical men, and tried to make them disgusted with it, if possible, to darken the sky, to obliterate the sun, to cast suspicion upon joy, to depreciate hope, to paralyze the active hand. All this they knew how to do, just as, for miserable times and feelings, they had their consolations, alms, blessings, and benedictions. In the second place, it can show us the artists, a species of men leading the vita contemplativa, rarer than the religious element, but still often to be met with. As beings, these people are usually intolerable, capricious, jealous, violent, quarrelsome. This, however, must be deduced from the joyous and exalting effects of their works. Thirdly, we have the philosophers, men who unite religious and artistic qualities, combined, however, with the third element, namely, dialectics and the love of controversy. They are the authors of evil in the same sense as the religious men and artists, in addition to which they have wearied many of their fellow men with their passion for dialectics, though their number has always been very small. Fourthly, the thinkers and scientific workers. They but rarely strove after effects, and contented themselves with silently sticking to their own groove. Thus they brought about little envy and discomfort, and often, as objects of mockery and derision, they served, without wishing to do so, to make life easier for the men of the vita activa. Lastly, science ended by becoming of much advantage to all, and if, on account of this utility, many of the men who were destined for the vita activa are now slowly making their way along the road to science in the sweat of their brow, and not without brain-racking and maledictions, this is not the fault of the crowd of thinkers and scientific workers, it is self-wrought pain. 42. Origin of the vita contemplativa during barbarous ages, when pessimistic judgments held sway over men and the world, the individual, in the consciousness of his full power, always endeavored to act in conformity with such judgments, that is to say, he put his ideas into action by means of hunting, robbery, surprise attacks, brutality, and murder, including the weaker forms of such acts, as far as they are tolerated within the community. When his strength declines, however, and he feels tired, ill, melancholy, or satiated, consequently becoming temporarily void of wishes or desires, he is a relatively better man, that is to say, less dangerous, and his pessimistic ideas will now discharge themselves only in words and reflections upon his companions, for example, or his wife, his life, his gods. His judgments will be evil ones. In this frame of mind he develops into a thinker and prophet, or he adds to his superstitions and invents new observances, or mocks his enemies. Whatever he may devise, however, all the productions of his brain will necessarily reflect his frame of mind, such as the increase of fear and weariness, and the lower value he attributes to action and enjoyment. The substance of these productions must correspond to the substance of these poetic, thoughtful, and priestly moods. The evil judgment must be supreme. In later years, all those who acted continuously as this man did in those special circumstances, i.e. those who gave out pessimistic judgments, and lived a melancholy life, poor in action, were called poets, thinkers, priests, or medicine men. The general body of men would have liked to disregard such people, because they were not active enough, and to turn them out of the community, but there was a certain risk in doing so. These inactive men had found out and were following the tracks of superstition and divine power, and no one doubted that they had unknown means of power at their disposal. This was the value which was set upon the ancient race of contemplative natures, despised as they were in just the same degree as they were not dreaded. In such a masked form, in such an ambiguous aspect, with an evil heart and often with a troubled head, did contemplation make its first appearance on earth, both weak and terrible at the same time, despised in secret, and covered in public with every mark of superstitious veneration. Here, as always, we must say, pudenda erigo. 43. How many forces must now be united in a thinker to rise superior to considerations of the senses, to raise oneself to abstract contemplations. This is what was formerly regarded as elevation, but now it is not practicable for us to share the same feelings. Luxuriating in the most shadowy images of words and things, playing with those invisible, inaudible, imperceptible beings, was considered as existence in another and higher world, a world that sprang from the deep contempt felt for the world which was perceptible to the senses, this seductive and wicked world of ours. These abstracta no longer mislead us, but they may lead us with such words men soared aloft. It was not the substance of these intellectual sports, but the sports themselves, which was looked upon as the higher thing in the primeval ages of science. Hence we have Plato's admiration for dialectics, and his enthusiastic belief in the necessary relationship of dialectics to the good man who has risen superior to the considerations of his senses. It was not only knowledge that was discovered little by little, but also the different means of acquiring it, the conditions and operations which precede knowledge in man. And it always seemed as if the newly discovered operation or the newly experienced condition were not a means of acquiring knowledge, but was even the substance, goal, and sum total of everything that was worth knowing. What does the thinker require? Imagination, inspiration, abstraction, spirituality, invention, presentiment, induction, dialectics, deduction, criticism, ability to collect materials, an impersonal mode of thinking, contemplation, comprehensiveness, and lastly, but not least, justice, and love for everything that exists. But each one of these means was at one time considered, in the history of the Vita Contemplativa, as a goal and final purpose, and they all secured for their inventors that perfect happiness which fills the human soul when its final purpose dawns upon it. 44. Origin and meaning. Why does this thought come into my mind again and again, always in more and more vivid colors, that, in former times, investigators, in the course of their search for the origin of things, always thought that they found something which would be of the highest importance for all kinds of action and judgment, that they even invariably postulated that the salvation of mankind depended upon insight into the origin of things, whereas now, on the other hand, the more we examine into origins, the less do they concern our interests. On the contrary, all the valuations and interestedness which we have placed upon things begin to lose their meaning, the more we retrogress where knowledge is concerned and approach the things themselves. The origin becomes of less significance in proportion as we acquire insight into it, whilst things nearest to ourselves, around and within us, gradually begin to manifest their wealth of colors, beauties, enigmas, and diversity of meaning, of which earlier humanity never dreamed. In former ages thinkers used to move furiously about, like wild animals in cages, steadily glaring at the bars which hemmed them in, and at times springing up against them in a vain endeavor to break through them, and happy indeed was he who could look through a gap to the outer world and could fancy that he saw something of what lay beyond and afar off. 45. A tragic termination to knowledge of all the means of exaltation. Human sacrifices have at times done most to elevate man. And perhaps the one powerful thought, the idea of self-sacrificing humanity, might be made to prevail over every other aspiration, and thus to prove the victor over even the most victorious. But to whom should the sacrifice be made? We may already swear that, if ever the constellation of such an idea appeared on the horizon, the knowledge of truth would remain the single but enormous object with which a sacrifice of such a nature would be commensurate, because no sacrifice is too great for it. In the meantime, the problem has never been expounded as to how far humanity, considered as a whole, could take steps to encourage the advancement of knowledge, and even less as to what thirst for knowledge could impel humanity to the point of sacrificing itself with the light of an anticipated wisdom in its eyes. When, perhaps, with a view to the advancement of knowledge, we are able to enter into communication with the inhabitants of other stars, and when, during thousands of years, wisdom will have been carried from star to star, the enthusiasm of knowledge may rise to such a dizzy height. 46. Doubt in doubt. What a good pillow doubt is for a well-balanced head. This saying of Montaigne always made Pascal angry, for nobody ever wanted a good pillow so much as he did. Whatever was the matter with him? 47. Words block up our path. Wherever primitive men put down a word, they thought they had made a discovery. How different the case really was. They had come upon a problem, and, while they thought they had solved it, they had in reality placed an obstacle in the way of its solution. Now, with every new piece of knowledge, we stumble over petrified words and mummified conceptions, and would rather break a leg than a word in doing so. 48. Know thyself is the whole of science. Only when man shall have acquired a knowledge of all things will he be able to know himself. For things are but the boundaries of man. 49. The new fundamental feeling, our final corruptibility. In former times people sought to show the feeling of man's greatness by pointing to his divine descent. This, however, has now become a forbidden path, for the ape stands at its entrance, and likewise other fearsome animals, showing their teeth in a knowing fashion, as if to say, no further this way. Hence people now try the opposite direction. The road along which humanity is proceeding shall stand as an indication of their greatness and their relationship to God. But alas! This, too, is useless. At the far end of this path stands the funeral urn of the last man and grave digger. To whatever height mankind may have developed, and perhaps in the end it will not be so high as when they began, there is as little prospect of their attaining to a higher order as there is for the ant and the earwig to enter into kinship with God and eternity at the end of their career on earth. What is to come will drag behind it that which has passed. Why should any little star, or even any little species on that star, form an exception to that eternal drama? Away with such sentimentalities. 50. Belief in inebriation. Those men who have moments of sublime ecstasy, and who, on ordinary occasions, on account of the contrast and the excessive wearing away of their nervous forces, usually feel miserable and desolate, come to consider such moments as the true manifestation of their real selves, of their ego, and their misery and dejection, on the other hand, as the effect of the non-ego. This is why they think of their environment, the age in which they live, and the whole world in which they have their being, with feelings of vindictiveness. This intoxication appears to them as their true life, their actual ego, and everywhere else they see only those who strive to oppose and prevent this intoxication, whether of an intellectual, moral, religious, or artistic nature. Humanity owes no small part of its evils to these fantastic enthusiasts, for they are the insatiable sowers of the wheat of discontent with oneself and one's neighbor, of contempt for the world and the age, and, above all, of world lassitude. An entire hell of criminals could not, perhaps, bring about such unfortunate and far-reaching consequences, such heavy and disquieting effects that corrupt earth and sky, as are brought about by that noble little community of unbridled, fantastic, half-mad people of geniuses, too, who cannot control themselves, or experience any inward joy, until they have lost themselves completely, while, on the other hand, the criminal often gives a proof of his admirable self-control, sacrifice, and wisdom, and thus maintains these qualities in those who fear him. Through him life's sky may at times seem overcast and threatening, but the atmosphere ever remains brisk and vigorous. Furthermore, these enthusiasts bring their entire strength to bear on the task of imbuing mankind with belief in inebriation as in life itself, a dreadful belief. As savages are now quickly corrupted and ruined by fire water, so likewise has mankind in general been slowly though thoroughly corrupted by these spiritual fire waters of intoxicating feelings and by those who keep alive the craving for them. It may yet be ruined thereby. 51. Such as we still are, let us be indulgent to the great one-eyed, said Stuart Mill, as if it were necessary to ask for indulgence when we are willing to believe and almost to worship them. I say, let us be indulgent towards the two-eyed, both great and small, for, such as we are now, we shall never rise beyond indulgence. 52. Where are the new physicians of the soul? It is the means of consolation which have stamped life with that fundamental melancholy character in which we now believe. The worst disease of mankind has arisen from the struggle against diseases, and apparent remedies have in the long run brought about worse conditions than those which it was intended to remove by their use. Men, in their ignorance, used to believe that the stupefying and intoxicating means, which appeared to act immediately, the so-called consolations, were the true healing powers. They even failed to observe that they had often to pay for their immediate relief by a general and profound deterioration in health, that the sick ones had to suffer from the after-effects of the intoxication, then from the absence of the intoxication, and, later on, from a feeling of disquietude, depression, nervous starts, and ill health. Again, men whose illness had advanced to a certain extent never recovered from it. Those physicians of the soul, universally believed in and worshipped as they were, took care of that. It has been justly said of Schopenhauer that he was one who again took the sufferings of humanity seriously. Where is the man who will at length take the antidotes against these sufferings seriously, and who will pillory the unheard of quackery with which men, even up to our own age, and in the most sublime nomenclature, have been wont to treat the illnesses of their souls? 53. Abuse of the conscientious ones. It is the conscientious, and not the unscrupulous, who have suffered so greatly from exhortations to penitence and the fear of hell, especially if they happen to be men of imagination. In other words, a gloom has been cast over the lives of those who had the greatest need of cheerfulness and agreeable images, not only for the sake of their own consolation and recovery from themselves, but that humanity itself might take delight in them and absorb a ray of their beauty. Alas, how much superfluous cruelty and torment have been brought about by those religions which invented sin, and by those men who, by means of such religions, desired to reach the highest enjoyment of their power. 54. Thoughts on disease to soothe the imagination of the patient, in order that he may at least no longer keep on thinking about his illness, and thus suffer more from such thoughts than from the complaint itself, which has been the case hitherto that, it seems to me, is something. And it is by no means a trifle. And now do ye understand our task? 55. The ways. So-called shortcuts have always led humanity to run great risks. On hearing the glad tidings that a shortcut had been found, they always left the straight path and lost their way. 56. The apostate of the free spirit. Is there any one, then, who seriously dislikes pious people who hold formally to their belief? Do we not, on the contrary, regard them with silent esteem and pleasure, deeply regretting at the same time that these excellent people do not share our own feelings? But whence arises that sudden, profound, and unreasonable dislike for the man who, having at one time possessed freedom of spirit, finally becomes a believer? In thinking of him we involuntarily experience the sensation of having beheld some loathsome spectacle, which we must quickly efface from our recollection. Should we not turn our backs upon even the most venerated man if we entertain the least suspicion of him in this regard? Not, indeed, from a moral point of view, but because of sudden disgust and horror. Whence comes this sharpness of feeling? Perhaps we shall be given to understand that, at bottom, we are not quite certain of our own selves. Or that, early in life, we build round ourselves hedges of the most pointed contempt, in order that, when old age makes us weak and forgetful, we may not feel inclined to brush our own contempt away from us. Now, speaking frankly, this suspicion is quite erroneous, and whoever forms it knows nothing of what agitates and determines the free spirit. How little, to him, does the changing of an opinion seem contemptible per se. On the contrary, how highly he prizes the ability to change an opinion as a rare and valuable distinction, especially if he can retain it far into old age. And his pride even reaches so high as to be able to pluck the fruits of the spernere se sperni and the spernere se ipsum, without his being troubled by the sensation of fear of vain and easy-going men. Furthermore, the doctrine of the innocence of all opinions appears to him to be as certain as the doctrine of the innocence of all actions. How could he act as judge and hangman before the apostate of intellectual liberty? On the contrary, the sight of such a person would disgust him as much as the sight of a nauseous illness disgusts the physician. The physical repulsion caused by everything spongy, soft, and suppurating momentarily overcomes reason and the desire to help. Hence our goodwill is overcome by the conception of the monstrous dishonesty which must have gained the upper hand in the apostate from the free spirit, by the conception of a general gnawing which is eating its way down even to the framework of the character. 57. Other fears, other safeties. Christianity overspread life with a new and unlimited insecurity, thereby creating new safeties, enjoyments, and recreations, and new valuations of all things. Our own century denies the existence of this insecurity, and does so with a good conscience, yet it clings to the old habit of Christian certainties, enjoyments, recreations, and valuations, even in its noblest arts and philosophies. How feeble and worn out must all this now seem, how imperfect and clumsy, how arbitrarily fanatical, and, above all, how uncertain, now that its horrible contrast has been taken away, the ever-present fear of the Christian for his eternal salvation. 58. Christianity and the emotions. In Christianity we may see a great popular protest against philosophy. The reasoning of the sages of antiquity had withdrawn men from the influence of the emotions, but Christianity would fain give men their emotions back again. With this aim in view, it denies any moral value to virtue such as philosophers understood it as a victory of the reason over the passions, generally condemns every kind of goodness, and calls upon the passions to manifest themselves in their full power and glory, as love of God, fear of God, fanatic belief in God, blind hope in God. 59. Error as a cordial. Let people say what they will, it is nevertheless certain that it was the aim of Christianity to deliver mankind from the yoke of moral engagements by indicating what it believed to be the shortest way to perfection, exactly in the same manner as a few philosophers thought they could dispense with tedious and laborious dialectics, and the collection of strictly proved facts, and point out a royal road to truth. It was an error in both cases, but nevertheless a great cordial for those who were worn out and despairing in the wilderness. 60. All spirit finally becomes visible. Christianity has assimilated the entire spirituality of an incalculable number of men who were by nature submissive, all those enthusiasts of humiliation and reverence, both refined and coarse. It has in this way freed itself from its own original rustic coarseness, of which we are vividly reminded when we look at the oldest image of Saint Peter the Apostle, and has become a very intellectual religion, with thousands of wrinkles, arrière-pensées, and masks on its face. It has made European humanity more clever, and not only cunning from a theological standpoint. By the spirit which it has thus given to European humanity, in conjunction with the power of abnegation, and very often in conjunction with the profound conviction and loyalty of that abnegation, it has perhaps chiseled and shaped the most subtle individualities which have ever existed in human society, the individualities of the higher ranks of the Catholic clergy, especially when these priests have sprung from a noble family, and have brought to their work, from the very beginning, the innate grace of gesture, the dominating glance of the eye, and beautiful hands and feet. Here the human face acquires that spiritualization brought about by the continual ebb and flow of two kinds of happiness after a carefully planned manner of living has conquered the beast in man. Here an activity, which consists in blessing, forgiving sins, and representing the Almighty, ever keeps alive in the soul, and even in the body, the consciousness of a supreme mission. Here we find that noble contempt concerning the perishable nature of the body, of well-being, and of happiness, peculiar to born soldiers. Their pride lies in obedience, a distinctly aristocratic trait. Their excuse and their idealism arise from the enormous impossibility of their task. The surpassing beauty and subtleties of these princes of the Church have always proved to the people the truth of the Church. A momentary brutalization of the clergy always tended to encourage the contrary belief. And would it be maintained that this result of beauty and human subtlety, shown in harmony of figure, intellect, and task, would come to an end with religions, and that nothing higher could be obtained, or even conceived. 61. The needful sacrifice. Those earnest, able, and just men of profound feelings, who are still Christians at heart, owe it to themselves to make one attempt to live for a certain space of time without Christianity. They owe it to their faith that they should thus for once take up their abode in the wilderness, if for no other reason than that of being able to pronounce on the question as to whether Christianity is needful. So far, however, they have confined themselves to their own narrow domain and insulted everyone who happened to be outside of it. They even become highly irritated when it is suggested to them that beyond this little domain of theirs lies the great world, and that Christianity is, after all, only a corner of it. No, your evidence on the question will be valueless until you have lived year after year without Christianity, and with the inmost desire to continue to exist without it, until, indeed, you have withdrawn far, far away from it. It is not when your nostalgia urges you back again, but when your judgment, based on a strict comparison, drives you back, that your homecoming has any significance. Men of coming generations will deal in this manner with all the valuations of the past. They must be voluntarily lived over again, together with their contraries, in order that such men may finally acquire the right of shifting them. 62. On the origin of religions. How can anyone regard his own opinion of things as a revelation? This is the problem of the formation of religions. There has always been some man in whom this phenomenon was possible. A postulate is that such a man already believed in revelations. Suddenly, however, a new idea occurs to him one day. His idea, and the entire blessedness of a great personal hypothesis, which embraces all existence and the whole world, penetrates with such force into his conscience that he dare not think himself the creator of such blessedness, and he therefore attributes to his God the cause of this new idea and likewise the cause of the cause, believing it to be the revelation of his God. How could a man be the author of so great a happiness? Ask his pessimistic doubts. But other levers are secretly at work. An opinion may be strengthened by oneself if it be considered as a revelation, and in this way all its hypothetic nature is removed, the matter is set beyond criticism and even beyond doubt, it is sanctified. It is true that, in this way, a man lowers himself to playing the role of mouthpiece, but his thought will end by being victorious as a divine thought. The feeling of finally gaining the victory conquers the feeling of degradation. There is also another feeling in the background. If a man raises his products above himself, and thus apparently detracts from his own worth, there nevertheless remains a kind of joyfulness, paternal love and paternal pride, which compensates man more than compensates man for everything. 63. Hatred of one's neighbor. Supposing that we felt towards our neighbor as he does himself, Schopenhauer calls this compassion, though it would be more correct to call it auto-passion, fellow feeling. We should be compelled to hate him, if, like Pascal, he thought himself hateful. And this was probably the general feeling of Pascal regarding mankind, and also that of ancient Christianity, which, under Nero, was convicted of odium generis humani, as Tacitus has recorded. 64. The broken-hearted one's Christianity has the instinct of a hunter for finding out all those who may by hook or by crook be driven to despair. Only a very small number of men can be brought to this despair. Christianity lies in wait for such as those, and pursues them. Pascal made an attempt to find out whether it was not possible, with the help of the very subtlest knowledge, to drive everybody into despair. He failed, to his second despair. 65. Brahmanism and Christianity. There are certain precepts for obtaining a consciousness of power, on the one hand, for those who already know how to control themselves, and who are therefore already quite used to the feeling of power, and, on the other hand, for those who cannot control themselves. Brahmanism has given its care to the former type of man, Christianity to the latter. 66. The faculty of vision. During the whole of the Middle Ages it was believed that the real distinguishing trait of higher men was the faculty of having visions, that is to say, of having a grave mental trouble. And, in fact, the rules of life of all the higher natures of the Middle Ages were drawn up with the object of making man capable of vision. Little wonder, then, that the exaggerated esteem for these half-mad fanatics, so-called men of genius, has continued even to our own days. They have seen things that others do not see, no doubt. And this fact should inspire us with caution where they are concerned, and not with belief. 67. The price of believers. He who sets such a value on being believed in has to promise heaven in recompense for this belief, and every one, even a thief on the cross, must have suffered from a terrible doubt and experienced crucifixion in every form, otherwise he would not buy his followers so dearly. 68. The first Christian. The whole world still believes in the literary career of the Holy Ghost, or is still influenced by the effects of this belief. When we look into our Bibles we do so for the purpose of edifying ourselves, to find a few words of comfort for our misery, be it great or small. In short, we read ourselves into it and out of it. But who apart from a few learned men know that it likewise records the history of one of the most ambitious and importunate souls that ever existed, of a mind full of superstition and cunning, the history of the Apostle Paul. Nevertheless, without this singular history, without the tribulations and passions of such a mind, and of such a soul, there would have been no Christian kingdom. We should have scarcely have even heard of a little Jewish sect, the founder of which died on the cross. It is true that, if this history had been understood in time, if we had read, really read, the writings of St. Paul, not as the revelations of the Holy Ghost, but with honest and independent minds, oblivious of all our personal troubles. There were no such readers for 15 centuries. It would have been all up with Christianity long ago, so searchingly do these writings of the Jewish Pascal lay bare the origins of Christianity, just as the French Pascal let us see its destiny and how it will ultimately perish. That the ship of Christianity threw overboard no inconsiderable part of its Jewish ballast, that it was able to sail into the waters of the heathen and actually did do so, This is due to the history of one single man, this apostle who was so greatly troubled in mind and so worthy of pity, but who was also very disagreeable to himself and to others. This man suffered from a fixed idea, or rather a fixed question, an ever-present and ever-burning question: what was the meaning of the Jewish law? And, more especially, the fulfillment of this law. In his youth he had done his best to satisfy it, thirsting as he did for that highest distinction which the Jews could imagine this people, which raised the imagination of moral loftiness to a greater elevation than any other people, and which alone succeeded in uniting the conception of a holy God with the idea of sin considered as an offense against this holiness. St. Paul became at once the fanatic defender and guard of honor of this God and his law. Ceaselessly battling against and lying in wait for all transgressors of this law and those who presumed to doubt it, he was pitiless and cruel towards all evildoers, whom he would fain have punished in the most rigorous fashion possible. Now, however, he was aware in his own person of the fact that such a man as himself, violent, sensual, melancholy, and malicious in his hatred, could not fulfill the law, and furthermore, what seemed strangest of all to him, he saw that his boundless craving for power was continually provoked to break it, and that he could not help yielding to this impulse. Was it really the flesh which made him a trespasser time and again? Was it not rather, as it afterwards occurred to him, the law itself, which continually showed itself to be impossible to fulfill, and seduced men into transgression with an irresistible charm? But at that time he had not thought of this means of escape. As he suggests here and there, he had many things on his conscience: hatred, murder, sorcery, idolatry, debauchery, drunkenness, and orgiastic revelry, and to however great an extent he tried to soothe his conscience, and, even more, his desire for power, by the extreme fanaticism of his worship for and defense of the law, there were times when the thought struck him, it is all in vain. The anguish of the unfulfilled law cannot be overcome. Luther must have experienced similar feelings, when, in his cloister, he endeavored to become the ideal man of his imagination, and, as Luther one day began to hate the ecclesiastical ideal, and the Pope, and the saints, and the whole clergy, with a hatred which was all the more deadly as he could not avow it even to himself, an analogous feeling took possession of St. Paul. The law was the cross on which he felt himself crucified. How he hated it! What a grudge he owed it! How he began to look round on all sides to find a means for its total annihilation, that he might no longer be obliged to fulfill it himself. And at last a liberating thought, together with a vision which was only to be expected in the case of an epileptic like himself, flashed into his mind. To him, the stern upholder of the law, who, in his innermost heart, was tired to death of it, there appeared on the lonely path that Christ, with the divine effulgence on his countenance, and Paul heard the words, "Why persecutest thou me?" What actually took place, then, was this: his mind was suddenly enlightened, and he said to himself, it is unreasonable to persecute this Jesus Christ. Here is my means of escape, here is my complete vengeance, here and nowhere else have I the destroyer of the law in my hands. The sufferer from anguished pride felt himself restored to health all at once, his moral despair disappeared in the air, for morality itself was blown away, annihilated, that is to say, fulfilled, there on the cross. Up to that time that ignominious death had seemed to him to be the principal argument against the messiahship proclaimed by the followers of the new doctrine, but what if it were necessary for doing away with the law? The enormous consequences of this thought, of this solution of the enigma, danced before his eyes, and he at once became the happiest of men. The destiny of the Jews, yea, of all mankind, seemed to him to be intertwined with this instantaneous flash of enlightenment. He held the thought of thoughts, the key of keys, the light of lights. History would henceforth revolve round him. For from that time forward he would be the apostle of the annihilation of the law. To be dead to sin, that meant to be dead to the law also; to be in the flesh, that meant to be under the law. To be one with Christ, that meant to have become, like him, the destroyer of the law. To be dead with him, that meant likewise to be dead to the law. Even if it were still possible to sin, it would not at any rate be possible to sin against the law. I am above the law, thinks Paul, adding, "If I were now to acknowledge the law again and to submit to it, I should make Christ an accomplice in the sin, for the law was there for the purpose of producing sin and setting it in the foreground, as an emetic produces sickness. God could not have decided upon the death of Christ had it been possible to fulfill the law without it. Henceforth, not only are all sins expiated, but sin itself is abolished. Henceforth the law is dead, henceforth the flesh in which it dwelt is dead, or at all events dying, gradually wasting away. To live for a short time longer amid this decay, this is the Christian's fate, until the time when, having become one with Christ, he arises with him, sharing with Christ the divine glory, and becoming, like Christ, a son of God. Then Paul's exaltation was at its height, and with it the import unity of his soul. The thought of union with Christ made him lose all shame, all submission, all constraint, and his ungovernable ambition was shown to be reveling in the expectation of divine glories. Such was the first Christian, the inventor of Christianity. Before him there were only a few Jewish sectaries. 69. Inimitable, there is an enormous strain and distance between envy and friendship, between self-contempt and pride. The Greek lived in the former, the Christian in the latter. 70. The use of a coarse intellect. The Christian Church is an encyclopedia of primitive cults and views of the most varied origin, and is, in consequence, well adapted to missionary work. In former times she could and still does go wherever she would, and in doing so always found something resembling herself, to which she could assimilate herself and gradually substitute her own spirit for it. It is not to what is Christian in her usages, but to what is universally pagan in them, that we have to attribute the development of this universal religion. Her thoughts, which have their origin at once in the Judaic and in the Hellenic spirit, were able from the very beginning to raise themselves above the exclusiveness and subtleties of races and nations, as above prejudices. Although we may admire the power which makes even the most difficult things coalesce, we must nevertheless not overlook the contemptible qualities of this power, the astonishing coarseness and narrowness of the Church's intellect when it was in process of formation, a coarseness which permitted it to accommodate itself to any diet, and to digest contradictions like pebbles. 71. The Christian vengeance against Rome. Perhaps nothing is more fatiguing than the sight of a continual conqueror. For more than 200 years the world had seen Rome overcoming one nation after another. The circle was closed, all future seemed to be at an end, everything was done with a view to its lasting for all time. Yet, when the empire built anything it was erected with a view to being ere perennius. We, who know only the melancholy of ruins, can scarcely understand that totally different melancholy of eternal buildings, from which men endeavored to save themselves as best they could with the light-hearted fancy of a Horace, for example. Others sought different consolations for the weariness which was closely akin to despair, against the deadening knowledge that from henceforth all progress of thought and heart would be hopeless, that the huge spider sat everywhere and mercilessly continued to drink all the blood within its reach, no matter where it might spring forth. This mute, century-old hatred of the wearied spectators against Rome, wherever Rome's domination extended, was at length vented in Christianity, which united Rome, the world, and sin into a single conception. The Christians took their revenge on Rome by proclaiming the immediate and sudden destruction of the world, by once more introducing a future, for Rome had been able to transform everything into the history of its own past and present, a future in which Rome was no longer the most important factor, and by dreaming of the Last Judgment while the crucified Jew, as the symbol of salvation, was the greatest derision on the superb Roman praetors in the provinces, for now they seemed to be only the symbols of ruin and a world ready to perish. 72. The life after death. Christianity found the idea of punishment in hell in the entire Roman Empire, for the numerous mystic cults have hatched this idea with particular satisfaction as being the most fecund egg of their power. Epicurus thought he could do nothing better for his followers than to tear this belief up by the roots. His triumph found its finest echo in the mouth of one of his disciples, the Roman Lucretius, a poet of a gloomy, though afterwards enlightened, temperament. Alas! His triumph had come too soon. Christianity took under its special protection this belief in subterranean horrors, which was already beginning to die away in the minds of men, and that was clever of it. For, without this audacious leap into the most complete paganism, how could it have proved itself victorious over the popularity of Mithras and Isis? In this way it managed to bring timorous folk over to its side, the most enthusiastic adherents of a new faith. The Jews, being a people which, like the Greeks, and even in a greater degree than the Greeks, loved and still love life, had not cultivated that idea to any great extent. The thought of final death as the punishment of the sinner, death without resurrection as an extreme menace, this was sufficient to impress these peculiar men, who did not wish to get rid of their bodies, but hoped, with their refined Egypticism, to preserve them forever. Thoughts of eternal damnation were far from the minds of the early Christians. They thought they were delivered from death, and awaited a transformation from day to day, but not death. St. Paul could say nothing better in praise of his Savior than that he had opened the gates of immortality to everybody. He did not believe in the resurrection of those who had not been saved. More than this, by reason of his doctrine of the impossibility of carrying out the law, and of death considered as a consequence of sin, he even suspected that, up to that time, no one had become immortal. It was only in his time that immortality had begun to open its gates, and only a few of the elect would finally gain admittance, as the pride of the elect cannot help saying. In other places, where the impulse towards life was not so strong as among the Jews and the Christian Jews, and where the prospect of immortality did not appear to be more valuable than the prospect of a final death, that pagan, yet not altogether un-Jewish edition of hell became a very useful tool in the hands of the missionaries. Then arose the new doctrine that even the sinners and the unsaved are immortal, the doctrine of eternal damnation, which was more powerful than the idea of a final death, which thereafter began to fade away. It was science alone which could overcome this idea, at the same time brushing aside all other ideas about death and an afterlife. We are poorer in one particular: the life after death has no further interest for us. An indescribable blessing, which is as yet too recent to be considered as such throughout the world. And Epicurus is once more triumphant. 73. For the truth of Christianity was attested by the virtuous lives of the Christians, their firmness in suffering, their unshakable belief, and above all by the spread and increase of the faith in spite of all calamities. That's how you talk even now. The more's the pity. Learn, then, that all this proves nothing either in favor of truth or against it, that truth must be demonstrated differently from conscientiousness, and that the latter is in no respect whatever an argument in favor of the former. 74. A Christian arrière-pensée would not this have been a general reservation among Christians of the first century: it is better to persuade ourselves into the belief that we are guilty rather than that we are innocent, for it is impossible to ascertain the disposition of so powerful a judge, but it is to be feared that he is looking out only for those who are conscious of guilt. Bearing in mind his great power, it is more likely that he will pardon a guilty person than admit that anyone is innocent, in his presence. This was the feeling of poor provincial folk in the presence of the Roman praetor: he is too proud for us to dare to be innocent. And may not this very sentiment have made its influence felt when the Christians endeavored to picture to themselves the aspect of the supreme judge? 75. Neither European nor noble, there is something oriental and feminine in Christianity, and this is shown in the thought: whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth. For women in the Orient consider castigations and the strict seclusion of their persons from the world as a sign of their husband's love, and complain if these signs of love cease. 76. If you think it evil, you make it evil. The passions become evil and malignant when regarded with evil and malignant eyes. It is in this way that Christianity has succeeded in transforming Eros and Aphrodite, sublime powers, capable of idealization, into hellish genii and phantom goblins, by means of the pangs which every sexual impulse was made to raise in the conscience of the believers. Is it not a dreadful thing to transform necessary and regular sensations into a source of inward misery, and thus arbitrarily to render interior misery necessary and regular in the case of every man? Furthermore, this misery remains secret, with the result that it is all the more deeply rooted, for it is not all men who have the courage, which Shakespeare shows in his sonnets, of making public their Christian gloom on this point. Must a feeling, then, always be called evil against which we are forced to struggle, which we must restrain even within certain limits, or, in given cases, banish entirely from our minds? Is it not the habit of vulgar souls always to call an enemy evil? And must we call Eros an enemy? The sexual feelings, like the feelings of pity and adoration, possess the particular characteristic that, in their case, one being gratifies another by the pleasure he enjoys. It is but rarely that we meet with such a benevolent arrangement in nature. And yet we calumniate and corrupt it all by our bad conscience. We connect the procreation of man with a bad conscience. But the outcome of this diabolization of Eros is a mere farce. The demon Eros becomes an object of greater interest to mankind than all the angels and saints put together, thanks to the mysterious mumbo-jumboism of the Church in all things erotic. It is due to the Church that love stories, even in our own time, have become the one common interest which appeals to all classes of people with an exaggeration which would be incomprehensible to antiquity, and which will not fail to provoke roars of laughter in coming generations. All our poetizing and thinking, from the highest to the lowest, is marked, and more than marked, by the exaggerated importance bestowed upon the love story as the principal item of our existence. Posterity may perhaps, on this account, come to the conclusion that its entire legacy of Christian culture is tainted with narrowness and insanity. 77. The tortures of the soul. The whole world raises a shout of horror at the present day if one man presumes to torture the body of another. The indignation against such a being bursts forth almost spontaneously. Nay, we tremble even at the very thought of torture being inflicted on a man or an animal, and we undergo unspeakable misery when we hear of such an act having been accomplished. But the same feeling is experienced in a very much lesser degree and extent when it is a question of the tortures of the soul and the dreadfulness of their infliction. Christianity has introduced such tortures on an unprecedented scale, and still continues to preach this kind of martyrdom. Yet, it even complains innocently of backsliding and indifference when it meets with a state of soul which is free from such agonies. From all this it now results that humanity, in the face of spiritual racks, tortures of the mind, and instruments of punishment, behaves even today with the same awesome patience and indecision which it exhibited in former times in the presence of the cruelties practiced on the bodies of men or animals. Hell has certainly not remained merely an empty sound, and a new kind of pity has been devised to correspond to the newly created fears of hell, a horrible and ponderous compassion, hitherto unknown, with people irrevocably condemned to hell, as, for example, the stony guest gave Don Juan to understand, and which, during the Christian era, should often have made the very stones weep. Plutarch presents us with a gloomy picture of the state of mind of a superstitious man in pagan times, but this picture pales when compared with that of a Christian of the Middle Ages, who supposes that nothing can save him from torments everlasting. Dreadful omens appear to him. Perhaps he sees a stork holding a snake in his beak and hesitating to swallow it. Or all nature suddenly becomes pale, or bright, fiery colors appear across the surface of the earth. Or the ghosts of his dead relations approach him, with features showing traces of dreadful sufferings. Or the dark walls of the room in which the man is sleeping are suddenly lighted up, and there, amidst a yellow flame, he perceives instruments of torture and a motley horde of snakes and devils. Christianity has surely turned this world of ours into a fearful habitation by raising the crucifix in all parts and thereby proclaiming the earth to be a place where the just man is tortured to death. And when the ardor of some great preacher for once disclosed to the public the secret sufferings of the individual, the agonies of the lonely souls, when, for example, Whitefield preached like a dying man to the dying, now bitterly weeping, now violently stamping his feet, speaking passionately, in abrupt and incisive tones, without fearing to turn the whole force of his attack upon any one individual present, excluding him from the assembly with excessive harshness, then indeed did it seem as if the earth were being transformed into a field of evil. The huge crowds were then seen to act as if seized with a sudden attack of madness. Many were in fits of anguish, others lay unconscious and motionless, others, again, trembled or rent the air with their piercing shrieks. Everywhere there was a loud breathing, as of half-choked people who were gasping for the breath of life. Indeed, said an eyewitness once, almost all the noises appeared to come from people who were dying in the bitterest agony. Let us never forget that it was Christianity which first turned the deathbed into a bed of agony, and that, by the scenes which took place there, and the terrifying sounds which were made possible there for the first time, it has poisoned the senses and the blood of innumerable witnesses and their children. Imagine the ordinary man who can never efface the recollection of words like these: "Oh, eternity! Would that I had no soul! Would that I had never been born! My soul is damned, damned, lost forever. 6 days ago you might have helped me. But now all is over. I belong to the devil, and with him I will go down to hell. Break, break, ye poor hearts of stone. Ye will not break? What more can be done for hearts of stone? I am damned that ye may be saved. There he is. Yeah, there he is. Come, good devil. Come." 78. Avenging justice, misfortune and guilt, these two things have been put on one scale by Christianity, so that, when the misfortune which follows a fault is a serious one, this fault is always judged accordingly to be a very heinous one. But this was not the valuation of antiquity, and that is why Greek tragedy, in which misfortune and punishment are discussed at length, and yet in another sense forms part of the great liberators of the mind to an extent which even the ancients themselves could not realize. They remained ingenuous enough not to set up an adequate relation between guilt and misfortune. The guilt of their tragic heroes is, indeed, the little pebble that makes them stumble, and on which account they sometimes happen to break an arm or knock out an eye. Upon this the feeling of antiquity made the comment, well, he should have gone his way with more caution and less pride. It was reserved for Christianity, however, to say, here we have a great misfortune, and behind this great misfortune there must lie a great fault, an equally serious fault, though we cannot clearly see it. If, wretched man, you do not feel it, it is because your heart is hardened, and worse than this will happen to you. Besides this, antiquity could point to examples of real misfortunes, misfortunes that were pure and innocent. It was only with the advent of Christianity that all punishment became well-merited punishment. In addition to this, it renders the imagination of the sufferer still more suffering, so that the victim, in the midst of his distress, is seized with the feeling that he has been morally reproved and cast away. Poor humanity! The Greeks had a special word to stand for the feeling of indignation which was experienced at the misfortune of another. Among Christian peoples this feeling was prohibited and was not permitted to develop, hence the reason why they have no name for this more virile brother of pity. 79. A proposal: if, according to the arguments of Pascal and Christianity, our ego is always hateful, how can we permit and suppose other people, whether God or men, to love it? It would be contrary to all good principles to let ourselves be loved when we know very well that we deserve nothing but hatred, not to speak of other repugnant feelings. But this is the very kingdom of grace. Then you look upon your love for your neighbor as a grace? Your pity as a grace? Well, then, if you can do all this, there is no reason why you should not go a step further, love yourselves through grace, and then you will no longer find your God necessary, and the entire drama of the fall and redemption of mankind will reach its last act in yourselves. 80. The compassionate Christian: a Christian's compassion in the presence of his neighbor's suffering has another side to it, viz. his profound suspicion of all the joy of his neighbor, of his neighbor's joy in everything that he wills and is able to do. 81. The saint's humanity: a saint had fallen into the company of believers, and could no longer stand their continually expressed hatred for sin. At last he said to them, God created all things, except sin, therefore it is no wonder that he does not like it. But man has created sin, and why, then, should he disown this only child of his merely because it is not regarded with a friendly eye by God, its grandfather? Is that human? Honor to whom honor is due, but one's heart and duty must speak, above all, in favor of the child, and only in the second place for the honor of the grandfather. 82. The theological attack: you must arrange that with yourself, for your life is at stake. Luther it is who suddenly springs upon us with these words and imagines that we feel the knife at our throats. But we throw him off with the words of one higher and more considerate than he: we need form no opinion in regard to this or that matter, and thus save our souls from trouble. For, by their very nature, the things themselves cannot compel us to express an opinion. 83. Poor humanity, a single drop of blood too much or too little in the brain may render our life unspeakably miserable and difficult, and we may suffer more from this single drop of blood than Prometheus from his vulture. But the worst is when we do not know that this drop is causing our sufferings and we think it is the devil or sin. 84. The philology of Christianity: how little Christianity cultivates the sense of honesty can be inferred from the character of the writings of its learned men. They set out their conjectures as audaciously as if they were dogmas, and are but seldom at a disadvantage in regard to the interpretation of Scripture. Their continual cry is, "I am right, for it is written," and then follows an explanation so shameless and capricious that a philologist, when he hears it, must stand stock still between anger and laughter, asking himself again and again, is it possible? Is it honest? Is it even decent? It is only those who never or always attend church that underestimate the dishonesty with which the subject is still dealt in Protestant pulpits, in what a clumsy fashion the preacher takes advantage of his security from interruption, how the Bible is pinched and squeezed, and how the people are made acquainted with every form of the art of false reading. When all is said and done, however, what can be expected from the effects of a religion which, during the centuries when it was being firmly established, enacted that huge philological farce concerning the Old Testament? I refer to that attempt to tear the Old Testament from the hands of the Jews under the pretext that it contained only Christian doctrines and belonged to the Christians as the true people of Israel, while the Jews had merely arrogated it to themselves without authority. This was followed by a mania of would-be interpretation and falsification, which could not under any circumstances have been allied with a good conscience. However strongly Jewish savants protested, it was everywhere sedulously asserted that the Old Testament alluded everywhere to Christ, and nothing but Christ, more especially his cross, and thus, wherever reference was made to wood, a rod, a ladder, a twig, a tree, a willow, or a staff, such a reference could not but be a prophecy relating to the wood of the cross, even the setting up of the unicorn and the brazen serpent, even Moses stretching forth his hands in prayer, the very spits on which the Easter lambs were roasted, all these were allusions to the cross, and, as it were, preludes to it. Did anyone who kept on asserting these things ever believe in them? Let it not be forgotten that the Church did not shrink from putting interpolations in the text of the Septuagint, in order that she might later on make use of these interpolated passages as Christian prophecies. They were engaged in a struggle, and thought of their foes rather than of honesty. 85. Subtlety in penury: take care not to laugh at the mythology of the Greeks merely because it so little resembles your own profound metaphysics. You should admire a people who checked their quick intellect at this point, and for a long time afterwards had tact enough to avoid the danger of scholasticism and hair-splitting superstition. 86. The Christian interpreters of the body: whatever originates in the stomach, the intestines, the beating of the heart, the nerves, the bile, the seed, all those indispositions, debilities, irritations, and the whole contingency of that machine about which we know so little. A Christian like Pascal considers it all as a moral and religious phenomenon, asking himself whether God or the devil, good or evil, salvation or damnation, is the cause. Alas for the unfortunate interpreter! How he must distort and worry his system! How he must distort and worry himself in order to gain his point. 87. The moral miracle: in the domain of morality, Christianity knows of nothing but the miracle, the sudden change in all valuations, the sudden renouncement of all habits, the sudden and irresistible predilection for new things and persons. Christianity looks upon this phenomenon as the work of God, and calls it the act of regeneration, thus giving it a unique and incomparable value. Everything else which is called morality, and which bears no relation to this miracle, becomes in consequence a matter of indifference to the Christian, and indeed, so far as it is a feeling of well-being and pride, an object of fear. The canon of virtue, of the fulfilled law, is established in the New Testament, but in such a way as to be the canon of impossible virtue. Men who still aspire to moral perfections must come to understand, in the face of this canon, that they are further and further removed from their aim. They must despair of virtue, and end by throwing themselves at the feet of the Merciful One. It is only in reaching a conclusion like this that moral efforts on the part of the Christian can still be regarded as possessing any value. The condition that these efforts shall always remain sterile, painful, and melancholy is therefore indispensable, and it is in this way that those efforts could still avail to bring about that moment of ecstasy when man experiences the overflow of grace and the moral miracle. This struggle for morality is, however, not necessary, for it is by no means uncommon for this miracle to happen to the sinner at the very moment when he is, so to speak, wallowing in the mire of sin. The leap from the deepest and most abandoned sinfulness into its contrary seems easier, and, as a clear proof of the miracle, even more desirable. What, for the rest, may be the signification of such a sudden, unreasonable, and irresistible revolution, such a change from the depths of misery into the heights of happiness? This should at all events be considered by alienists, who have frequent opportunities of observing similar miracles, for example, the mania of murder or suicide. The relatively more pleasant consequences in the case of the Christian make no important difference. 88. Luther, the great benefactor. Luther's most important result is the suspicion which he awakened against the saints and the entire Christian vita contemplativa. Only since his day has an unchristian vita contemplativa again become possible in Europe, only since then has contempt for layman and worldly activity ceased. Luther continued to be an honest miner's son even after he had been shut up in a monastery, and there, for lack of other depths and borings, he descended into himself, and bored terrifying and dark passages through his own depths, finally coming to recognize that an introspective and saintly life was impossible to him, and that his innate activity in body and soul would end by being his ruin. For a long time, too long, indeed, he endeavored to find the way to holiness through castigations, but at length he made up his mind, and said to himself, "There is no real vita contemplativa. We have been deceived. The saints were no better than the rest of us." This was truly a rustic way of gaining one's case, but for the Germans of that period it was the only proper way. How edified they felt when they could read in their Lutheran catechism, "Apart from the 10 Commandments there is no work which could find favor in the eyes of God." These much boasted spiritual works of the saints are purely imaginary. 89. Doubt as sin. Christianity has done all it possibly could to draw a circle round itself, and has even gone so far as to declare doubt itself to be a sin. We are to be precipitated into faith by a miracle, without the help of reason, after which we are to float in it as the clearest and least equivocal of elements. A mere glance at some solid ground, the thought that we exist for some purpose other than floating, the least movement of our amphibious nature, all this is a sin. Let it be noted that, following this decision, the proofs and demonstration of the faith, and all meditations upon its origin, are prohibited as sinful. Christianity wants blindness and frenzy and an eternal swan song above the waves under which reason has been drowned. 90. Egoism versus egoism. How many are there who still come to the conclusion, life would be intolerable were there no God? Or, as is said in idealistic circles, life would be intolerable if its ethical signification were lacking. Hence there must be a God or an ethical signification of existence. In reality the case stands thus: he who is accustomed to conceptions of this sort does not desire a life without them, hence these conceptions are necessary for him and his preservation. But what a presumption it is to assert that everything necessary for my preservation must exist in reality. As if my preservation were really necessary. What if others held the contrary opinion? If they did not care to live under the conditions of these 2 articles of faith, and did not regard life as worth living if they were realized, and that is the present position of affairs. 91. The honesty of God, an omniscient and omnipotent God who does not even take care that his intentions shall be understood by his creatures. Could he be a God of goodness? A God, who, for thousands of years, has permitted innumerable doubts and scruples to continue unchecked as if they were of no importance in the salvation of mankind, and who, nevertheless, announces the most dreadful consequences for anyone who mistakes his truth? Would he not be a cruel God if, being himself in possession of the truth, he could calmly contemplate mankind, in a state of miserable torment, worrying its mind as to what was truth? Perhaps, however, he really is a God of goodness, and was unable to express himself more clearly. Perhaps he lacked intelligence enough for this. Or eloquence. All the worse. For in such a case he may have been deceived himself in regard to what he calls his truth, and may not be far from being another poor, deceived devil. Must he not therefore experience all the torments of hell at seeing his creatures suffering so much here below, and even more, suffering through all eternity, when he himself can neither advise nor help them, except as a deaf and dumb person, who makes all kinds of equivocal signs when his child or his dog is threatened with the most fearful danger? A distressed believer who argues thus might be pardoned if his pity for the suffering God were greater than his pity for his neighbors, for they are his neighbors no longer, if that most solitary and primeval being is also the greatest sufferer and stands most in need of consolation. Every religion shows some traits of the fact that it owes its origin to a state of human intellectuality which was as yet too young and immature. They all make light of the necessity for speaking the truth, as yet they know nothing of the duty of God, the duty of being clear and truthful in his communications with men. No one was more eloquent than Pascal in speaking of the hidden God and the reasons why he had to keep himself hidden, all of which indicates clearly enough that Pascal himself could never make his mind easy on this point, but he speaks with such confidence that one is led to imagine that he must have been let into the secret at some time or other. He seemed to have some idea that the Deus absconditus bore a few slight traces of immorality, and he felt too much ashamed and afraid of acknowledging this to himself. Consequently, like a man who is afraid, he spoke as loudly as he could. 92. At the deathbed of Christianity, all truly active men now do without inward Christianity, and the most moderate and thoughtful men of the intellectual middle classes possess only a kind of modified Christianity, that is, a peculiarly simplified Christianity. A God who, in his love, ordains everything so that it may be best for us, a God who gives us our virtue and our happiness and then takes them away from us, so that everything at length goes on smoothly and there is no reason left why we should take life ill or grumble about it. In short, resignation and modesty raised to the rank of divinities, that is the best and most lifelike remnant of Christianity now left to us. It must be remembered, however, that in this way Christianity has developed into a soft moralism. Instead of God, freedom, and immortality, we have now a kind of benevolence and honest sentiments, and the belief that, in the entire universe, benevolence and honest sentiments will finally prevail. This is the euthanasia of Christianity. 93. What is truth? Who will not be pleased with the conclusions which the faithful take such delight in coming to? Science cannot be true, for it denies God. Hence it does not come from God, and consequently it cannot be true, for God is truth. It is not the deduction but the premise which is fallacious. What if God were not exactly truth, and if this were proved? And if he were instead the vanity, the desire for power, the ambitions, the fear, and the enraptured and terrified folly of mankind? 94. Remedy for the displeased. Even Paul already believed that some sacrifice was necessary to take away the deep displeasure which God experienced concerning sin, and ever since then Christians have never ceased to vent the ill humor which they felt with themselves upon some victim or another, whether it was the world, or history, or reason, or joy, or the tranquility of other men. Something good, no matter what, had to die for their sins. 95. The historical refutation as the decisive one. Formerly it was sought to prove that there was no God. Now it is shown how the belief that a God existed could have originated, and by what means this belief gained authority and importance. In this way the counter-proof that there is no God becomes unnecessary and superfluous. In former times, when the evidences of the existence of God which had been brought forward were refuted, a doubt still remained, viz. Whether better proofs could not be found than those which had just been refuted. At that time the atheists did not understand the art of making a tabula rasa. 96. In hoc signo vinces. To whatever degree of progress Europe may have attained in other respects, where religious affairs are concerned it has not yet reached the liberal naivete of the ancient Brahmins, which proves that, in India, 4,000 years ago, people meditated more profoundly and transmitted to their descendants more pleasure in meditating than is the case in our own days. For those Brahmins believed in the first place that the priests were more powerful than the gods, and in the second place that it was observances which constituted the power of the priests, as a result of which their poets were never tired of glorifying those observances as the real dispensers of all benefits. Although a certain amount of superstition and poetry was mingled with all this, the principles were true. A step further, and the gods were cast aside, which Europe likewise will have to do before very long. One more step further, and priests and intermediaries could also be dispensed with, and then Buddha, the teacher of the religion of self-redemption, appeared. How far Europe is still removed from this degree of culture! When at length all the customs and observances, upon which rests the power of gods, priests, and saviors, shall have been destroyed, when as a consequence morality, in the old sense, will be dead, then there will come, what will come then? But let us refrain from speculating, let us rather make certain that Europe will retrieve that which, in India, amidst this people of thinkers, was carried out thousands of years ago as a commandment of thought. Scattered among the different nations of Europe there are now from 10 to 20 millions of men who no longer believe in God. Is it too much to ask that they should give each other some indication or password? As soon as they recognize each other in this way, they will also make themselves known to each other, and they will immediately become a power in Europe, and, happily, a power among the nations. Among the classes. Between rich and poor. Between those who command, and those who obey. Between the most restless and the most tranquilizing people. Book 2. 97. One becomes moral but not because one is moral. Submission to morals may be due to slavishness or vanity, egoism or resignation, dismal fanaticism or thoughtlessness. It may, again, be an act of despair, such as submission to the authority of a ruler, but there is nothing moral about it per se. 98. Alterations in morals. Morals are constantly undergoing changes and transformations, occasioned by successful crimes. 99. Wherein we are all irrational, we still continue to draw conclusions from judgments which we consider as false, or doctrines in which we no longer believe through our feelings. 100. Awaking from a dream, noble and wise men once upon a time believed in the music of the spheres. There are still noble and wise men who believe in the moral significance of existence, but there will come a day when this music of the spheres also will no longer be audible to them. They will awake and perceive that their ears have been dreaming. 101. Open to doubt. To accept a belief simply because it is customary implies that one is dishonest, cowardly, and lazy. Must dishonesty, cowardice, and laziness, therefore, be the primary conditions of morality? 102. The most ancient moral judgments. What attitude do we assume towards the acts of our neighbor? In the first place, we consider how they may benefit ourselves. We see them only in this light. It is this effect which we regard as the intention of the acts, and in the end we come to look upon these intentions of our neighbor as permanent qualities in him, and we call him, for example, a dangerous man. Triple error. Triple and most ancient mistake. Perhaps this inheritance comes to us from the animals and their faculty of judgment. Must not the origin of all morality be sought in these detestable narrow-minded conclusions? Whatever injures me is evil, whatever benefits me is good, whatever injures me once or several times is hostile per se, whatever benefits me once or several times is friendly per se. Opudenda origo. Is not this equivalent to interpreting the contemptible, occasional, and often merely accidental relations of another person to us as his primary and most essential qualities, and affirming that towards himself and every one else he is only capable of such actions as we ourselves have experienced at his hands once or several times? And is not this thorough folly based upon the most immodest of all mental reservations, namely, that we ourselves must be the standard of what is good, since we determine good and evil? 103. There are two classes of people who deny morality. To deny morality may mean, in the first place, to deny the moral inducements which, men pretend, have urged them on to their actions, which is equivalent to saying that morality merely consists of words and forms, part of that coarse and subtle deceit which is characteristic of mankind, and perhaps more especially of those men who are celebrated for their virtues. In the second place, it may mean our denying that moral judgments are founded on truths. It is admitted in such a case that these judgments are, in fact, the motives of the actions, but that in this way it is really errors as the basis of all moral judgments which urge men on to their moral actions. This is my point of view, but I should be far from denying that in very many cases a subtle suspicion in accordance with the former point of view, i.e. in the spirit of La Rochefoucauld, is also justifiable, and in any case of a high general utility. Therefore I deny morality in the same way as I deny alchemy, i.e. I deny its hypotheses, but I do not deny that there have been alchemists who believed in these hypotheses and based their actions upon them. I also deny immorality, not that innumerable people feel immoral, but that there is any true reason why they should feel so. I should not, of course, deny unless I were a fool that many actions which are called immoral should be avoided and resisted, and in the same way that many which are called moral should be performed and encouraged, but I hold that in both cases these actions should be performed from motives other than those which have prevailed up to the present time. We must learn anew in order that at last, perhaps very late in the day, we may be able to do something more, feel anew. 104. Our valuations. All actions may be referred back to valuations, and all valuations are either one's own or adopted, the latter being by far the more numerous. Why do we adopt them? Through fear, i.e. we think it more advisable to pretend that they are our own, and so well do we accustom ourselves to do so that it at last becomes second nature to us. A valuation of our own, which is the appreciation of a thing in accordance with the pleasure or displeasure it causes us and no one else, is something very rare indeed, but must not our valuation of our neighbor, which is prompted by the motive that we adopt his valuation, in most cases proceed from ourselves and by our own decision? Of course, but then we come to these decisions during our childhood, and seldom change them. We often remain during our whole lifetime the dupes of our childish and accustomed judgments in our manner of judging our fellow men, and we find it necessary to subscribe to their valuations. 105. Pseudo-egoism. The great majority of people, whatever they may think and say about their egoism, do nothing for their ego all their life long, but only for a phantom of this ego which has been formed in regard to them by their friends and communicated to them. As a consequence, they all live in a haze of impersonal and half-personal opinions and of arbitrary and, as it were, poetic valuations, the one always in the head of another, and this head, again, in the head of somebody else, a queer world of phantoms which manages to give itself a rational appearance. This haze of opinions and habits grows in extent and lives almost independently of the people it surrounds. It is it which gives rise to the immense effect of general judgments on man. All those men, who do not know themselves, believe in a bloodless abstraction which they call man, i.e. in a fiction, and every change caused in this abstraction by the judgments of powerful individualities produces an extraordinary and irrational effect on the great majority, for the simple reason that not a single individual in this haze can oppose a real ego, an ego which is accessible to and fathomed by himself, to the universal pale fiction, which he could thereby destroy. 106. Against definitions of moral aims on all sides, we now hear the aim of morals defined as the preservation and advancement of humanity, but this is merely the expression of a wish to have a formula and nothing more. Preservation wherein? Advancement whither? These are questions which must at once be asked. Is not the most essential point, the answer to this wherein? And whither? Left out of the formula? What results therefrom, so far as our own actions and duties are concerned, which is not already tacitly and instinctively understood? Can we sufficiently understand from this formula whether we must prolong as far as possible the existence of the human race, or bring about the greatest possible disanimalization of man? How different the means, i.e. the practical morals, would have to be in the two cases. Supposing that the greatest possible rationality were given to mankind, this certainly would not guarantee the longest possible existence for them. Or supposing that their greatest happiness was thought to be the answer to the questions put, do we thereby mean the highest degree of happiness which a few individuals might attain, or an incalculable, though finally attainable, average state of happiness for all? And why should morality be the way to it? Has not morality, considered as a whole, opened up so many sources of displeasure as to lead us to think that man up to the present, with every new refinement of morality, has become more and more discontented with himself, with his neighbor, and with his own lot? Has not the most moral of men hitherto believed that the only justifiable state of mankind in the face of morals is that of the deepest misery? 107. Our right to our folly. How must we act? Why must we act? So far as the course and immediate needs of the individual are concerned, it is easy to answer these questions, but the more we enter upon the more important and more subtle domains of action, the more does the problem become uncertain and the more arbitrary its solution. An arbitrary decision, however, is the very thing that must be excluded here. Thus commands the authority of morals, an obscure uneasiness and awe must relentlessly guide man in those very actions the objects and means of which he cannot at once perceive. This authority of morals undermines our thinking faculty in regard to those things concerning which it might be dangerous to think wrongly. It is in this way, at all events, that morality usually justifies itself to its accusers. Wrong in this place means dangerous, but dangerous to whom? It is not, as a rule, the danger of the doer of the action which the supporters of authoritative morals have in view, but their own danger, the loss which their power and influence might undergo if the right to act according to their own greater or lesser reason, however wilfully and foolishly, were accorded to all men. They on their part make unhesitating use of their right to arbitrariness and folly. They even command in cases where it is hardly possible, or at all events very difficult, to answer the questions, how must they act, why must they act? And if the reason of mankind grows with such extraordinary slowness that it was often possible to deny its growth during the whole course of humanity, what is more to blame for this than this solemn presence, even omnipresence, of moral commands, which do not even permit the individual question of how and why to be asked at all? Have we not been educated precisely in such a way as to make us feel pathetic, and thus to obscure our vision at the very time when our reason should be able to see as clearly and calmly as possible, i.e. in all higher and more important circumstances? 108. Some theses: we should not give the individual, in so far as he desires his own happiness, any precepts or recommendations as to the road leading to happiness, for individual happiness arises from particular laws that are unknown to anybody, and such a man will only be hindered or obstructed by recommendations which come to him from outside sources. Those precepts which are called moral are in reality directed against individuals, and do not by any means make for the happiness of such individuals. The relationship of these precepts to the happiness and well-being of mankind is equally slight, for it is quite impossible to assign a definite conception to these words, and still less can they be employed as guiding stars on the dark sea of moral aspirations. It is a prejudice to think that morality is more favorable to the development of the reason than immorality. It is erroneous to suppose that the unconscious aim in the development of every conscious being is its greatest happiness. On the contrary, there is a particular and incomparable happiness to be attained at every stage of our development, one that is neither high nor low, but quite an individual happiness. Evolution does not make happiness its goal, it aims merely at evolution, and nothing else. It is only if humanity had a universally recognized goal that we could propose to do this or that. For the time being there is no such goal. It follows that the pretensions of morality should not be brought into any relationship with mankind. This would be merely childish and irrational. It is quite another thing to recommend a goal to mankind. This goal would then be something that would depend upon our own will and pleasure. Provided that mankind in general agreed to adopt such a goal, it could then impose a moral law upon itself, a law which would, at all events, be imposed by their own free will. Up to now, however, the moral law has had to be placed above our own free will. Strictly speaking, men did not wish to impose this law upon themselves, they wished to take it from somewhere, to discover it, or to let themselves be commanded by it from somewhere. 109. Self-control and moderation, and their final motive. I find not more than 6 essentially different methods for combating the vehemence of an impulse. First of all, we may avoid the occasion for satisfying the impulse, weakening and mortifying it by refraining from satisfying it for long and ever-lengthening periods. Secondly, we may impose a severe and regular order upon ourselves in regard to the satisfying of our appetites. By thus regulating the impulse and limiting its ebb and flow to fixed periods, we may obtain intervals in which it ceases to disturb us, and by beginning in this way we may perhaps be able to pass on to the first method. In the third place, we may deliberately give ourselves over to an unrestrained and unbounded gratification of the impulse in order that we may become disgusted with it, and to obtain by means of this very disgust a command over the impulse, provided, of course, that we do not imitate the rider who rides his horse to death and breaks his own neck in doing so. For this, unhappily, is generally the outcome of the application of this third method. In the fourth place, there is an intellectual trick, which consists in associating the idea of the gratification so firmly with some painful thought, that after a little practice the thought of gratification is itself immediately felt as a very painful one. Among instances of this kind may be mentioned the cases of Lord Byron and Napoleon, in whom the pride of man revolted and took offense at the preponderance of one particular passion over the collective attitude and order of reason. From this arises the habit and joy of tyrannizing over the craving and making it, as it were, gnash its teeth. "I will not be a slave of any appetite," wrote Byron in his diary. In the fifth place, we may bring about a dislocation of our powers by imposing upon ourselves a particularly difficult and fatiguing task, or by deliberately submitting to some new charm and pleasure in order thus to turn our thoughts and physical powers into other channels. It comes to the same thing if we temporarily favor another impulse by affording it numerous opportunities of gratification, and thus rendering it the squanderer of the power which would otherwise be commandeered, so to speak, by the tyrannical impulse. A few, perhaps, will be able to restrain the particular passion which aspires to domination by granting their other known passions a temporary encouragement and license in order that they may devour the food which the tyrant wishes for himself alone. In the sixth and last place, the man who can stand it, and thinks it reasonable to weaken and subdue his entire physical and psychical organization, likewise, of course, attains the goal of weakening a single violent instinct, as, for example, those who starve their sensuality and at the same time their vigor, and often destroy their reason into the bargain, such as the ascetics, hence, shunning the opportunities, regulating the impulse, bringing about satiety and disgust in the impulse. Associating a painful idea, then the dislocation of one's forces, and finally general debility and exhaustion, these are the 6 methods. But the will to combat the violence of a craving is beyond our power, equally with the method we adopt and the success we may have in applying it. In all this process our intellect is rather merely the blind instrument of another rival craving, whether it be the impulse to repose, or the fear of disgrace and other evil consequences, or love. While we thus imagine that we are complaining of the violence of an impulse, it is at bottom merely one impulse which is complaining of another, i.e. the perception of the violent suffering which is being caused us presupposes that there is another equally or more violent impulse, and that a struggle is impending in which our intellect must take part. 110. That which opposes. We may observe the following process in ourselves, and I should like it to be often observed and confirmed. There arises in us the scent of a kind of pleasure hitherto unknown to us, and consequently a new craving. Now, the question is, what opposes itself to this craving? If it be things and considerations of a common kind, or people whom we hold in no very high esteem, the aim of the new craving assumes the appearance of a noble, good, praiseworthy feeling, and one worthy of sacrifice. All the moral dispositions which have been inherited will adopt it and will add it to the number of those aims which we consider as moral, and now we imagine that we are no longer striving after a pleasure, but after a morality, which greatly increases our confidence in our aspirations. 111. To the admirers of objectiveness, he who, as a child, has observed in his parents and acquaintances in the midst of whom he has grown up, certain varied and strong feelings, with but little subtle discernment and inclination for intellectual justice, and has therefore employed his best powers and his most precious time in imitating these feelings, will observe in himself when he arrives at years of discretion that every new thing or man he meets with excites in him either sympathy or aversion, envy or contempt. Under the domination of this experience, which he is powerless to shake off, he admires neutrality of feeling or objectivity as an extraordinary thing, as something connected with genius or a very rare morality, and he cannot believe that even this neutrality is merely the product of education and habit. 112. On the natural history of duty and right. Our duties are the claims which others have upon us. How did they acquire these claims? By the fact that they considered us as capable of making and holding agreements and contracts, by assuming that we were their like and equals, and by consequently entrusting something to us, bringing us up, educating us, and supporting us. We do our duty, i.e., we justify that conception of our power for the sake of which all these things were done for us. We return them in proportion as they were meted out to us. It is thus our pride that orders us to do our duty. We desire to re-establish our own independence by opposing to that which others have done for us something that we do for them, for in that way the others invade our sphere of power, and would forever have a hand in it if we did not make reprisals by means of duty, and thus encroach upon their power. The rights of others can only have regard to that which lies within our power. It would be unreasonable on their part to require something from us which does not belong to us. To put the matter more accurately, their rights can only relate to what they imagine to be in our power, provided that it is something that we ourselves consider as being in our power. The same error may easily occur on either side. The feeling of duty depends upon our having the same belief in regard to the extent of our power as other people have, i.e., that we can promise certain things and undertake to do them freely. My rights consist of that part of my power which others have not only conceded to me, but which they wish to maintain for me. Why do they do it? On the one hand, they are actuated by wisdom, fear, and prudence, whether they expect something similar from us, whether they consider a struggle with us as dangerous or inopportune, or whether they see a disadvantage to themselves in every diminution of our power, since in that case we should be ill adapted for an alliance with them against a hostile third power. On the other hand, rights are granted by donations and cessions. In this latter case, the other people have not only enough power, but more than enough, so that they can give up a portion and guarantee it to the person to whom they give it, whereby they presuppose a certain restricted sense of power in the person upon whom they have bestowed the gift. In this way rights arise, recognized and guaranteed degrees of power. When the relations of powers to one another are materially changed, rights disappear and new ones are formed, as is demonstrated by the constant flux and reflux of the rights of nations. When our power diminishes to any great extent, the feelings of those who hitherto guaranteed it undergo some change. They consider whether they shall once again restore us to our former possession, and if they do not see their way to do this, they deny our rights from that time forward. In the same way, if our power increases to a considerable extent, the feelings of those who previously recognized it, and whose recognition we no longer require, likewise change. They will then try to reduce our power to its former dimensions, and they will endeavor to interfere in our affairs, justifying their interference by an appeal to their duty. But this is merely useless word quibbling. Where right prevails, a certain state and degree of power is maintained, and all attempts at its augmentation and diminution are resisted. The right of others is the concession of our feeling of power to the feeling of power in these others. Whenever our power shows itself to be thoroughly shattered and broken, our rights cease. On the other hand, when we have become very much stronger, the rights of others cease in our minds to be what we have hitherto admitted them to be. The man who aims at being just, therefore, must keep a constant lookout for the changes in the indicator of the scales in order that he may properly estimate the degrees of power and right which, with the customary transitoriness of human things, retain their equilibrium for only a short time and in most cases continue to rise and fall. As a consequence, it is thus very difficult to be just, and requires much experience, good intentions, and an unusually large amount of good sense. 113. Striving for distinction. When we strive after distinction, we must ceaselessly keep our eyes fixed on our neighbor and endeavor to ascertain what his feelings are, but the sympathy and knowledge which are necessary to satisfy this desire are far from being inspired by harmlessness, compassion, or kindness. On the contrary, we wish to perceive or find out in what way our neighbor suffers from us, either internally or externally, how he loses control over himself and yields to the impression which our hand or even our mere appearance makes on him. Even when he who aspires to distinction makes or wishes to make a joyful, elevating, or cheerful impression, he does not enjoy the success in that he rejoices, exalts, or cheers his neighbor, but in that he leaves his impress on the latter's soul, changing its form and dominating it according to his will. The desire for distinction is the desire to subject one's neighbor, even if it be merely in an indirect fashion, one only felt or even only dreamt of. There is a long series of stages in this secretly desired will to subdue, and a very complete record of them would perhaps almost be like an excellent history of culture, from the early distortions of barbarism down to the caricatures of modern over-refinement and sickly idealism. This desire for distinction entails upon our neighbor to indicate only a few rungs of the long ladder torture first of all, followed by blows, then terror, anxious surprise, wonder, envy, admiration, elevation, pleasure, joy, laughter, derision, mockery, sneers, scourging and self-inflicted torture. There at the very top of the ladder stands the ascetic and martyr, who himself experiences the utmost satisfaction, because he inflicts on himself, as a result of his desire for distinction, that pain which his opposite, the barbarian on the first rung of the ladder, inflicts upon those others, upon whom and before whom he wishes to distinguish himself. The triumph of the ascetic over himself, his introspective glance, which beholds a man split up into a sufferer and a spectator, and which henceforth never looks at the outside world but to gather from it, as it were, wood for his own funeral pyre, this final tragedy of the desire for distinction, which shows us only one person who, so to speak, is consumed internally, that is an end worthy of the beginning. In both cases there is an inexpressible happiness at the sight of torture. Indeed, happiness considered as a feeling of power developed to the utmost, has perhaps never reached a higher pitch of perfection on earth than in the souls of superstitious ascetics. This is expressed by the Brahmins in the story of King Visvamitra, who obtained so much strength by thousands of years of penance that he undertook to construct a new heaven. I believe that in the entire category of inward experiences the people of our time are mere novices and clumsy guessers who try to have a shot at it. 4,000 years ago much more was known about these execrable refinements of self-enjoyment. Perhaps at that time the creation of the world was imagined by some Hindu dreamer to have been an ascetic operation which a god took upon himself. Perhaps this god may have wished to join himself to a mobile nature as an instrument of torture in order thus to feel his happiness and power doubled. And even supposing him to have been a god of love, what a delight it would have been for him to create a suffering mankind in order that he himself might suffer divinely and superhumanly from the sight of the continual torture of his creatures, and thus to tyrannize over himself. And, again, supposing him to have been not only a god of love, but also a god of holiness, we can scarcely conceive the ecstasies of this divine ascetic while creating sins and sinners and eternal punishment, and an immense place of eternal torture below his throne where there is a continual weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. It is not by any means impossible that the soul of a St. Paul, a Dante, or a Calvin, and people like them, may once have penetrated into the terrifying secrets of such voluptuousness of power, and in view of such souls we may well ask whether the circle of this desire for distinction has come to a close with the ascetic. Might it not be possible for the course of this circle to be traversed a second time, by uniting the fundamental idea of the ascetic, and at the same time that of a compassionate deity? In other words, pain would be given to others in order that pain might be given to oneself, so that in this way one could triumph over oneself and one's pity to enjoy the extreme voluptuousness of power. Forgive me these digressions, which come to my mind when I think of all the possibilities in the vast domain of psychical debaucheries to which one may be led by the desire for power. 114. On the knowledge of the sufferer. The state of sick men who have suffered long and terribly from the torture inflicted upon them by their illness, and whose reason has nevertheless not been in any way affected, is not without a certain amount of value in our search for knowledge, quite apart from the intellectual benefits which follow upon every profound solitude and every sudden and justified liberation from duties and habits. The man who suffers severely looks forth with terrible calmness from his state of suffering upon outside things. All those little lying enchantments, by which things are usually surrounded when seen through the eye of a healthy person, have vanished from the sufferer. His own life even lies there before him, stripped of all bloom and color. If by chance it has happened that up to then he has lived in some kind of dangerous fantasy, this extreme disenchantment through pain is the means, and possibly the only means, of extricating him from it. The formidable tension of the intellect that wishes to hold its own against pain shows everything that one now looks upon in a new light, and the inexpressible charm of this new light is often powerful enough to withstand all the seductiveness of suicide and to make the continuation of life seem very desirable to the sufferer. His mind scornfully turns to the warm and comfortable dream world in which the healthy man moves about thoughtlessly, and he thinks with contempt of the noblest and most cherished illusions in which he formerly indulged. He experiences delight in conjuring up this contempt as if from the depths of hell, and thus inflicting the bitterest sufferings upon his soul. It is by this counterpoise that he bears up against physical suffering. He feels that such a counterpoise is now essential. In one terrible moment of clear-sightedness he says to himself, "Be for once thine own accuser and hangman, for once regard thy suffering as a punishment which thou hast inflicted on thyself. Enjoy thy superiority as a judge, better still, enjoy thine own will and pleasure, thy tyrannical arbitrariness. Raise thyself above thy life as above thy suffering, and look down into the depth of reason and unreason." Our pride revolts as it never did before. It experiences an incomparable charm in defending life against such a tyrant as suffering and against all the insinuations of this tyrant, who would fain urge us to give evidence against life. We are taking the part of life in the face of this tyrant. In this state of mind we take up a bitter stand against all pessimism in order that it may not appear to be a consequence of our condition, and thus humiliate us as conquered ones. The charm of being just in our judgments was also never greater than now, for now this justice is a triumph over ourselves and over so irritated a state of mind that unfairness of judgment might be excused, but we will not be excused. It is now, if ever, that we wish to show that we need no excuse. We pass through downright orgies of pride. And now appears the first ray of relief, of recovery, and one of its first effects is that we turn against the preponderance of our pride. We call ourselves foolish and vain, as if we had undergone some unique experience. We humiliate ungratefully this all-powerful pride, the aid of which enabled us to endure the pain we suffered, and we call vehemently for some antidote for this pride. We wish to become strangers to ourselves and to be freed from our own person after pain has forcibly made us personal too long. Away with this pride, we cry, it was only another illness and convulsion. Once more we look longingly at men and nature and recollect with a sorrowful smile that now since the veil has fallen we regard many things concerning them in a new and different light, but we are refreshed by once more seeing the softened lights of life, and emerge from that fearfully dispassionate daylight in which we as sufferers saw things and through things. We do not get angry when we see the charms of health resume their play, and we contemplate the sight as if transformed, gently and still fatigued. In this state we cannot listen to music without weeping. 115. The so-called ego. Language and the prejudices upon which language is based very often act as obstacles in our paths when we proceed to explore internal phenomena and impulses. As one example, we may instance the fact that there are only words to express the superlative degrees of these phenomena and impulses. Now, it is our habit no longer to observe accurately when words fail us, since it is difficult in such cases to think with precision. In former times, even, people involuntarily came to the conclusion that where the domain of words ceased, the domain of existence ceased also. Wrath, hatred, love, pity, desire, recognition, joy, pain, all these are names indicating extreme conditions, the milder and middle stages, and even more particularly the ever-active lower stages, escape our attention, and yet it is they which weave the warp and woof of our character and destiny. It often happens that these extreme outbursts and even the most moderate pleasure or displeasure of which we are actually conscious, whether in partaking of food or listening to a sound, is possibly, if properly estimated, merely an extreme outburst destroy the texture and are then violent exceptions, in most cases the consequences of some congestions, and how easily as such can they mislead the observer. As indeed they mislead the person acting. We are all of us not what we appear to be according to the conditions for which alone we have consciousness and words, and consequently praise and blame. We fail to recognize ourselves after these coarse outbursts which are known to ourselves alone. We draw conclusions from data where the exceptions prove stronger than the rules. We misinterpret ourselves in reading our own ego's pronouncements, which appeared to be so clear. But our opinion of ourselves, this so-called ego which we have arrived at by this wrong method, contributes henceforth to form our character and destiny. 116. The unknown world of the subject. What men have found it so difficult to understand from the most ancient times down to the present day is their ignorance in regard to themselves, not merely with respect to good and evil, but something even more essential. The oldest of illusions lives on, namely, that we know, and know precisely in each case, how human action is originated. Not only God who looks into the heart, not only the man who acts and reflects upon his action, but everybody does not doubt that he understands the phenomena of action in everyone else. I know what I want and what I have done, I am free and responsible for my act, and I make others responsible for their acts. I can mention by its name every moral possibility and every internal movement which precedes an act. Ye may act as ye will, I understand myself and I understand you all. Such was what everyone thought once upon a time, and almost everyone thinks so even now. Socrates and Plato, who in this matter were great sceptics and admirable innovators, were nevertheless intensely credulous in regard to that fatal prejudice, that profound error, which holds that the right knowledge must necessarily be followed by the right action. In holding this principle they were still the heirs of the universal folly and presumption that knowledge exists concerning the essence of an action. It would indeed be dreadful if the comprehension of the essence of a right action were not followed by that right action itself. This was the only manner in which these great men thought it necessary to demonstrate this idea. The contrary seemed to them to be inconceivable and mad, and nevertheless this contrary corresponds to the naked reality which has been demonstrated daily and hourly from time immemorial. Is it not a dreadful truth that all that we know about an act is never sufficient to accomplish it, that the bridge connecting the knowledge of the act with the act itself has never yet been built? Acts are never what they appear to us to be. We have taken great pains to learn that external things are not as they appear to us. Well, it is the same with internal phenomena. All moral acts are in reality something different, we cannot say anything more about them, and all acts are essentially unknown to us. The general belief, however, has been and still is quite the contrary. The most ancient realism is against us. Up to the present humanity has thought, an action is what it appears to be. 117. In prison my eye, whether it be keen or weak, can only see a certain distance, and it is within this space that I live and move. This horizon is my immediate fate, greater or lesser, from which I cannot escape. Thus, a concentric circle is drawn round every being, which has a center and is peculiar to himself. In the same way our ear encloses us in a small space, and so likewise does our touch. We measure the world by these horizons within which our senses confine each of us within prison walls. We say that this is near and that is far distant, that this is large and that is small, that one thing is hard and another soft, and this appreciation of things we call sensation, but it is all an error per se. According to the number of events and emotions which it is on an average possible for us to experience in a given space of time, we measure our lives. We call them short or long, rich or poor, full or empty, and according to the average of human life we estimate that of other beings, and all this is an error per se. If we had eyes 100 times more piercing to examine the things that surround us, men would seem to us to be enormously tall. We can even imagine organs by means of which men would appear to us to be of immeasurable stature. On the other hand, certain organs could be so formed as to permit us to view entire solar systems as if they were contracted and brought close together like a single cell, and to beings of an inverse order a single cell of the human body could be made to appear in its construction, movement, and harmony as if it were a solar system in itself. The habits of our senses have wrapped us up in a tissue of lying sensations which in their turn lie at the base of all our judgments and our knowledge. There are no means of exit or escape to the real world. We are like spiders in our own webs, and, whatever we may catch in them, it will only be something that our web is capable of catching. 118. What is our neighbor? What do we conceive of our neighbor except his limits, I mean that whereby he, as it were, engraves and stamps himself in and upon us? We can understand nothing of him except the changes which take place upon our own person and of which he is the cause. What we know of him is like a hollow, modelled space. We impute to him the feelings which his acts arouse in us, and thus give him a wrong and inverted positivity. We form him after our knowledge of ourselves into a satellite of our own system, and if he shines upon us, or grows dark, and we in any case are the ultimate cause of his doing so, we nevertheless still believe the contrary. O world of phantoms in which we live! O world so perverted, topsy-turvy, and empty, and yet dreamt of as full and upright! 119. Experience and invention. To however high a degree a man can attain to knowledge of himself, nothing can be more incomplete than the conception which he forms of the instincts constituting his individuality. He can scarcely name the more common instincts, their number and force, their flux and reflux, their action and counteraction, and, above all, the laws of their nutrition, remain absolutely unknown to him. This nutrition, therefore, becomes a work of chance. The daily experiences of our lives throw their prey now to this instinct and now to that, and the instincts gradually seize upon it, but the ebb and flow of these experiences does not stand in any rational relationship to the nutritive needs of the total number of the instincts. Two things, then, must always happen: some cravings will be neglected and starved to death, while others will be overfed. Every moment in the life of man causes some polypose arms of his being to grow and others to wither away, in accordance with the nutriment which that moment may or may not bring with it.